This is Kim Song-an, a ruthless debt collector who moves through the city like a ghost. He's forever haunted by his father's last words, a warning to never be in debt. Tonight, he's come to a rowdy underground gambling den to collect. But his target, President Hyo, tries to settle the account with an axe instead of cash. Song-an, however, remains completely unfazed, coldly correcting the exact amount owed down to the last one. Fed up, Hyo swings with killing intent. But Song-an dodges the blow with chilling calm. And before the man can even register his mistake, Song-an lands a brutal strike of his own. The force of the blow sends President Hyo flying across the room. Song-an pins him to the ground, reminding him that he only lends money when he's certain he can get it back. To prove his point, he brings the axe down on the man's shoulder. As Hyo screams, Song-an promises he isn't going to kill him, implying a much worse fate awaits. Returning to the office with bags full of cash, his reputation is clear. His subordinates know him as the God of Debt, the only loan shark with a 100 collection rate. His team has lined up a new, supposedly easy case for the rookie. The target is a young female teacher with a small debt, perfect for training. But as Song-an glances at the file, his expression darkens. The debtor isn't just the teacher, it's his own sister, Kim In. He's thrown back to the memory of his father, who, crushed by debt, took his own life. He remembers watching his father grovel and beg his creditors to save him. After his father's death, those same creditors came for him, forcing the boy to his knees. But in that moment, instead of begging, he made a vow. He would stop being the prey and become the one who hunts. He finds his sister in the halls of the school where she teaches. With an icy tone, he demands she pay the 13 million won she owes immediately. He cruelly reminds her of the one lesson their father ever taught them, never be in debt. Shocked, she finally recognizes the monster her brother has become. With tears streaming down her face, she grabs his arm and begs him to save her. But their fraught reunion is interrupted by a cheerful student, Ye-jun. The polite class representative asks his teacher if she needs anything. Song-an smoothly lies about who he is, but the student's unreadable expression suggests he knows something is wrong. The moment he's gone, Song-an's cold mask returns, demanding the money after school and warning her not to run. As he waits, he's haunted by their last conversation 10 years ago. She had screamed at him, unable to believe he would become one of the monsters who drove their father to suicide. Her final words were to disown him, declaring she didn't need a garbage brother. Now, that same begging, pathetic face he despised in his father is reflected in his own sister. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a notification from her. He opens the message, and his eyes widen in pure horror. His phone slips from his grasp. Without a second thought, he sprints back towards the school. The students below look up in shock to see a figure standing on the edge of the school roof. His sister's message explains that loan sharks aren't the scariest thing in the world. In fact, there are even worse devils out there, her own students. The very classroom she dreamed of becoming a teacher in had turned into her own personal hell. And with a final, heartbreaking apology, Kim Won-an steps off the ledge. Her brother runs, desperately trying to rewrite their tragic story. He remembers why he chose this life, for the little sister who cried in his arms. He had promised to protect her from the horrors of their world. He hugged her tight, vowing to build a wall around her with his own body. He knew that if he ever fell into the abyss, his beloved sister would be the next one to be dragged down. But all his sacrifices, all his pain, meant nothing in this moment. As she falls, the 13 million won she was being blackmailed for lands in the hands of her student bullies. Sometime later, Song-an returns to the school. He remembers his father's warning. The moment you're in debt, you fall into a deep abyss. He throws open the door to classroom 3-2. This was his sister's hell. And inside are the smug, indifferent faces of the devils who tormented her. With a chillingly polite tone, he announces that the bastards standing before him now owe him a very large debt. The ringleader, Ye-jun, can only smirk, unaware of the monster he's just provoked. He delivers his terrifying introduction, "I'm a loan shark who collects debts, even from the depths of hell." Desperate for funds, National Assemblyman Park Man-kyeol begs for a 10 billion won loan. His meeting is with Chunhong Capital's chairman Hwang, who dryly comments on the fancy location, and cynically muses that only money would bring a powerful congressman to dine with a loan shark. But as the flustered assemblyman tries to speak, an urgent interruption prevents him from making his case. The chairman's subordinate enters, asking for a moment of his time. The subordinate then whispers important news into the chairman's ear. Upon hearing the news, the chairman grimly announces they have to leave. He abruptly cuts the meeting short, leaving the assemblyman utterly bewildered. Ignoring the politician's pleas about the food, he simply declares that he has no appetite. He explains that something has come up and that he must attend another meal. That meal is revealed to be the funeral for Kim Song-an's sister, Kim Won-an. At the solemn funeral hall, Chairman Huang pays his respects while Sang-an stands vigil as the chief mourner. Sang and fondly thanks his boss for coming to pay his respects. The chairman dismisses the thanks and, showing rare concern, asks if he has eaten. Over a meal, the chairman learns the full story of what happened to Ian, despairing at the state of the world. He remarks, "I thought you cut ties with your sister." Our guy replies, "Blood is thicker than water." His tone shifting, the chairman then asks what's being done about the bastards who tormented her. Sang-an shocks him by revealing his plan to meet the culprits himself. Understanding the implication, the chairman grimly notes that those responsible have now incurred a great and terrible debt to Sang-an. Sang-an then makes an unusual request. He asks the chairman to pull some strings so he can become a teacher. The chairman is stunned by the request, demanding to know what his top enforcer is thinking. Sang-an calmly explains that becoming a teacher is the most efficient way to collect this personal debt. At this, Chairman Huang erupts in laughter, declaring he's raised a real loan shark for devising such a vengeful plan. Agreeing to the scheme, the chairman boasts that planting someone in a school is an easy task for him. As Sang-an bows in gratitude, his boss gives him a stern reminder. With a menacing glare, he warns that this favor is also a debt that Sang-an will have to repay. Sang-an stoically accepts the terms, replying, "Of course. Of course." His plan in motion, Sang-an arrives at grade 3, class 2, ready to begin. He introduces himself to the class with an imposing presence. "My name is Kim Sang-an." While offering a polite greeting, his inner thoughts are focused solely on finding his sister's tormentors. He scans the faces of the students, knowing the demons who drove his sister to her death are among them. The students offer superficial compliments, with one girl calling the new teacher handsome. Another student comments on his tank-like build, asking him to take care of them. Then, Ye-jun, the seemingly perfect class president, formally welcomes Sir Kim Sang-an. But Sang-an cuts the pleasantries short, signaling he's all business. Refusing to take questions, he abruptly orders the students to prepare for first period and heads for the door. The students are left baffled by their new teacher's cold and socially awkward behavior. However, pausing at the doorway, he turns back to the class. He captures their attention with an ominous, "by any chance," causing Ye-jun's facade to crack. Sang-an then drops a bombshell asking if any of them know why their former teacher, Kim I-an, jumped. After the class falls into a stunned silence, he simply says, "I'll take that as a no." He walks down the hallway, leaving the students to stew in the unease he's created. Ye-jun is deeply unsettled, realizing the teacher's question was not born of simple curiosity. A flashback reveals his previous encounter with Sang-an, who had lied about being a teacher on a student exchange program. Connecting the similar names, Kim Won-ae and Kim Sang-an, the class president smirks, beginning to understand the situation. Meanwhile, Sang-an goes to the faculty room to gather more information. The other teachers naively praise Class 2, calling it a model class with no complaints and telling him he's lucky. A teacher gossips that some students are receiving psychiatric treatment after witnessing the incident, wondering why Ian would do it since she seemed to get along with them so well. Later, observing the students playing soccer, Sang-an struggles to find any cracks in their perfect facade. He finds the class's reputation as a flawless model class to be deeply suspicious. The students appear to be normal teenagers, arguing playfully over a soccer game. Frustrated, he reviews Ian's records but finds no official evidence of bullying. He questions who his sister could have been referring to. He recalls her desperate plea for help just before her death. Walking through the schoolyard, he is tormented by one question: who the hell are they? His thoughts are interrupted when he overhears a student shouting aggressively nearby. The angry shout of, "Say that again," draws his attention to a brewing conflict. Peeking around the corner, he sees the bully Park Dae-gyeon menacingly confronting a female student, Baek Soyeon. He listens as the young woman timidly asks Dae-jeon to repay the money she lent him. As Soyeon explains the loan is 2 months overdue, Sang-an realizes he recognizes her from somewhere. In a flashback to the funeral, the chairman urges Sang-an to go back inside the hall. Just then, a lone student is seen rushing up the stairs toward the funeral. It was Baek Soyeon. Sang-an, in his role as chief mourner, stood just inside. The girl had hurried past him to pay her respects to teacher Ian. He had observed the grieving student with a quiet, knowing look. Sang-an now remembers Baek Soyeon as the only student who came to cry for his sister. Back in the present, Dae-gyeon's friends mock Soyeon for daring to ask for her money back. He approaches her, feigning sincerity and promising to pay her back, and confirms the amount owed is 500,000 won. Then, without warning, he brutally slaps her across the face. After that, he smugly calls her a tight ass for making a big deal over what he considers a small amount of money between classmates. As she begs for even half the money back, Daejeon cruelly asks if she thinks she's a loan shark, and callously tells her she shouldn't have lent him the money if she was going to nag him about it. The bully then changes tactics, leaning in with a sly grin and asking if she really needs the money. Clutching her stinging cheek, she insists that she really does need it. Daejeon crouches down, his friendly demeanor a thin veil for his malicious intent. He tells her to come hang out with them later, promising to pay her back then, a clear, veiled threat. As the bullies walk off, one jokes about Daejeon's type, earning a sharp rebuke. Later, at her family snack shop, Soyeon's mother is berated by their landlord for being 2 months behind on rent. Her mother begs for more time, but the landlord is out of patience. She explains that the money from the cash register suddenly disappeared, an excuse the landlord doesn't buy. Soyeon listens in silence, crushed by the guilt of knowing what really happened to the money. A flashback shows Daejeon cornering her, pressuring her to lend him 500,000 won. After she told him she didn't have the money, he looked towards her mother's shop. He then menacingly points to the shop, implying she should take the money from there. The flashback reveals that, terrified by his threats, Soyeon stole the rent money from her mother's cash register for him. Back in the present, her mother continues to apologize to the landlord, completely unaware of her daughter's secret. Racked with guilt, Soyeon debates confessing but realizes it won't bring the money back. Just then, a sudden text message startles her out of her despair. It's from Daejeon, claiming he has her money and giving her a location, sparking a flicker of desperate hope. Hoping to resolve her family's crisis, she arrives at the designated location, a karaoke bar. She nervously knocks on the door to room 3. Daejeon swings the door open and eagerly ushers her inside, surprised she actually came. His friends cheer his success, calling him a master of flirting, as he leads the wary young woman into their trap. Soyeon insists she's only there to collect the money he promised her. Daejeon ignores her, instead placing a heavy hand on her shoulder. He whispers that she knew what she was getting into when she decided to come. He cruelly implies that she knew she'd have to do something more to get her money back. As he rips her school jacket open, Soyeon realizes the horrific truth of the situation. She begs him to stop, but he and his friends just mock her resistance. Daejeon creepily calls her a tsundere, claiming her resistance is just what he likes. As tears well up in her eyes, she pleads with him to let her go, repeating she just came for her money. However, he just tightens his grip and calls for his friends to bring a bottle of water. A friend eagerly runs over, ready to play a cruel game of water boom with her. The bullies taunt her, saying she has to put on a show if she wants her money. As they prepare to douse her in water, she cries out in protest. One of the bullies gets his phone out to record the assault, planning to make a legendary video. In her moment of utter terror, Soyeon can only think of her deceased teacher, In. But the expected splash never comes. She opens her eyes to a sudden, dead silence. The bullies have frozen, staring intently at the figure who has just appeared in the doorway. A tall, imposing man blocks the entrance as one of the teens demands, "Who are you?" Revealed in the light, Kim Sang-an coldly orders the bullies, "Let her go." Soyeon stares in disbelief, recognizing her unexpected savior. She flashes back to seeing him standing silently at teacher Ian's funeral. The memory of him at the funeral confuses her even more. She has no idea why he is here now. Daejeon, arrogant as ever, confronts Sang-an, asking who the hell he is to be giving orders. When Sang-an calmly repeats his demand, the bully mockingly refuses to release Soyeon. One of the cronies recognizes Sang-an as the new Class 2 teacher, but the other dismisses the information as irrelevant. Daejeon then violently shoves Soyeon away to confront the newcomer. He smugly taunts Sang-an, crudely asking if he's the girl's uncle. Sang-an's expression remains dangerously calm, betraying none of his intentions. Daejeon's taunts escalate as he suggests Sang-an is a sugar daddy before making a vulgar proposition. But suddenly, Sang-an's fist smashes into the bully's face, cutting his vile sentence short. The punch sends him flying backward, crashing hard onto the floor. He screams in agony from the powerful, unexpected blow. Soyeon can only watch in absolute astonishment. In a flashback to the funeral, Sang-an is seen thanking her for being the only student to attend Ian's service. He solemnly tells her that this debt is one I will not forget, vowing to repay her act of kindness. Back in the present, Sang-an adjusts his glasses and turns his cold gaze on Daejeon's terrified friends. He lays out the terms, stating that Daejeon borrowed 500,000 won from Baek Soyeon. He then informs the shocked bullies that without a contract, he will be calculating the interest at a loan shark's rate of 30 per week. He continues his cold calculation, noting the debt is 8 weeks delinquent, and declares the new total to be a staggering 4,786,531. Clutching his bloody mouth, Daejeon furiously screams that the amount is bullshit. Sang-an simply advances, reminding him of the simple rule, You took on a debt, so you must repay it. The bully protests that the math doesn't make sense, to which Sung-an agrees, it doesn't. But from now on, it will, he concludes, his voice a final judgment that seals Daejeon's fate. In a car outside a karaoke bar, Kim Sung-an's subordinate Maknae grows increasingly anxious. He nervously asks his senior why their elite debt collection team is tailing a bunch of high school punks. The rookie continues to puzzle over why their team leader would go inside alone to follow the students. His senior in the tracksuit smacks him, telling him to shut up and trust the boss, scoffing at the idea that Sang-an is just in there to sing karaoke. While admitting he doesn't know the specifics, the senior tells the rookie there's one thing he knows for sure, and explains with grim certainty that whoever these high school pumps are, the very fact they've become Sung-an's target means they're totally and completely fucked. A fact proven by the scene of carnage inside the karaoke room. A bloody Park Dae-jeon angrily demands to know who this mysterious man is to interfere in his business. Kim Sung, and calmly introduces himself as the new homeroom teacher for Solbit High, Grade 3, Class 2. Baek Soyeon is stunned, realizing that a teacher from her own school and from Ms. Ian's class has just appeared. The bullies, however, are shocked and indignant, questioning if a teacher is now beating up students and extorting money. Sung-an coolly corrects them, stating he isn't extorting, but simply settling financial matters between students. He adds that correcting improper financial dealings between classmates is, in fact, part of a teacher's job. Daejeon, believing he found a loophole, points out that he was the one who threw the first punch. With that justification, the three of them lunge at the teacher, declaring they're now free to beat him to death. Unfazed, Sang-un simply notes their immediate aggression the moment he asks them to repay their debt. Before they can land a blow, he effortlessly intercepts and floors the blonde lackey with a single brutal punch, and immediately follows up, landing another swift and powerful blow on the dark-haired lackey. In a flurry of motion, he dismantles the trio, disdainfully calling them pathetic as they hit the floor. Park Dae-jeon and Baek Soyeon can only stare in shock, unable to comprehend the swift and brutal takedown. Standing over his defeated opponents, he gives them a single day until 5 p.m. tomorrow to pay back the debt. He then leans down to a terrified Daejeon, adding a grim warning about the consequences of failure. To emphasize his point, Sang-an viciously stomps on Daejeon's head, eliciting a scream of pain. He concludes his threat with a chilling promise, fail to pay, and you'll wish you were in hell. His business with the bullies concluded for now, he turns his attention to Baek Soyeon and confirms her identity. He advises the stunned and silent girl that it would be best for her to leave the scene. As he walks away, Soyeon tentatively calls out, unsure whether to address him as Mr. or Teacher. She quietly musters the courage to thank him for saving her from the bullies. Sang-un brushes off her gratitude, telling her it's nothing to worry about and that she should just head home. Soyeon is left bewildered, trying to process the identity of this mysterious teacher who she suspects is Ian's brother. Remembering his earlier declaration about collecting a debt, she starts to wonder if he saved her for a specific, calculated reason. The pieces begin to click into place as she realizes his appearance at her school is far too convenient to be a coincidence. Running to catch up, she asks him if the real reason he came to the school was to find out what happened to his sister, Teacher In. Sang-an stops but remains silent, offering no confirmation. Soyeon warns him that if his goal was to find the truth, he shouldn't have helped her, because she knows those guys well. She explains that the bullies, like the fuming Daejeon, will undoubtedly try to get revenge on him. She worries aloud that if they report what happened, he'll be kicked out of the school he just transferred to. Completely unconcerned, he simply replies, "We'll see." He leaves Soyeon with a cryptic, "I guess we'll find out in due time," as he walks away. The next day at Solbit High School, the atmosphere is deceptively normal. Students in the classroom are laughing and watching videos, oblivious to the undercurrent of tension. Baek Soyeon finds the quiet unsettling, having expected the bullies to retaliate against her and the teacher by now. Her eyes drift to a sullen Park Dae-jeon, and she wonders why the usually boisterous bully is being so quiet. Her thoughts are interrupted as the blonde lackey stomps menacingly towards her desk. He calls out to Baek Soyeon, who braces herself for another confrontation. She sighs, thinking to herself that, as expected, the trouble is starting again. To her utter shock, the bully shows her his phone, proving he's just transferred his share of the debt, 1,030.595511. And frantically explains that he calculated his third of the 4 million plus one debt and sent it. He then storms out, ordering her to tell that bastard he paid, leaving Soyeon completely baffled. She is left speechless, trying to understand what in the world just happened. Across the room, Park Dae-jeon seethes, silently calling his friend a moron. Later, Dae-jeon violently confronts the blonde lackey, grabbing him and calling him a dumbass. He furiously asks why he would pay back the debt and just his own share simply for getting punched once. The lackey screams back, insisting it was more than just a punch, and that's not why he's terrified. He reminds a confused Daejeon that all of them received the same text message from Sung-an. In a flashback, the bully's initial vows of revenge were cut short right after Sung-an had left. Their plotting was interrupted when all of their phones simultaneously buzzed with a notification. The lackey recalls their shared horror as they checked their phones, asking, "What the fuck is this?" Explaining his terror to Daejeon, the lackey asks if he saw the text from their new teacher. The text contained a terrifyingly comprehensive list of all their personal information, from passwords to the addresses of friends and family. He was especially frightened that Sung-an had the address of a great-aunt he didn't even know existed. He insists that the teacher is crazy and that they've messed with the wrong guy, a sentiment Daejeon now understands. Daejeon's jaw drops as he sees his other crony also wiring money on his phone. The dark-haired lackey explains that he has to pay it back, terrified of what will happen if his father finds out about his activities. Watching his crew abandon him, Daejeon mutters, "You traitorous bastards." His former friends hastily retreat, apologizing but admitting they want nothing more to do with that terrifying teacher. As they leave, they give one final piece of advice to their former leader: "If you don't want to get screwed, you better pay up, Park Daejeon." Back in class, the teacher drones on about per capita GDP. Meanwhile, Daejeon spirals into a panic, wondering what to do now that he's been abandoned. He despairs, realizing he has no money to pay Sung-an back after losing it all trading crypto. His panicked thoughts are interrupted by Sung-an, who appears at his desk to call him out for not paying attention in class. He then looms over him, holding a folder and calmly reminding him that it's almost 5 o'clock. With a chillingly placid expression, he tells Daejeon to save his idle thoughts for home. Daejeon can only glare in terrified silence as the final minutes tick away. After class, frustrated, he takes out his anger on a nearby window. He rages about the total psycho teacher who seemed to appear out of nowhere and ruin his life. A voice from behind, belonging to class president Ye-jun, remarks that he heard Daejeon was in trouble, and explains that he figured it out after seeing Daejeon's friends frantically trying to borrow money from classmates that morning. Daejeon scoffs at his disloyal friends, calling them beggars, but his rant is cut short. Ye-jun leans in, getting Daejeon's full attention with a quiet call of his name. With a sly, knowing smile, he offers the desperate bully a way to avoid paying the money, asking if he wants to hear it. As the sun sets, the school day finally comes to a close. Kim Sang-an stands waiting outside the school building, his silhouette cast against the evening sky. Baek Soyeon approaches her new teacher to give him an update. Without preamble, he asks if she was able to collect all the debt money. She confirms everyone paid except for Daejeon, adding that thanks to him, she was able to pay her mom's shop rent. She bows deeply, sincerely thanking the teacher for all his help. He dismisses her thanks, coldly stating he was only collecting a debt and that there's no reason to thank him. His eyes shift past her, focusing on an approaching figure. He finishes his thought, noting that one guy's debt still remains as Park Daejeon walks toward them. A smug, confident grin spreads across his face as he approaches. Sung-an asks him plainly if he brought the money, getting straight to the point. Daejeon scoffs at the mention of money, announcing that he isn't there to pay him back. His newfound confidence stems from a recent conversation where he asked Ye-jun how he could get out of paying. In a flashback, the manipulative class president advised him to make a deal with their new teacher. Ye-jun reasoned that since Sung-an used their personal info as leverage, he must have compromising information of his own. With a conspiratorial look, Ye-jun revealed that he happens to know a little something about teacher Kim Sang-an's personal information. Now, armed with this supposed leverage, Daejeon arrogantly announces to him that he's there to make a deal. Sung-an regards him with an impassive expression, merely repeating, "A deal?" Daejeon's smug grin widens as he confirms they're about to make a deal. He makes his offer, he'll tell him why Kim Ayan junked to her death, and in exchange, his debt will be cancelled. He then eagerly asks if his offer is tempting, but Sung-an remains unnervingly silent. After a pause, Sung-an looks at his watch and states a simple fact: it's past 5 o'clock. The response catches Daejeon completely off guard, leaving him confused. He stumbles back nervously as Sung-an begins to advance, asking why he's coming closer. Panicked, he desperately repeats his offer, insisting they can make an easy deal regarding Kim Warner's death. Ignoring the offer completely, Sung-an grabs Daejeon by the throat, reminding him, "I believe I warned you." As the boy struggles, he reminds him of the specific terms of his warning if the debt wasn't paid by 5. With a cold, determined glare, Sung-an prepares to make good on his promise, to make Park Daejeon wish he were in hell. In a flashback to his training, a younger Kim Sang-an watches as a debtor chokes and begs for his life by a desolate harbor. While the man pleads to be spared, he observes the scene with a cold, unwavering gaze. His mentor, the chairman, instructs him to watch the gruesome lesson closely. When the chairman gives the order to proceed, the young man obediently responds, yes. The debtor screams that he'll pay back the money, but Sang-an's eyes remain devoid of pity. The chairman points out the man's gurgling, desperate expression as his man holds him with chains around his neck. He explains that this look of pure despair is the face Sang-an will have to confront for the rest of his life. With a hardened expression, Sang-an silently absorbs the brutal reality of his chosen path. That memory flashes in his mind as he now chokes the life out of Park Dae-jeon. While Dae-jeon gasps for air and begs for mercy, Baek So-yeon watches the violent scene unfold in horror. She desperately pleads with the teacher to stop, terrified he might actually kill his fellow student. But Sang-an just icily repeats the student's desperate plea to be saved, showing no sign of stopping. Finding the bully's sudden begging amusing, he releases him, contemptuously mocking how easily the bully begs for his life when truly confronted. Towering over the gasping student, he ominously declares, "I haven't even started yet." Confused as to why the teacher simply walked away, a shaken Dae-jeon curses him under his breath. He clutches his bruised neck, anxiously wondering if the man will now resort to shaking down his parents for the money. However, he quickly dismisses the worry, confident that his runaway mother and overseas father are unreachable. Just as he curses his rotten luck, one of Sang-an's subordinates emerges from a parked van. The subordinate swiftly ambushes him from behind, clamping a drugged cloth over his mouth. As Dae-jeon struggles, the man taunts him, saying this wouldn't have been necessary if his parents could have paid off his debt. Before he loses consciousness, he's told to get some sleep because he's about to start a long period of hard labor. Drugged and defeated, Dae-jeon slumps into unconsciousness in the back of the van. He is jolted awake by a sudden cold splash of water to his face. The imposing fishing boat captain stands over him with a bucket, asking how long he planned on sleeping. The captain gives him a dead-eyed stare, stating that if he wants to pay his debt, he better work every single minute. A bewildered Dae-jeon demands to know where he is and why the air reeks of fish. The horrifying realization sets in as he sees nothing but open water surrounding a single fishing boat. It's revealed that for the next 10 days, he will be forced to work as a deckhand on this very boat. Initially, he refuses to accept his fate, pleading that he's a student and there has been a mistake. His demand to turn the boat around is violently cut short by the captain grabbing his head, and swiftly slams him to the deck, questioning his claims of a mistake. Brandishing a knife, the captain coldly informs him that there are only 2 ways to get off the boat. The first option, he explains, is to work diligently and pay back the debt. The second option is left unspoken as he presses the cold blade to Dae-jeon's bleeding lip. Then, the captain clarifies the second choice, get beaten to a pulp by the crew, and then work to pay off the debt, forcing Dae-jeon to accept his grim reality. For the first time in his life, he is forced to work, but the spoiled punk struggles with the tangled nets. His seniors, lovingly, teach him his duties with brutal kicks and threats of turning him into fish food. By day 4, he can finally sort the nets, his thoughts now consumed by a simple craving for a hamburger. As days of seasickness and backbreaking labor blend together, his sense of time completely dulls. Meanwhile, back at Solbit High, students whisper and stare at a strange, haggard-looking person approaching the school. After 10 long days, a zombie-like Park Dae-jeon finally stumbles back onto school grounds. Sunken-eyed and exhausted, he mutters to himself that his torturous ordeal is finally over. The traumatic experience forces a solemn vow from him: he will never borrow money again. As his classmates shrink away from his ghastly appearance, he reaffirms his oath to never set foot on that boat again. Just then, Kim Sang-in appears and emotionlessly informs him, get on it again next week. Completely dumbfounded, Dae-jeon can only stare in disbelief. He explodes with rage, screaming that he worked his ass off and starved for 10 days to pay what he owed. But Sang-in calmly corrects him, stating, don't be mistaken, you still haven't paid off your debt. He breaks down the grim math. Interest accrued the moment he became overdue, raising the total to over 1.7 million won. The total debt then ballooned further as Sang-in adds the interest that accrued while Dae-jeon was on the boat, bringing it to nearly 2.3 million won. Continuing the breakdown, he explains how trainee wage deductions and brokerage fees reduced his total earnings to just 700,000 won. In the end, Sang-in reveals that Dae-jeon still owes a staggering 1,097,604 won. Dae-jeon furiously protests, screaming that this is an illegal violation of his human rights. Sang-in coolly counters, asking if he thinks not paying a debt is okay, and reminding him that he even found him a job. Speechless, Daejeon realizes his interests would have just continued to snowball without this forced labor. Sang-un instructs him to prepare for the next trip in 4 days, which will be conveniently logged as field training for attendance. The thought of returning to that boat again fills Daejeon with utter dread and despair. Later, back at the Chunhong capital office, the maknae approaches his team leader Sang-un and presents an interim report for the investigation Sang-un had requested on the students of Class 3-2. The maknae reports that with the help of 3 private investigation agencies, they've completed background checks on the first 10 of 20 students. Sang-un immediately gets to the point, asking if they found anything unusual. His subordinate hesitates, explaining that the agencies themselves asked for confirmation on their findings. The agencies reported that there was nothing unusual at all. In fact, for a case assigned by him, it was far too clean. The maknae concludes that the first 10 students investigated aren't just ordinary, they're practically model students. Sang-un confirms they are proceeding in order of attendance number, methodically working through the class roster. This methodical process means that the very next student to be investigated is the class president, Ye-jun. Suddenly, Sang-un receives a text from Park Daejeon, tauntingly telling him to come to a specific address to get his money. After reading the message, he dismisses his subordinate for the day, saying he has something to take care of. Meanwhile, Daejeon waits impatiently in a deserted arcade, seething about how the teacher is treating him like a slave. With a determined look, he vows to forget the debt and make sure his teacher is dead today. A flashback shows a furious Daejeon confronting Ye-jun, who laughs at the story of him being forced onto a boat. Daejeon yells that he got completely screwed by following his advice and demands help. He pointedly reminds the class president, "You've already gotten rid of one teacher before." To Daejeon's shock, Ye-jun nonchalantly agrees, saying, "All right, I'll help you." He claims that his last plan was merely a test, and that this time, he will help him properly. Then he reveals his true motive. Things could get annoying because that man is Kim Won-ain's older brother. Daejeon panics at this revelation, but Ye-jun tells him not to overthink it. With a sinister smile, he gives his simple instruction: just lure him to the place I prepare. Back in the present, the sound of footsteps alerts Daejeon that his target has arrived. Kim Sang-un appears at the end of the hall, immediately asking if he brought the money. Feeling bold, Daejeon scoffs at the question and brazenly admits he didn't bring a thing. Sang-un notes his newfound brazenness, but then looks around, questioning if this plan will truly be enough. His sharp eyes spot the silhouettes of thugs hiding behind the arcade machines. Realizing they've been discovered, the lead thug steps out and orders his men to reveal themselves. A small army of armed thugs surrounds Sang-un, who remains completely unfazed by the threat. Feeling empowered by his backup, he states his first demand: his debt is to be completely cleared. And for his second demand, he tells Sang-un to leave the school for good. Ignoring the threats entirely, Sang-un simply asks, "Who was it?" causing the boy to falter. He dismisses Daejeon as a pawn, stating the kid lacks the guts for such a plan as he calmly advances on the thugs. As the thugs hesitate, Daejeon panics and screams at them to attack. He frantically orders the hired muscle to hurry up and waste the approaching teacher. While a thug rushes in with a pipe, Sang-un ignores him, repeating his question and demanding to know who planned the ambush. The thug yells that he isn't in a position to be asking questions as he swings the weapon. To the thug's utter disbelief, Sang-un effortlessly dodges the descending pipe and prepares to attack. With a single punch, he hurls the man, who crashes through the window, shattering it. Daejeon watches, his mouth agape in shock, as his hired army is dismantled with ease. Just then, Sang-un says, "I'll ask one last time. The person who planned this..." Splattered with blood, his glasses glinting menacingly, he glares and repeats with deadly calm, "Who was it?" With a menacing glare, he repeats his question, "Who was it?" But the thug leader is unimpressed, telling his men to stop posturing and take him down. He orders his lackeys to make their target kneel. Yet, Sang-un remains unfazed as the thugs charge. The first thug is brutally taken down by his sudden attack. And in a whirlwind of violence, Sang-un systematically dismantles the entire gang. Suddenly, a lone thug charges forward, screaming in defiance. But Sang-un effortlessly dodges the attack and grabs the thug by the throat. With overwhelming force, he slams him into a machine, shattering the glass. Just then, the leader yells at his comrades to attack together instead of one by one. He proclaims they can't possibly lose to a single unarmed Four Eyes. But Sang-un has already found a new weapon, inside the claw machine, a teddy bear. He uses the seemingly innocent toy to deliver a crushing blow. The teddy bear becomes an instrument of pain, incapacitating their leader. Nearby, Park Daejeon watches in horror as the leader of the thugs falls before him, lying defeated. He's left utterly baffled and terrified by what he has just witnessed, and he is unable to comprehend how this one man is winning. The scene is a blur of motion as he continues his brutal takedown, leaving them wondering how he is so powerful. Wiping blood from his hands, he turns his attention back to Park Dae-jeon, noting that the pests are gone. Dae-jeon screams in terror, still trapped inside the claw machine. Convinced he will be killed if caught, the student resolves to escape at all costs. As he sprints for his life, he trips and falls, desperately trying to get back up. Motivated by the fear of ending up like the beaten thugs, he pushes himself to his feet. Screaming that he doesn't want to die, he flees the scene. Sung-an watches him go, calmly remarking that the boy will soon realize the futility of running. Surrounded by unconscious bodies, he states a grim truth: once you're in debt, there's nowhere left to run. Meanwhile, a panicked Dae-jeon calls Ye-jun, screaming that all the guys he sent were taken down. Hiding in a stairwell, he begs for help, terrified of being caught. Ye-jun, however, coldly tells him to deposit 5 million won, leaving him stunned, and explains it's the fee for hiring the thugs, causing Dae-jeon to erupt in furious confusion. Ye-jun simply smirks, reminding him that he never said the help was free. Dae-jeon yells back in desperation, saying he's already in a mess because of debt and has no money. Spotting figures approaching, Ye-jun calmly declares, "This is a problem." As his own men corner Dae-jeon, Ye-jun informs the terrified bully that he is now in debt to him. He then lays out the new terms, a crippling 45 weekly compounded interest. With a sinister smile, he promises to introduce Dae-jeon to a good job so he can pay off his new debt. Later, from a high-rise window, Ye-jun reflects on teacher Kim Sang-an, admitting his power is unexpected. He marvels at the fact that the teacher took on over a dozen guys by himself. A smirk crosses his face as he anticipates that this new development should be fun. Back at the arcade, the lead thug groggily awakens, wondering what kind of monster that teacher is. Just then, a new figure arrives, chastising his men for the mess they've made in his absence. The beaten thug recognizes his team leader and asks how he got there. The ponytail team leader mockingly states that a leader knows where his men are, though he admits he didn't expect to find them beaten to a pulp. However, he demands an explanation, and the subordinate begins to explain it was a side job from a student at Solbit High. The thug admits they were hired to take care of a teacher for a mere 5 million won, but were all defeated. His team leader is incredulous that they were paid so little for the job. He berates his subordinate for taking on a job for chump change and, worse yet, for being defeated by a single teacher. When the thug tries to explain that the teacher wasn't normal, his team leader brutally hits him with the hammer. Holding a bloody hammer, he declares that this situation won't do. He states that, while carrying the good capital name, they cannot be seen getting beaten by a single teacher. After that, he menacingly asks if his subordinate will take responsibility if rumors spread. He then asks for the teacher's name, and the beaten thug groans, "Kim." "It's Kim Sang-an," the thug finishes. The ponytail team leader seems to recognize the name. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he confirms, "So it's Kim Sang-an, is it?" The scene shifts to the exterior of the Chunhong capital office. Sang-an arrives back at the office, surprised to find Maknae still there. Maknae explains that since he's still a half-wit who can't do collections alone, he's trying to be helpful with paperwork. He declares his desire to hurry up and become a loan shark just like his team leader. The young man enthusiastically calls his boss the #1 loan shark in Korea and his personal role model. But Sang-an's response is blunt and sobering: loan sharks are nothing but trash. He elaborates, calling them scum who value money over lives, ghoulish beings who drag the desperate into the abyss, and concludes that they are trash who will definitely go to hell, shocking Maknae into silence. Revealing his heavily scarred torso, he asks if Maknae truly wants to become the best among such trash. He adds that the work they do is certainly dirty, but Maknae argues back, insisting that his team leader isn't that kind of trash. Maknae reveals he heard from the chairman about Sang-an's past. He tearfully recounts how his boss gave up his own life, walking into the abyss of his own free will for his little sister's sake, and passionately declares that if a man like Sang-an calls himself trash, then he doesn't mind becoming trash too. Moved, Sang-an looks at the young man and reflects that he had forgotten the Maknae's past. A flashback shows a much younger Maknae begging on his knees. He recalls desperately pleading for more money for a surgery bill, realizing that Maknae is just like he once was. Sang-an relents, telling the young man he won't stop him if he insists on becoming trash. He gives him a new assignment: start going on collection runs alone tomorrow with a 10 incentive. However, Sang-an makes him promise one thing. Once he has paid off the surgery bills he borrowed for, he must leave this line of work. Overcome with emotion, Maknae bows deeply and promises to do his best to leave. As Sung-an walks away, he ponders the situation, concluding that Park Dae-jeon must have a backer. He reasons that since the boy is broke, the backer isn't motivated by money. He realizes he's being tested and that someone wants him to leave the school. As he walks, he muses that only one reason comes to mind for why they'd want him gone, and deduces they want to stop him from digging into the real reason for Kim Won-un's suicide. He then realizes he doesn't need to seek his enemies out. He concludes that the closer he gets to the truth, the more they'll be forced to show their ugly faces. Just then, he realizes he forgot his tie. The scene shifts again to the Chunhong Capital office building. Inside, a jubilant maknae celebrates finally being free from grunt work and getting to go on a collection run. He wonders what to wear, concluding that looking tough is the most important thing. And he has a sudden realization about the best way to look tough. He imagines himself wearing the same glasses as his team leader, practicing his line, "I'm here to collect your debt." As he daydreams, he notices something amiss. He sees that Sung-an left his tie, just as a dark shadow appears in the doorway. Thinking it's his team leader, maknae cheerfully asks if he came back for his tie. But an unseen force rushes towards the unsuspecting young man. Meanwhile, Sung-an arrives back outside the building. He pauses for a moment before heading back inside. Upon opening the door, he finds the maknae on the chair. His eyes widen in shock and alarm. He discovers maknae, battered and bleeding, sitting silently in a chair. Rushing to his subordinate's side, he checks for a pulse and assesses the wounds, noting a crushed and torn pattern not made by a knife or bare hands. He correctly identifies the injury as being from a blunt weapon. Just then, a shadowy figure with a hammer attacks him from behind. The newcomers express his disappointment. Sung-an catches a surprise attack and recognizes his assailant. The ponytail team leader remarks that Sung-an remembers him. At this, our guy declares that this is going to be a problem. Choi Oh-cheol, the good capital debt collection team leader, wielding a bloody claw hammer, questions what kind of problem it could be. Sung-an warns the man that attacking their employee could escalate into an issue between their companies. "If you attacked our employee without any reason," Choi Oh-cheol scoffs, asking why he wouldn't have a reason to attack, and reveals that Sung-an was the one who shoved my guys into the arcade machines first, leading Sung-an to realize the thugs were from good capital. Sang-an recalls his chairman, Hwang Byung-hyun, telling him he had squared things with the Solbit High Foundation for his contract position. He remembers thanking him, and the chairman's warning echoes in his mind. "This is your personal business. Don't drag the company into your problems." Realizing this is a troublesome situation he must handle himself, Sung-an's gaze hardens. Choi Oh-cheol taunts him, saying that now he's awake, they can get started, and remarks how many years it's been since they last met. After that, he readies his claw hammer, eagerly anticipating the fight. A final reveal shows that Choi Oh-cheol is also the former debt collection team leader of Sung-an's own company, Chunhong Capital. And a flashback to his brutal training, a young Kim Sang-an is told by his mentor, Choi Oh-cheol, that to be a true loan shark, he must become a terrifying presence, and explains the grim reality of their business, that debtors only pay up when they genuinely believe their lives are on the line. Cruelly, he uses him as an example, pointing out that the only reason he's paying his father's debt is to avoid being beaten to a pulp. However, with a smirk, he acknowledges that the young man's motivation is different from a simple fear of being beaten. He viciously taunts him, correctly guessing that his real fear is for the safety of his sister. Noticing Sang-an's defiant glare, Oh-cheol sarcastically asks if his trainee dislikes his teaching methods. Annoyed at being saddled with a brat, the mentor decides the young man is hopeless and grabs a hammer to escalate the training. With a sadistic grin, he announces that he's going to start by breaking one of his ribs. Back in the present, Oh-cheol mocks his former student, remarking sarcastically that even trash like him managed to become a team leader. With a cold, condescending look, he decides it's time for a violent reunion. And so, Oh-cheol lunges forward with his bloody hammer, shouting that he's eager to see how much his former protege has grown. In a flash of movement, Sung-an deftly dodges the hammer swing, now facing off against his old mentor. Oh-cheol grins, impressed by his former student's newfound quickness. He taunts him, boasting that if this were the old days, his head would have already been cracked open. Sensing his opponent's hesitation, he correctly deduces that the younger man does not want this fight to escalate. As his old mentor offers a solution, Sung-an listens with a cold, unreadable expression. Demonstrating his utter contempt, Oh-cheol grinds his shoe on the floor to make his point, and declares that the simple solution is for Sung-an to bow his head and apologize for the perceived slight. He smugly asks his former subordinate if they have a deal. Instead, Sung-an adopts a fighting stance, making it clear that his men attacked first and critically injured a team member. With unwavering resolve, he looks his old mentor in the eye and flatly refuses to apologize. His former master's face twists in rage, recalling how the young man constantly defied his orders in the past. Exploding with fury, he swings his hammer while screaming about how much he hated his insubordination. He rants that while Sung-an followed orders from the old man, he always refused to obey him. Vowing to teach him a proper lesson, Okil prepares to demolish his former student and lunges forward, launching a flurry of attacks, but our guy easily dodges them. He is determined to show him the violent consequences of refusing his word. However, Song-an glances at the gravely injured Maknae, realizing he needs to end this confrontation quickly. The dire thought crosses his mind that if he doesn't get his subordinate to a hospital soon, the young man will die. Okil scoffs at his divided attention, questioning if this is any time to worry about a mere lackey. Demanding his full focus, he launches another ferocious attack. In response, Sung-an gets into his stance, his expression turning ice-cold as he prepares to counter. The bloody hammer swings perilously close, but he is ready. He dodges under the swing, closing the distance between them in an instant. Sung-an recalls a lesson from his brutal training. Against a blunt weapon, risk closing in to find an opening. Oh, Kale smirks, noting that his pupil is doing exactly as he was taught. Although Sung-an blocks the hammer, his former mentor taunts him, asking if he thinks a trick he taught could ever work on the master. Seeing the same defiant look in his eyes, Okil curses him for being the same unlikable bastard he always was. Sung-an calmly states that his old mentor's hatred for him is fortunate. Because, revealing the feeling is mutual, he deliberately takes the hammer's blow to his arm to trap his opponent. Stunned by the move, Okil wonders if his former student took the hit on purpose. He realizes too late that he was baited, using his own training to create a false sense of predictability. As Sung-an tightens his grip, he explains that he only ever refused unacceptable orders, making Okil grit his teeth as he realizes his student has truly surpassed him. Declaring that this was the reason for his defiance, he prepares to land a devastating punch to Okil's face. He remembers the monstrous order to kidnap a desperate mother's child over a missed payment. As the punch connects, the powerful blow sends blood spraying from his nose as he reels back. Another memory flashes through his mind, in order to burn down a shopkeeper's store to force a late payment. Back in the fight, Sung-an lands another punishing blow to his mentor's gut. He recalls with disgust how his old teacher always took perverse pleasure in the despair of his victims. With a final, decisive punch, he declares that he disliked every last bit of his mentor's sadistic methods. The force of the blow sends Okil crashing to the ground in a heap. Defeated, he flashes back to the young defiant punk he once tortured during training. Lying broken on the office floor, he seethes, wondering how that very same punk is now looking down on him. Coughing up blood, Okil scoffs at Sung-an, sarcastically asking if he thinks he's some kind of noble, righteous loan shark. He spits that they are both the same two pieces of trash in the same line of work. Sung-an clenches his bloody fist, admitting that he is, in fact, nothing more than trash. However, he delivers the final verbal blow. Unlike Okil, he at least does not enjoy this work. Bidding a cold farewell, he turns and walks away, leaving his beaten and bewildered former mentor on the floor. Okil watches in disbelief as he heads to check on Maknae, asking why he's just walking away. Threatening that it isn't over, he insists that if his former student wants to bury this, he'll have to kill him. While carrying his fallen subordinate, Sung-an reminds Okil that as a fellow loan shark, he knows full well what it means to take on a debt. As he walks towards the door, he begins to lay out the terms of this new arrangement. He coldly informs his old mentor that he now owes him his life. He brilliantly turns the tables, setting the repayment date for the moment. Okil leaks what happened, ensuring his silence with a debt that can never be repaid. With a final, pointed remark, he advises the team leader not to let his emotions get the better of him again. He then carries Maknae out into the hallway, leaving his defeated and enraged former master behind. Alone and seething, Okil grudgingly acknowledges that his former student has become a truly vicious loan shark. Yet, he breaks into a fit of laughter, mocking the irony of the advice about not getting emotional, and realizes with a grimace that for Sung-an to say such a thing, it must mean he himself is being far too emotional. Without a moment's hesitation, Sung-an gets his injured subordinate to Solbit University Hospital. There, Maknae lies unconscious in a hospital bed, his head bandaged from the attack. He slowly regains consciousness, confused and disoriented about where he is. Startled to see his boss, the young man tries to sit up, but Sung-an reassures him that he's in the hospital and needs to rest. When asked about the attacker, Sung-an reveals it was his former team leader from his rookie days, who now works for a rival company, and clarifies that he was the intended target, and Maknae just had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. When his boss asks why he was at the office so late, Maknai admits he was organizing the personal files for the Solbit High students. His memory jolted, he suddenly remembers the suspicious information he uncovered just before the attack. He urgently tells him that one of the students, Ye-jun, is definitely no ordinary kid. The scene then cuts to Sung-un taking attendance in the classroom at Solbit High. He calls out the names of the students in class 3-2, one by one. Finally, his gaze settles on the class president as he calls out the name, Ye-jun. The student politely raises his hand and answers, appearing every bit the model pupil. Staring at his attendance book, Sung-un calls Ye-jun's name a second time. Slightly confused, the class president questions why he's being called again. A flashback reveals that the Maknae explains that all the fixer agencies they use for background checks refuse to investigate one particular student. His boss listens with growing intensity, understanding the grave implications of such a refusal. Maknae confirms that this only ever happens when the target is a person of interest, someone too powerful or dangerous to look into. He reveals that the untouchable student's name is Ye-jun. Back in the classroom, as Sung-un looks at the seemingly perfect student, his resolve hardens. He knows there is definitely something wrong with him. The scene opens at the Pyongan Memorial Park, where Kim Il-won's ashes are kept. At his sister's memorial, Kim Sang-an coldly thanks a young woman, Baek Soyeon, for visiting. He cuts straight to business, asking her if Park Dae-jeon has paid back his debt. Soyeon confirms he hasn't, and notes to herself that Sung-un's intense focus on the debt proves he really is Ayeon's older brother. He promises he'll make Dae-jeon pay soon, but she protests, saying the money from the other kids was enough. She then expresses her guilt, wondering if it's right to receive more than the 500,000 won she originally lent. Sung-un sternly corrects her, stating that it is right to receive more because that extra amount is the interest, and gives her a loan shark's lecture, defining interest as the premium for risk and the price of opportunity cost. He then pointedly asks her to quantify the losses she incurred from lending the money. He lays out her losses, her mother had to work more, and she herself spent time consumed by guilt and fear. And so, he concludes, there's no reason to question receiving interest, as it's simply compensation for the pain she received. Soyeon quietly processes the word compensation, finding him a difficult person to understand. As he turns to leave, she calls out to him, still hesitant. She tells him the compensation is enough, and feels that with him as her teacher, she won't be bullied again, beginning to think he's not a bad person after all. He dismisses her reasoning as irrational, but accepts her decision for now. Still, he offers his help with debt collection anytime she changes her mind, leaving the door open for his brand of justice. She timidly thanks him, slightly confused by his offer of collection. Sung-un walks away, his purpose at the memorial fulfilled. With his meeting done, he steels himself to begin earnestly weeding out his targets. Back at school, he calls out to the class president, Ye-jun, telling the boy he needs to see him for a moment. His true goal is to determine which of the students owes him a debt for his sister's death. Ye-jun nervously arrives at the counseling room, asking why the teacher called for him. Sang-an explains that due to the recent unsavory incident, he's conducting individual interviews for mental management, and tells the student that as class president, he thought it best to start with him, and Ye-jun correctly assumes it's about the teacher Ayeon incident. Sung-un probes further, asking if witnessing the scene himself has interfered with his daily life. Ye-jun claims it was hard for a few days, but insists that he's okay now. Sung-an immediately finds this strange and voices his skepticism. Taken aback by the teacher's bluntness, Ye-jun asks him to clarify. Sung-an points out the gruesome nature of the scene where his sister died. He reveals that every single other witness is currently receiving psychiatric treatment, and then he corners him with the fact, except for you, Ye-jun. Pushing back, the student asks what's so strange about that, prompting a surprised reaction from his teacher. Ye-jun puts on a false front, asking if it isn't a good thing that he's okay while feigning confusion at the apparent pressure. He explains that as class president, he's just pretending to be okay for the sake of the class's morale. Then, with a chillingly fake smile, he asks the teacher to write in the log that he is struggling but enduring well. Sang-an cuts right through the act, telling him he's going to be frank. He directly accuses the class, and by extension Ye-jun himself, of being the cause of Kim Ayeon's death. The student feigns shock, realizing this is why the teacher was pressuring him. Sang-an watches as the boy stammers, asking what he will do if culprits do exist in the class. Then, to his surprise, Ye-jun suddenly grabs his hand. In a show of fake desperation, the boy begs him to find the culprit who drove teacher Ayeon to her death. With tears in his eyes, he says, it's okay to suspect him, pleading for the teacher to find the real perpetrator. After his performance, he bows respectfully and says he'll be going. But Sung-un stops him one last time, calling out to the class president. With a chillingly calm demeanor, he tells the student they'll be seeing a lot of each other from now on. Yejun smirks slightly, agreeing with a simple, "I suppose so." As he walks away, he returns the sentiment with equal menace, saying he looked forward to it too. Once out of sight, he lets out a quiet, sinister laugh. He mockingly recalls Sang-an's description of the gruesome scene. And he scoffs at the idea, thinking, "A gruesome scene, you say? No." In a flashback to the event, students are seen panicking and screaming as Ian's body lies on the ground. While others frantically call for an ambulance, Yejun stands calmly amidst the chaos, blood spattered on his face. He recalls the teacher's pained scream of, "No!" and remembers seeing not a gruesome scene, but the sight of Sang-an reaching out in despair. The memory of that desperate, reaching hand is seared into his mind. To the sociopathic boy, that spectacle of raw despair was really enjoyable. Meanwhile, Sang-an walks down the hall, pondering his conversation with Yejun. He recalls when the boy grabbed his hands and knows from experience that there wasn't a single tremor in them. He compares this to his own sister's desperate grip, realizing the hands of a truly desperate person are never so steady. He vows to peel off Yejun's mask and expose his true nature, telling his deceased sister to wait just a little longer. He remembers her words before she fell, calling the people who drove her to it terrible demons. And Sang-an affirms his mission: he will find every single one of those demons. Then, without any mercy, he will drop them all into the abyss. Later, Sang-an overhears students gossiping about a female streamer who is earning a lot of money. The students mock the idea of a high schooler making so much, crudely suggesting she sucks up donations by dancing. One student identifies the streamer's nickname as I-Ain and points out she's the redhead from the next class, as Sang-Ain stops to listen. They comment on how creepy it is to use a dead person's name, though another dismisses it, saying she used it even when the teacher was alive. A student speculates she wouldn't change her name and risk losing viewers, hoping she isn't using it with bad intentions. Another jokes that if she's using the name on purpose, she's a terrible devil, an idea that catches Sang-an's full attention. The scene cuts to a lively online broadcast where streamer Ian receives a donation of 1,317 hearts. Honghae Ryeom, as Ian, thanks her fans while dancing suggestively on stage. She promises to work even harder for her viewers. The broadcast host hypes her up, calling her the filial daughter of their room for raising the tension. He then chides the other, less popular streamers for their weak donation power. Suddenly, a huge donation of 6,542 hearts comes in from a top donor known as Bampo God Building Owner, electrifying the broadcast. A-Room feigns surprise and gratitude, playing up her reaction for her top donor, Bampo Appa. The host encourages her to do a sexy dance in thanks, and she happily complies, telling her fans to keep supporting her. A dossier on screen reveals the streamer's real identity, Seoulbut high school student Honghae Ryeom. From his office, Sang-an reviews her file, noting her poor grades and frequent absences as her fans cheer on the stream. He realizes there was a very specific reason she was always sleeping at school. Just then, his tracksuit-wearing subordinate pops up, asking what he's watching so intently. The subordinate explains he's staying late to cover for Maknai, who is in the hospital. He teases his boss for watching a ranking broadcast, calling it a twist and charm, but Sang-an just asks if he knows about it. Trying to act cool, the subordinate explains that it's a broadcast where female streamers are ranked by their donations. He points to the ranking table on screen, explaining that a streamer's rank determines their pay and status. However, he calls the system truly vicious, noting that lower-ranked streamers are treated inhumanely and often aren't paid at all. Hearing that the streamers will do whatever they're told for donations, Sang-an deduces that he can get his question answered if he pays enough. His subordinate confirms that a large enough donation will certainly get her to answer, now curious about his boss's intentions. He panics, thinking his boss has fallen for a cam girl, but Sang-an curtly dismisses him. As he's being shooed away, the subordinate can only wonder just how much money his boss is about to spend. His subordinate stares intently as a massive donation is processed. The streamer is momentarily stunned into silence by the sheer size of the donation. The host and the other streamers are in disbelief at what just happened. A new user, RLAXXXNIM, has dropped 10,000 hearts with a simple request: answer my question from now on. Playing along, Ian asks what the question is, intrigued that it's not a request for a reaction. Sang-an types his question, ignoring her joke about a marriage proposal. Another 10,000 hearts drop, this time with the question, what does the name Ian mean? The specific question, what does the name Ian mean, hangs in the chat for all to see. Honghae Ryeom feigns coyness, asking why he's curious about something like that, and suggesting one more donation might get him an answer. The host urges her to answer quickly, reminding her the boss is waiting, and she giggles, admitting she was just playing hard to get. As she prepares to answer, Sang-an waits, ready to confirm if she is one of the demons he's hunting. She begins to explain the origin of her streamer name. With a cruel, smiling face, she reveals that Ian was the name of a doll she used to have so much fun playing with. The other streamers laugh it off as nothing, asking if she still sleeps with the doll. As Sung-un and his subordinate listen, Hong-ae-room continues her story saying, "No, unfortunately that doll." His face hardens as she finishes her sentence. "It got completely broken." Enraged, his fingers fly across the keyboard preparing a response. A-room's smug expression falters as she sees a new notification. Another 10,000 hearts appear, shocking the host who calls it a jackpot. The host frantically tells everyone to start a group reaction for the massive donation. As the studio celebrates, Sang-un calmly walks away from his computer, his target confirmed. He now clearly understands the demonic nature of Hong-ae-rim. In his mind's eye, he sees the cruel, smiling face she must have worn while tormenting his sister at school. On stream, Hong-ae-rim remarks that while the hearts are good, the chat message attached is a bit strange. The final message from RLAXXX attached to the 10,000 hearts, is shown alongside the question he asked. His chilly message is a declaration of debt. Since you borrowed that name, from now on, you'll have to pay for it. The story flashes back 1 month to Seolbit High School, setting the stage for how another student fell into a dangerous trap. In a classroom, Lee Hui-yeon silently observes her classmate Hong-ae-rim, who is flaunting an expensive-looking designer handbag. She mentally appraises the bag, guessing it must have cost at least 2 million won, while wondering how Arim could possibly afford it. Noticing her stare, Arim coyly asks if she wants the bag, boasting that it's a new arrival. A flustered Hui-yeon asks if Arim's parents bought the expensive bag for her. She scoffs, revealing that her parents are broke and that she bought it with her own money from a part-time job, which immediately piques Hui-yeon's interest. Desperate for money, Hui-yeon eagerly asks to be introduced to the high-paying job, promising she can handle anything. Seeing her eagerness, Arim's expression turns sly as she confirms if Hui-yeon is truly willing to do anything. With a deceptive smile, she agrees to introduce her, a decision Hui-yeon would come to bitterly regret. Arim explains that the job is an easy livestream where all she has to do is play along with the online chat. As they prepare, she insists on dressing Hui-yeon up for the stream, an idea the other girl hesitantly accepts. Hui-yeon feels the revealing outfit is too much, but her protests are dismissed as prudish, and she soon discovers the sinister reason for the getup. She is thrown into the ranking broadcast, a high-energy livestream where streamers like Ian, who is actually Hong-ae-rim, dance for viewer donations. Arim whispers to a nervous Hui-yeon to keep smiling as the show's simple premise begins to unfold. Hui-yeon learns the core of the broadcast. Streamers perform reactions for sponsors, with crazier reactions earning bigger donations. While standing awkwardly on stage, she is berated by the host to shake it fast, but soon realizes her discomfort is the least of her problems. The broadcast's most bizarre feature is a ranking system based on donations, pitting the streamers against each other for money. Driven by this system, the streamers perform increasingly excessive reactions to thank their high-paying APA sponsors. Overwhelmed by the explicit nature of the broadcast, Hui-yeon realizes she absolutely cannot fit in with the other streamers. After the show, the broadcast manager, Kim Tae-guillaume, criticizes her lackluster reactions, but Arim dismisses it as first-time jitters. The manager complains that because of her poor performance, the broadcast is now in the red. Arim fires back, questioning how they could be in the red after all the hearts she received, and demands they pay Hui-yeon her appearance fee. He glares, muttering that he's hesitant to pay because she didn't earn her keep. Humiliated, Hui-yeon can only apologize for her poor performance on her first day. Reluctantly, the manager agrees to pay her just this once since Arim introduced her, but warns there will be no mercy next time. As she waits for the deposit, Hui-yeon wonders if she'll only get a fraction of the pay because of her bad performance. However, she is stunned to see a deposit of 1 million won, and the lure of such easy money convinces her to try just one more time. Arim insidiously encourages her, promising she'll earn several times more if she just provides better reactions, hiding the true cost of the money. Returning to the broadcast, Hui-yeon apologizes for her previous performance and promises to do the reactions properly this time. Caught in the cycle, she finds that the money she earned so easily is spent even more easily on shopping sprees with Arim. Then one day, everything changes as she watches Arim's solo performance on the broadcast. Hui-yeon's eyes widen in shock as a particular donation message flashes across the screen. A massive 10,000 heart donation from a user comes with a question: what does the name Ian mean? With a cruel smirk, Arim reveals that Ian was the name of a doll she had a lot of fun playing with. The horrible truth dawns on Hui-yon as she recalls Aram's past manipulations, like convincing her she could afford a designer bag. She finally realizes that Aram using their teacher's name wasn't a coincidence, and that she is being groomed to be the next doll to be broken. So when Hui-yon tries to quit, Aram's friendly facade drops, and she coldly asks, "You think you can, you fucking bitch?" Aram informs the shocked girl that she can't quit because she has a shit ton of debt. She explains that the money the boss paid Hui-yon, despite her poor rankings, was an investment he fully intends to collect. As Hui-yon protests that she was never told about this, Aram complains that her shouting hurts her ears. Grabbing her face, she menacingly asks if Hui-yon has forgotten what happened to their homeroom teacher when she acted up. Aram tightens her grip, threateningly telling the smart Hui-yon to shut up and listen. She tells the cornered girl that without appearing on the broadcast, she has no way to pay back the fabricated debt. To drive the point home, she violently shoves her to the ground, asking if she gets the picture now. After asserting her dominance, she takes a deep breath, savoring Hui-yon's fear. With a chillingly sweet smile, she then promises to help her pay the debt back quickly, forcing a terrified Hui-yon back onto the broadcast. As another broadcast begins, the host announces the day's special content. But Aram interrupts, raising her hand to make a special announcement of her own. She falsely claims that a worried Hui-yon has prepared something special to overcome her last-place ranking. A confused Hui-yon asks what she's talking about, having no idea what Aram has planned. Aram then announces a meal date, auctioning off a private day ticket with Hui-yon to the highest donor. Hui-yon is completely bewildered by the sudden announcement. Despite her confusion, the viewers' reactions are explosive, with donations pouring in. Backstage, Aram casually dismisses Hui-yon's concerns, claiming a meal date is just eating and drinking coffee with a fan. When Hui-yon questions why fans would spend so much for something so simple, Aram just says it's because they want to meet her. Pushed by Aram's empty reassurances to go have fun, a reluctant Hui-yon goes on the meal date. Arriving at the meeting spot, she is immediately struck with a sense of dread. She finds herself in a seedy district filled with bars and motels, wondering why they would meet in such a place. A large, imposing man calls out to her from behind, adding to her growing unease. He confirms her identity, and she realizes with a sinking feeling that he is her partner for the meal date. The man introduces himself, giving her a distinctly bad feeling as he eagerly suggests they go in. Confused, Hui-yon asks where they're going, noting the strange smell in the air. He creepily informs her that he's already booked a private room and ordered food because he doesn't like crowds. Horrified, she flatly refuses to eat there, but the man becomes agitated, telling her she shouldn't do this. He desperately reveals he took out a credit loan and even stole from his mom's wallet just for this date. She apologizes but firmly states she thought they were just meeting at a normal restaurant. The man's demeanor turns violent as he accuses her in the broadcast of scamming him, demanding his money back. He then threatens her, saying if she can't give him the money, she has to come with me to eat. The neon lights of the red light district reflect the grim reality of her situation. After the horrifying ordeal, Hui-yon confronts Aram, realizing her friend knew the true nature of the meal date all along. Aram, smoking in an alley, just feigns ignorance and asks what she's talking about. Hui-yon breaks down, telling Aram that the disgusting date has left her unable to eat and that she can still smell the man. Aram simply mocks her, callously asking if she's overreacting after just one date and questioning if it tasted bad. Stunned by Aram's lack of empathy, Hui-yon asks how she can say such a thing, but her classmate simply replies that since she got the money, it's fine. Putting out her cigarette, she twists the situation, asking if Hui-yon is blaming her when she should be thankful. Aram points out that without her help, Hui-yon would have no way to pay back the boss, trapping her in a cycle of debt. Backing her into a corner, Aram argues that since she borrowed the money, she has to earn it back, one way or another. Then she grabs Hui-yon by the hair, telling her to wake up, because meal dates are the only way a bitch like you can pay off the debt. With a sinister grin, she taunts her, saying that someone at her level can't make money this easily any other way. Pulling her hair tighter, she tells the sobbing girl that they need to work hard on meal dates from now on. She then callously tells her to fix her makeup and get back to the broadcast, leaving a defeated Hui-yon to realize she can never escape. As she walks away, Aram mutters to herself about how picky Hui-yon is, solidifying her image as a true devil in the girl's mind. Nearby, two men discuss Aram's consistent first-place ranking on the broadcast. The men, manager Kim Tae-guillaume and General Affairs Lee Hun-keol, then spot Hui-yon crouching in the alley. They confront her, asking if she's trying to run away just before the broadcast is about to start. At her breaking point, she tearfully declares that she can't and won't do it anymore. Lee Hun-keol gets angry, accusing her of trying to dine and dash after already being paid in advance. The two men grab the pleading girl, insisting that since she took the money, she has to work. As she begs them to stop, they decide to use force, grabbing her legs to drag her away. Suddenly, the sound of dress shoes on pavement cuts through the chaos as an unknown figure approaches, clearly annoyed by the mess. Kim Sang-in appears like a specter in the alley, his silhouette radiating menace as he commands the thugs to let her go. Irritated by the interruption, the thugs tell him to go on his way and not to interfere. But Huiyan's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the mysterious figure. Recognizing him as her homeroom teacher, she looks on as Kim Sang-ang glares at the thugs and repeats his command with cold finality. The confrontation begins with Kim Sang and landing a brutal punch on ranking broadcast manager Kim Tae-guillaume. The manager, Lee Hun-keol, musters the courage to fight, but Sang-un effortlessly catches his punch. He's left utterly stunned by Sang-un's overwhelming speed and strength. Sang-un then hurls him spinning through the air, completely neutralizing the threat. Nearby, a shocked Lee Hui-yan watches from the side, wondering why her homeroom teacher is suddenly there. As Sang-un towers over his handiwork, his sheer combat prowess prompts her to ask, "Why are you so good at fighting?" He turns his attention to the startled girl, who timidly responds as he calls her name. With a cold, intense gaze, he tells her to follow him, explaining that he has something he needs to ask. Later, as they stand by the water, Huiyan finally connects the dots, realizing he must be teacher Ian's real older brother. Confirming their relation, he demands to know everything that Hong A-room did to his sister Kim Ian, and adds that, from the looks of it, you seem to be close with A-ryum. But he correctly deduces her fear, noting that her hesitation means something significant must have happened. When she remains silent, he coldly dismisses her, saying he won't accept her help, and begins to walk away. She watches him leave, her expression filled with a deep internal conflict. Her mind flashes back to Hong A-room's cruel words, comparing the name Ian to a doll she once happily played with. Having made her decision, she stops him and begins her story, explaining that the incident happened at the beginning of the semester. Sang-un listens with grim focus as she begins to recount the events that led to his sister's downfall. In a flashback, a cheerful Kim Wan-an writes her name on the board and introduces herself to her new class. Huiyan narrates that her first impression of Ms. Ian was that of a model teacher, hopeful and kind. She recalls the teacher's genuine smile, noting that she always looked at her students with kindness and had no ulterior motives. The teacher often spent time with students outside of class hours, and as a result, she quickly became well-liked. Meanwhile, Hong A-room was popular in her own way, with classmates fawning over her new luxury bag. A-room casually flaunts her wealth, mentioning that her mini bag cost a staggering 5 million won. She explains that students stayed by her side because there was a lot to gain, as A-room would often gift them her used luxury goods. At first, the relationship between the teacher and A-room was fine. Ian didn't even scold her for being frequently late. She pinpoints the day the problem started, when A-room was asked to help with classroom cleaning. And gently reminds the student that she can't be the only one skipping out while all her friends are cleaning together. With a warm smile, the teacher tells her that it's a shared space they should clean together, adding that it would make her happy. But A-ryum scoffs at the request, smugly claiming that she has already done her share of the work. She then calls over another student, Young-soo, leaving a confused Ian to wonder what's happening. A-ryum asks him how much he gets paid for cleaning in her place, and Young-soo nervously admits it's 10,000 won a day. A shocked Ian looks on, unable to believe what she's hearing. A-ryum justifies her actions, explaining that she makes 500,000 won from her broadcast in that same amount of time, so she simply paid a fair price to hire him. She doubles down, getting the other student to agree that 10,000 won for 30 minutes of cleaning is a good part-time job. Young-soo sweats nervously, caught between his desire for the money and the tense standoff. Arrogantly arguing that people should live according to their own abilities, A-ryum prepares to leave. However, Ian's voice cuts through the tension as she sternly orders Hong A-room to pick up the broom right now. The male students watch the confrontation with captivated interest. More students, including the ever-observant class president Ye-jun, witness the escalating conflict. Annoyed at being challenged, A-ryum asks, "Why should I? I paid money." Ian acknowledges that money can solve many things in society, but insists there are things it simply can't buy. She lectures her on the values of responsibility, cooperation, and consideration, which can only be gained by acting them out oneself. Firmly placing the broom in A-ryum's hand, she declares that trading those values for a mere 10,000 won is now prohibited in her classroom. The teacher then instructs a hesitant Young-soo to return the money he was paid. A-ryum glares back with a chilling smirk, clearly infuriated by the public humiliation. Just a few days later, a loud commotion erupts at the school. Hong A-room throws a tantrum, screaming that her brand new limited edition mini bag has disappeared. She demands to know who stole it, throwing the entire class into a state of alarm. She storms into the teacher's office, demanding they search everything for her 5,000,000 won bag, and hysterically insists they search the entire school from the classroom and gym to the rooftop and even the teacher's office. Pressured by her dramatic outburst, the school teachers have no choice but to get involved. A school-wide search for the luxury bag begins, with teachers checking every corner, including the audio room. As one teacher searches the students' desks, some worry about their own hidden contraband being discovered. Suddenly, during the search, Kim I-an looks up in utter shock. The missing luxury bag has been found inside a drawer in the teacher's office. Another teacher discovers the bag in a drawer labeled with I-an's name, asking why it's there. A bewildered I-an can only stammer, having no idea how it could have possibly gotten into her desk. Just then, Hong A-room appears behind her, coldly asking what other explanation there could be. With a look of vindictive triumph, she publicly accuses her teacher, declaring, because the teacher stole it. She cruelly mocks I-an's earlier lecture about values, sneeringly asking if she wanted luxury goods that badly. A-room continues her verbal assault, remarking that it must be hard to buy a bag like that on a teacher's meager salary. A male teacher tells I-an that A-room will let the matter slide if she just apologizes, but the accused woman adamantly protests her innocence. A male colleague then reasons with her, pointing out the lack of evidence and that, conveniently, the CCTV wasn't recording, which puts the school in a difficult position. I-an is aghast, but he callously suggests that calling the police is the only and more troublesome alternative, and advises her not to make a big deal, warning that involving the police won't guarantee her innocence and will only harm the school's reputation. He then subtly threatens her career, reminding her that she's up for a permanent contract in a year and shouldn't cause any trouble. With the implied threat hanging in the air, he asks if she understands, leaving I-an looking utterly defeated and trapped. Later, A-room confronts her teacher again, continuing her taunts. With a monstrous grin, the student demands that she apologize properly for the alleged theft, and she insists the apology can't be done in a quiet corner, clearly intending to maximize her public humiliation. In the end, the students can only watch in disbelief as their teacher is brought so low. A defeated and broken Kim I-an prepares to apologize in front of the entire class. She gets on her knees before her, beginning a forced and humiliating apology for touching her belongings. Hui-yeon narrates that the teacher, despite being innocent, had to apologize on her knees in front of all the students. A-room smirks with pure sadistic triumph as she watches the kneeling and humiliated woman. Hui-yeon explains that from that day on, the students' attitudes changed completely, and they began openly mocking their teacher, calling her the thief teacher. As her story concludes, she sadly explains to Sung-an how everything went downhill for his sister after that day. Finally, she summons her courage and confesses the most crucial detail. But actually, I saw it. She reveals that just before the bag disappeared, she had secretly witnessed Hong A-room handing the bag to Young-soo in a stairwell, confirming it was a setup all along. Sang-an processes this damning information in grim, furious silence. Overcome with guilt, she tearfully apologizes for her silence, lamenting how much her teacher's pride must have been hurt. The word pride triggers a painful memory for him. He flashes back to a younger, more hopeful I-an telling him that her one goal in life is to live honorably. Though a cynical young Sung-an questions her naive goal, she insists she will live so honorably that no one can find fault with her. She explains that to achieve her dream of becoming a teacher, she has to live an honorable life first. He skeptically asks if she can really do it, noting how rare it is to find someone with nothing to hide. But his sister confidently proclaims that she can and will live honorably no matter what. Her ultimate dream was to be able to stand proudly and without shame in front of her future students. Back in the present, Sung-an understands the true depth of his sister's despair, realizing that in that moment of forced apology, it wasn't just her pride, but something far more important, her entire life's principle, that was shattered to pieces. Sung-an turns to her and tells her that if she truly feels guilty, she can help him with his plan. With a look of cold, unwavering determination, he declares that the collection from Hong A-room begins now. Meanwhile, back at the broadcast studio, a staff member announces 1 minute until the show starts. The manager complains to A-ryum that Hui-yeon has been ghosting them, and A-ryum casually mentions that the girl hasn't been to school either. She grows irritated, wondering if Hui-yeon is ignoring her calls just because she was given a hard time recently. She thinks with sadistic glee how bland Hui-yeon is to break compared to the fun she had tormenting that teacher, Kim I-an. Just then, Lee Hui-yeon appears behind her, apologizing for her absence. She calmly gives the excuse that something was going on at home, The manager scolds her for the lame excuse and warns her not to ghost them again before the broadcast starts. A-Room looks down on her, condescendingly asking if she's finally going to try hard now. Hui-Yon confirms that she will, but her determined and defiant expression gives A-Room pause as she senses something has changed. With newfound confidence, she boldly declares she will not only try hard, but will also take A-Room's #1 spot, leaving her tormentor utterly shocked by this sudden arrogance. In a flashback, the broadcast manager Kim Tae-gyeom furiously screams at an underperforming streamer to get out. His verbal abuse is directed at a younger Lee Hui-Yon who meekly apologizes as he declares she's fired for always being in last place. He continues to berate her in front of the other streamers, questioning her usefulness after 3 consecutive weeks of failure. As the live chat eggs him on, the manager bellows that she must either earn a ton of hearts or get lost. Then, 2 rival streamers join in the bullying, whispering that even a dog would perform better than she does. Hui-Yon endures the humiliation as the other girl's cruel words echo in her mind, one vowing never to become a loser like her. The manager snaps at her for still being there, and she stammers an apology before finally leaving the set. As she walks away defeated, a staff member remarks on her poor manners, validating the manager's decision to kick her out. Just outside the studio, Hong A-Room approaches Hui-Yon with a fake smile, pretending to be a concerned friend. But her facade shatters as she sneers at the last-place bitch, telling her to get home safe while admitting how thrilling it is to see her so miserable. Back in the present, a fired-up Kim Tae-gyeom kicks off the live broadcast, hyping up his audience, whom he calls Young Nims. He announces a group dance segment and orders the girls to get up and act pretty for the viewers. Hong A-Reum, broadcasting under the name Ian, playfully welcomes her fans and asks if they're ready to empty their wallets again. But just as her performance begins, she's startled by an unexpected arrival on the set. Lee Hui-Yon makes a stunning return, and her newfound confidence makes A-Room wonder if she attended a dance academy during her break. She watches her rival with a condescending smirk, curious to see what score this new and improved Hui-Yon can achieve, and recalls Hui-Yon's past words that she had spoken before they started. Her confident smile confirms that this challenge is no joke. Dismissing her as a cute bitch, a smirking A-Room decides she needs to put her rival back in her place. And so, the donation battle begins as A-Room's fans donate the first 5,000 hearts of the broadcast. She strikes a pose for her fans, arrogantly believing that someone like Hui-Yon could never hope to beat her. She then verbally taunts her rival, bragging about her massive fanbase and calling her a nobody with 0 fans. Yet, watching Hui-Yon's determined face, A-Room admits she finds this futile comeback attempt rather amusing. Her amusement stems from the sadistic pleasure she takes in breaking people, recalling the despair on the real Kim Ian's face. She internally monologues about her love for breaking dolls that act up, and enjoys the process of toying with them first. But suddenly, the chime of an enormous 20,000 heart donation rings through the studio. A-Room's smug expression vanishes as she's caught completely off guard by the massive donation. The broadcast manager is ecstatic, shouting in excitement about the 20,000 heart bomb. The huge donation is for Lee Hui-Yon, sent by a user named Jongro Honeyfist with a message to propel her to first place. Stunned into silence, A-Room can only watch as a calm Hui-Yon asks her to step aside. Hui-Yon confidently informs her rival that it's her turn in the spotlight as she needs to perform a reaction for her new top fan. A-Room reluctantly agrees through gritted teeth, unable to hide her annoyance. As she steps away, she fumes, wondering how a bitch who's way uglier than her managed to get such a huge sponsorship. Hui-Yon takes center stage and begins her dance, captivating the audience with her newfound grace. While her rival performs, a bitter A-Room scoffs, wondering if the money isn't just being wasted on her. Feeling the pressure, A-Room decides it's time to rally her own supporters for a quick donation spurt. She sends a message to her private fan chat, pleading with her simps to help her reclaim first place. As her phone buzzes with replies, her initial confidence is quickly replaced with a flash of irritation. Her loyal fans immediately leap to action, vowing to protect their princess's first place at all costs. She smirks sadistically, referring to her fans as her personal ATMs and willing them to donate faster. As donations for Ian begin to pour in, she confidently boasts that she'll show everyone who's #1. She gets in Hui-Yon's face, taunting her to go be a backup dancer and collect pennies. Unfazed, Hui-Yon simply asks if her rival has already forgotten her declaration to steal first place. Before A-Reum can react, another 20,000 heart donation from Jongro Honeyfist drops for Hui-Yon, leaving her utterly speechless. A cascade of donations floods in for Hui-Yon, who simply smiles as her total skyrockets. Seething with rage and disbelief, A-Reum desperately wonders who the hell is sponsoring this. Nobody. Meanwhile, at Chunhong Capital, someone is shouting with manic glee, enjoying the dopamine rush of the donation war. It's revealed that Maknae and the tracksuit subordinate are behind the donations, gleefully carrying out Sang-an's orders to make Huiyon #1, no matter the cost. The tracksuit subordinate enthusiastically cheers for Huiyon, declaring her the undisputed #1. Back at the studio, the broadcast host is flabbergasted, admitting he's never witnessed such an intense donation battle in his entire career, and excitedly announces that an incredible reaction battle has started, thanks to the endless stream of hearts. As Abrams' donations dry up, Huiyoung coolly throws her rival's words back at her. "Want to be a backup dancer and collect pennies?" Abraham watches in panic as Huiyoung commands the stage, realizing she's on the verge of losing her top spot. A final, staggering 30,000 heart donation from Jongro Honeyfist seals Abrahm's fate. The host officially announces that she has taken first place, her eyes shining with victory. Abrahm's face contorts in rage and disbelief, unable to process the host's words. She is tormented by a humiliating vision of herself on the ground, with a triumphant Huiyon sitting on her back. Trying to compose herself, she desperately remembers she still has an ace up her sleeve, and recalls her mysterious #1 sponsor, the Bampo God-building owner, a shady figure who has always guaranteed her victory. She taps at her phone, dismissing her sponsor's rumored illegal business as none of her concern. Her only goal is to squeeze more money out of him, so she sends a desperate text begging for more sponsorships. As she waits for his reply, she smirks, vowing to stomp on Huiyon and reclaim her throne. But as time ticks by and Huiyon continues to shine, her desperation grows. The hearts continue to explode for Huiyon, widening her lead and crushing Abrahm's hopes. The host is ecstatic, declaring the broadcast a huge success while hailing Huiyon as the new pride of the show. Abram stares in horror at the leaderboard as her ranking, under the name IN, plummets. In a state of shock, she realizes she hasn't just lost first place, she's now dead last. She frantically denies the result, unable to accept that she could possibly be in last place. One of the other streamers approaches her, mockingly addressing her as Ms. Last Place. The girl cruelly taunts her, suggesting she should squat on the floor like a proper loser. Completely broken, Ariam trembles, unable to comprehend the sudden and total collapse of her reign. The broadcast manager watches her breakdown, noting that while she is confused, this outcome was entirely predictable. He explains that her main sponsor, the Bampo God-building owner, who provides 80% of her support, failed to show up. And with the viewers thrilled by the underdog upset, all of her potential donations went to other performers. He muses on the simple truth of their business. The fall of the first-place champion provides the greatest entertainment. For him, this dramatic turn of events is a win, as it guarantees a huge boost in ratings. For Ariam, however, it's the worst day of her life as she desperately checks her phone, still hoping for a miracle. Haunted by the memory of the defeated Huiyon, she is terrified that she's about to become the very loser she once despised. She furiously taps out a message, demanding to know where her top sponsor is and what he's doing. The scene then cuts to a dark, blood-splattered room where a phone buzzes incessantly on the floor. Ariam's increasingly frantic messages light up the screen, begging her sponsor for help. The phone's owner, the Bampo God-building owner, is revealed to be lying beaten on the floor with his henchmen. The injured sponsor weakly looks up at his assailant, demanding to know who he is and why he was attacked. A cold, disembodied voice from the shadows simply replies, "Found you." Kim Sang-an steps into the light, blood on his cheek, and identifies his target by his online handle, Bampo God-building owner. Back in the studio, Ariam's phone chimes with a notification from that very sponsor, and her face contorts in absolute terror. A flashback reveals that Kim Sang-an's team identifies Hong Ariam's biggest sponsor as the Bampo God-building owner, whose real name is revealed to be Kang Jung-dae. A subordinate explains that he is the CEO of an entertainment company and controls over 80% of Ariam's sponsorships, and clarifies that it's no normal company, as its revenue comes almost entirely from internet broadcasts. Kim Sang-an quickly deduces that the company's financials point to a wash trading scheme, likely a front for money laundering and tax evasion. Impressed by his boss's sharp intellect, Shin confirms the theory, explaining how they use internet sponsorships to launder money. A diagram illustrates the money laundering cycle. The company donates to the broadcast takes a cut, and the rest is returned to the company as a rebate. The entire operation is bluntly labeled for what it is, a money laundering business for tax evasion. Realizing he's dealing with a criminal organization, Sang-an coolly states that the upcoming conversation should be simple. Back in the present, the aftermath of his visit is a bloody scene, a shattered phone indicating the conversation was anything but simple. Surrounded by his beaten men, a terrified Kang Jung-dae demands to know what they want. He pleads to know why he and his men are attacked. Emerging from the shadows, a blood-splattered Sang-an utters a single name, Hong-A-Room. He then issues a simple, chilling order to the terrified CEO, stop sponsoring Hong-A-Reum. With a cold, menacing stare, he informs the CEO that he doesn't have the right to refuse. The CEO foolishly tries to defy him, questioning why they should obey. And in a futile display of rage, he lunges at him with a knife, screaming. Sang-an effortlessly dodges the attack, his fist connecting squarely with Kang Jong-dae's jaw, sending him flying while reiterating that refusal is not an option. Kang Jong-dae collapses to the floor in a heap, utterly defeated by his brutal efficiency. Sang-an calmly picks up the fallen knife, his bloody hand hinting at his chilling intentions. Holding the knife to the man's ear, he terrifyingly suggests that if words don't work, there's no need for ears. Kang Jong-dae freezes in terror, only able to stammer as he faces the immediate threat of mutilation. A scream of agony echoes from the building, signaling the gruesome success of his persuasion. While leaving the office, he calmly reports over the phone that the conversation went well. With the sponsor neutralized, he instructs his team to move on to the next stage of the plan. Meanwhile, back at the livestream, a rival streamer laughs maniacally at Hong-A-Room's downfall. She notes with satisfaction that A-Room has plummeted to last place, and mercilessly taunts a stunned A-Reum, mocking her inability to perform without her top sponsor, Bampo God-building owner Appa. The rival continues her verbal assault, asking how it feels to be an incompetent doormat in last place, while A-Room can only seethe in silence. As A-Room stammers a reply, her rival sneers, clearly enjoying the power shift as the broadcast nears its end. She glares with pure hatred, realizing her competitors were just waiting for this moment to pounce. The online chat floods with mockery as viewers celebrate her fall to last place, leaving her in utter disbelief. A flashback shows a defeated Li Huiyan on stage, a vision of the humiliation A-Room once inflicted and now faces herself. Snapping back to the present, A-Room explodes in a furious outburst, refusing to accept that she is in last place. She stands and screams at everyone in the studio to shut up, completely losing her composure on air. Having had enough, the host coldly points to the door and orders her to get out. He furiously berates her, calling her a useless bitch and questioning who she thinks she is to scream on his broadcast. A-Room desperately tries to apologize, but the host cuts her off, reminding her that those in last place should have some decency. Losing his patience completely, he orders his staff to drag the bitch out of the studio. Staff members grab a struggling A-Reum, telling her to get out and stop disrupting the stream. As she's dragged away, the host cheerfully apologizes to the viewers for the noise, promising a better show now that she's gone. A-Room desperately pleads that she can still get donations, her delusion unshaken even as she's being physically removed. Her rival waves a mocking goodbye, twisting the knife by calling her a last-place bitch. A-Room can only glare back with a look of pure, murderous rage. While being physically removed from the set, she screams that she won't let them get away with this humiliation. With A-Reum finally gone, her rival looks on as Hong-A-Reum's humiliating last-place finish is confirmed. A clip of her outburst, titled "The Last Place Girls Roar," goes viral, earning her a humiliating new nickname and a temporary ban from the platform. Stewing in her room, the suspended A-Reum scoffs, confident the stream will fail without her ability to draw donations. But her confidence shatters when a notification reveals that Li Huiyan is instantly receiving massive donations on the new stream. Baffled, she scrolls through photos of Huiyan, questioning how she could have suddenly become so popular. She quickly sees that the massive donations are coming from a single user named Zhongro Honeyfist, Nim. The user Zhongro Honeyfist is shown dropping a huge 20,000 heart donation, confirming that he is the one bankrolling Huiyan's rise. A-Room's eyes narrow with dawning realization and envy. She has found Li Huiyan's big spender. The scene then shifts from A-Room's room to the familiar setting of Solbit High School. After her suspension, Hong-A-Room makes a grand return to school, cheerfully greeting a wary Li Huiyan. With a sickeningly sweet smile, she asks her if they can talk, making her visibly uncomfortable. She then suddenly embraces an unnerved Huiyan, faking excitement over her first-place win on the stream. She continues the charade on the school steps, congratulating Huiyan, who can only offer a hesitant thank you in return, and shamelessly takes credit for her success, claiming her eye for talent is why she brought Huiyan onto the broadcast in the first place. Feigning generosity, she pulls a gift from her bag. She presents her with an expensive handbag, calling it a gift to celebrate both her victory and their new friendship. Huiyan, suspicious of this sudden generosity, questions why A-Reum would give her such an expensive gift. A-Reum insists that such a gift is nothing between besties, then uses the pretense of their new friendship to start prying for information. Leaning in close, she menacingly asks her to reveal the identity of her big spender, insisting that besties don't hide things from each other. Hui Yan pulls back, asking why she's so curious about her sponsor. Aram replies that it is because there is no way a nobody rookie could take first place. Her friendly mask slips as her inner thoughts reveal her true contempt. She's convinced Hui Yan could only have won with a rich sponsor. Clutching the handbag, Aram's instincts, honed by countless wins, tell her that something isn't right. Her inner monologue reveals her true goal: to steal Hui Yan's sponsor and reclaim her #1 spot. Aram believes that any sane streamer would refuse her request, but she's banking on the naive Hui Yan being an easy target to manipulate. But just as Aram plans how to coax the information out of her, Hui Yan shocks her by calmly agreeing to the request. Hui Yan then adds that her sponsor actually wants to meet Aram, leaving her completely stunned and intrigued. Playing the part of a loyal subordinate, she slyly begins to reveal the fabricated identity of her big spender. Aram's face lights up with greedy anticipation, realizing the sponsor wants to meet her personally. Later that night, she hums to herself as she walks to the meeting, feeling incredibly lucky that everything is falling into place so easily. She gloats internally that she won't even have to steal the sponsor, since he's coming to her willingly. Arriving at the luxurious Harleton Hotel, she realizes with delight that Hui Yan's sponsor is an entertainment company CEO who wants to scout her. She savors the lovely smell of money, thrilled by the prospect of a deal at a fancy hotel restaurant. A flashback reveals Hui Yan's perfectly executed lie. She had claimed her sponsor is the CEO of a startup she is also a part of. She had explained that the company spares no expense to boost its streamers, which is why she receives so much support. She then masterfully set the hook, claiming her own performance was lacking and that she had recommended someone better. An ecstatic Aram had thanked Hui Yan profusely for the recommendation, completely oblivious that she was walking into a trap. Hui Yan's cold, calculating gaze reveals everything as she watches her foolish target walk right into the trap. Back in the present, Aram waits in the hotel lobby for the CEO, determined to seize this unexpected opportunity. She recalls the humiliation she suffered at the hands of her rivals, which only fuels her ambition. Filled with vengeful glee, she vows to make Hui Yan sponsor her own and rake in more money than her rivals could ever dream of. A man's voice calls her name, Ms. Hong A. Riem, and she turns, startled but hopeful. She sizes up the well-dressed man, cautiously asking if he is the one she's there to meet. The handsome man in the suit confirms that he is indeed the CEO she's looking for. The man introduces himself as Shin Jung-woo, the CEO of Chunhong Entertainment, and extends a welcoming hand. A caption reveals his dual identity. While he appears as a charming CEO, his true profession is a ruthless loan shark from Chunhong Capital's debt collection team. As Shin leads an ecstatic and unsuspecting Aram to a more private spot, Kim Sang-an watches from the lobby. With an icy glare, Sang-an declares that for Hong Aram it is time to fall into the abyss. In a flashback, the sadistic team leader Choi Oh-cheol addresses a crowd of terrified debtors, telling them their task is simple. In exchange for delaying their repayment, he instructs them to go to a specific restaurant and stuff their faces, all while a young Kim Sang-an looks on. Choi then lays out the insidious plan. They are to act like regular customers and eat there every single day for the next 3 months. Kim Sang-an questions the logic, asking why they would help a restaurant owner who already owes their boss a large debt. With a sinister smile, Choi clarifies that this isn't help, but the old man's method of collection, a lesson that is best seen to be believed. He tells the young, stone-faced Sang-an to watch and learn what will happen after those 3 months. Back in the present, Shin Jung-woo, posing as an entertainment CEO, lays out his simple goal for Hong Aram to make her the top star of the ranking broadcast. Aram is immediately captivated by the promise of becoming a top star, especially when he vows to invest all of the company's capital in her. He then sweetens the deal, promising treatment on par with top-tier celebrities if she signs the contract with his company. Although she's pleased with the generous terms, she internally admits that she only came to leech off the new sponsor. However, a flicker of suspicion arises when she notes the terms are almost too good to be true, and she finds the CEO's youth a bit fishy. Shin masterfully deflects her suspicion, asking if he looks like a scammer before agreeing that the terms do seem too good to be true. To prove his company's sincerity, he offers to arrange for her to take Hui Yan's spot on the ranking broadcast that very night, and assures her that if she appears on the broadcast, she will see the company's sincerity for herself. Aram considers the tempting offer, seeing a chance to get back on the ranking broadcast. Later, on the livestream, the host announces that their ace, Hui Yan, is out for personal reasons and will be replaced by a substitute. Aram, mockingly introduced as the trending last-place girl, I-Ain, is visibly annoyed before the broadcast even begins. She fumes as she reads the stream of hateful comments from viewers who were praising her just days before. Frustrated, she internally questions the CEO's motives for putting her on a broadcast where she's unlikely to get the donations she needs. She realizes the host has no intention of helping her and is, in fact, using her appearance just to get her cursed out by the audience. But just as she begins to regret her decision, a sudden notification on the broadcast screen catches her attention. The broadcast host stares in disbelief at the sudden, unexpected event unfolding on his monitor. The other streamers are equally shocked, questioning if what they're seeing is even real. Aram's irritation, however, morphs into a crazed, triumphant laugh as she understands what's happening. The host stammers, struggling to announce that Ain just received a massive donation. A record-breaking 500,000 hearts had been donated by a user named Jungro Honeyfist, shocking the entire broadcast. Arum is ecstatic, realizing that Chunhong Entertainment is a jackpot and that this single donation makes the entire leaderboard meaningless. She gloats, declaring that she is now definitively in first place thanks to a sponsorship she received without even signing a contract. Convinced of his wealth and interest, she storms back to the office, ready to sign the contract and secure the simp CEO for herself. Shin Jong-woo coolly notes that their display of sincerity was apparently sufficient and agrees to prepare the contract immediately. Aram brings up her worry about competing with Hui Yan for the #1 spot, but he casually tells her not to worry. He then ominously assures her that once she signs the contract, her relationship with Hui Yan will be over, because there is no reason to hold on to a pebble when there is a diamond. At this, she eagerly agrees. Shin then presents the exclusive management contract, stating that all that's left is her signature. However, Aram finds herself completely baffled by the complex legal jargon in the contract. Shin feigns surprise, mockingly asking if this is her first time seeing a contract and acting as if he expected her to understand it. Flustered, she pretends she's just being careful and asks for confirmation that it isn't a slave contract and that she'll be paid monthly. He confirms her first settlement will be in 1 month, and Aram convinces herself that the company's obvious wealth and prime location mean it's a safe bet. She glances at the impressive office building, solidifying her belief that signing the contract is the right move. Shin delivers the final temptation, promising her a life far above ordinary people if she just signs the contract. He strokes her ego, telling her that she's fully qualified to enjoy such a luxurious life, and she begins to sweat under the pressure. Deciding this is an opportunity she can't miss, Aram grabs the pen, ready to sign her way to fame and fortune. With her signature on the page, he welcomes her to the company, sealing the deal. Shin then flashes a sinister, triumphant grin as he holds the signed contract, the first part of his trap now complete. In a brief flash-forward, a terrified Hong Arum is seen begging for someone to spare her. The trap is set in motion as she begins to receive the best treatment, starting with high-end aesthetic massages. She blissfully enjoys the luxury, completely unaware of the accumulating cost. The company spares no expense, funding Botox, skin boosters, lifts, and other cosmetic procedures for her. She even indulges in luxury shopping sprees for her broadcast outfits, arrogantly stating that anything under 3 million won won't do for her image. Her transformation continues with personal training sessions for Pilates and weightlifting to perfect her physique. Afterwards, she shows off her new figure on social media, confidently telling fans to watch her broadcast. And thanks to the company's investment, she becomes the undisputed sponsorship queen of the broadcast. Aram has become a top star, raking in phenomenal sponsorships and basking in her newfound fame. At the peak of her arrogance, while dreaming of becoming a real celebrity, the settlement date finally arrives. 1 month later, she arrives at the Chunhong Entertainment building for her first settlement. She confidently approaches the office, expecting a massive payout after a full month of daily broadcasts. She cheerfully greets Shin, announcing her arrival for her settlement. He explains that he asked her to come in person because the settlement amount is so large that he wanted to ensure there were no mistakes. Thrilled by the mention of a large amount, she eagerly asks how much money she'll be getting. While he pretends to double-check the figures on his laptop, Aram waits in giddy anticipation. Her mind races with excitement, imagining receiving tens of millions of won all at once. With a final tap of the keys, he announces that the calculation is complete. He feigns shock at the final number as he prepares to reveal the total. Meanwhile, back at the school, Lee Hui-yeon confronts Kim Sang-an. She expresses her confusion, pointing out that despite following his orders, it seems only good things have been happening for Hong Arum. She then asks him directly why on earth he's helping her rival, prompting Sang-an to recall a crucial lesson from his past. He remembers his mentor Choi Oh-cheol's cynical laugh as he dismissed the very notion of helping a debtor. The flashback reveals the once thriving restaurant, now completely ruined, just as Choi had predicted 3 months prior. Choi explains that even though the owner owed them a fortune, sending him more customers was part of the plan to ruin him. Chiding the young Sung-an for his denseness, Choi decides to teach him the brutal art of debt collection. He recounts how the owner had initially borrowed 50 million won to start the restaurant. The owner was a diligent businessman who paid back his debt regularly as his restaurant found moderate success. The trap was sprung once the owner had paid back about half his debt. That's when Choi's gang started sending in the fake customers. Suddenly, the small neighborhood restaurant was flooded with more than 3 times its usual number of patrons every single day. Believing his luck was finally turning, the owner was filled with a dangerous sense of optimism. He decided he needed to expand to seize the opportunity, but was short on cash for renovations and staff. This led the desperate owner to consider borrowing money just one more time, a thought that makes the present-day Sung-an reflect on his own plan. The moment the owner took on an additional 100 million won in debt, the swarm of fake customers magically disappeared. With his customer base gone and a new, larger loan to pay off, the interest began to snowball into a massive, unpayable sum. In the end, the owner was left a complete wreck, realizing far too late that his sudden success had been a setup. The devastated owner weeps, lamenting that he was tricked into believing his life was finally turning around. Choi instructs Sung-an to remember this man's face, and the most powerful trigger that can make a person fall into debt. That ultimate trigger, Choi reveals, is the cruelest one of all, false hope. Back in the present, Sung-an explains to Hwae-yeon that he wasn't helping A-room, he was planting that very same false hope in her. As he walks away, he simply tells a stunned Hwae-yeon to wait and see the results for herself. Back in the office, A-room leans in, her heart pounding as Shin prepares to announce her settlement amount. With a chillingly pleasant smile, he delivers the devastating news: her total settlement is minus 300 million won. A-room is completely bewildered, asking what he means by minus and what this is all about. Shin's demeanor shifts entirely as he mockingly explains that, as per the contract, she is now a debtor. He drops the act completely, taunting her to start paying back the money she now owes. As she demands to know why he's acting this way, a menacing figure enters the room behind her. Before she can react, Kim Sung-an violently grabs a fistful of her hair, yanking her head back. Enraged and in pain, she turns to curse out the person who dared to touch her. He coldly tells her that since she doesn't understand, he'll put it in terms even she can get. Leaning in close, he makes his declaration, officially beginning the collection. It means you owe me 300 million won. She is utterly baffled, questioning why her homeroom teacher is suddenly involved in this. He violently yanks her hair, coldly stating that it's not sudden, but simply time for her to repay her debt. Struggling against his iron grip, she furiously questions if a teacher can legally act this way. He slams her against him, commanding her to listen closely as her defiance crumbles. With a brutal shove, he then slams the terrified girl to the floor. Dazed and bleeding, she can only stare in shock after the sudden assault. Looming over her, he declares that this debt is the price for Kim Won's life. Aereum is left to process the impossible situation, a 300 million won debt, somehow tied to the life of her former teacher. He looks down with disdain, remarking that she clearly doesn't understand the gravity of her situation. Panicked, she lashes out, questioning why she should have to repay such a ridiculous debt. Just then, Shin Jong-woo steps in, presenting the contract she eagerly signed with her own hand. Aereum screams that the contract is an illegal scam and defiantly asks what they'll do if she refuses to pay. Kim sang and calmly informs her that if she defaults, the entire world will know about her debt. He elaborates on his threat, promising to contact her parents, relatives, friends, and every acquaintance she has. The threat escalates as he vows to haunt her future, informing her college, her job, and even her future spouse. He then adds a sadistic twist, promising to collect even from her condolence money should she die. Terrified by the scope of their threats, she shakily asks him what he truly is. His first devastating revelation is that he is the brother of the very teacher she tormented to death. And his second, equally terrifying revelation is that he is also a loan shark. The horrifying truth crashes down on her as she realizes her new teacher is Kim Won-an's avenging brother. With the truth revealed, he orders her to get up because it's time to start working off her debt. She is brought to Mushon Station, completely confused about what's happening. Standing beside him, she begins to dread what he has planned for her. She looks on in horror as she realizes her punishment, to become a low-tier electric wire streamer. The term electric wire has a specific origin, used to describe the streamers at Mushon Station. These streamers line up with their equipment, resembling sparrows on a wire, hence the derogatory nickname. This form of live streaming is known as the absolute bottom of the barrel, filled with bizarre and trashy acts for donations. She vehemently refuses to stoop so low, but he coldly asks what other options she has. When she protests that she can't make real money this way, he tells her it's the easiest method he could devise for her. Desperate, she insists she can never pay back 300 million won by performing for chump change. He then presents a deceptive offer. She only has to pay back 5 million won. Stunned by the drastically reduced amount, her mind races, thinking she could actually manage to pay it off. Eagerly cutting him off before he can even mention the interest rate, she quickly agrees to the one-week deadline. Believing she's found an escape, she demands he promise the debt will be cleared once she pays the 5 million. He coolly guarantees it, but with the ominous caveat, if you just repay it. After that, he orders her to start immediately, warning that he will be watching her every move. As she walks away, he knows she's clinging to the belief that paying 5 million won will be easy. He lets her hold on to that false hope, confident that she will soon learn the crushing weight of her debt. With a deep breath, she reluctantly sets up her phone to begin her first outdoor broadcast. Her stream, ironically still named IANTV, goes live to a new, much less glamorous audience. She attempts her usual cutesy persona, but her viewers immediately start mocking her for broadcasting from the infamous Muxion station. She tries to save face, pretending she's just trying something new, a far cry from her usual ranking broadcasts. But when a measly 10,000 won donation comes in with a demand to dance, she is internally furious at the insult. She tries to gently coax a bigger donation, hinting that a top-tier streamer like her is worth more. Her viewers, however, are not impressed, reminding her that 10,000 won is considered a big donation on the electric wire. While secretly cursing her audience, she forces a smile and tries to maintain her high-class act. Watching from his office, Kim Sang-ain notes that she still hasn't grasped the true pressure of her debt. He decides it's time to teach her a real lesson and gives the order to send in that person. Meanwhile, as she complains about her low-paying audience, a disheveled and menacing debtor approaches her. The haggard man, sent by Sung-an, confronts the startled girl. Without a word, he violently kicks her camera and tripod to the ground. And as he grabs her, a furious Arum demands to know who the hell he is. While onlookers dismiss the confrontation as just another fake, scripted broadcast, she faces a very real threat. The man reveals he was sent by Kim Sung-an, who offered to forgive his interest payments if he forces her to perform. To her horror, he adds that whatever she earns will reduce his own principal debt. He grabs her, desperately begging her to try harder so he can pay his own debt before he's driven to kill someone. Faced with another person's desperation fueled by her own actions, Hong Arum finally realizes she has no choice. Swallowing her pride, a humiliated Arum begins to dance vigorously for small donations. Slowly but surely, she begins to learn the hustle, promising to perform challenges for larger donations. A huge 200,000 won donation comes in, but with the humiliating request for her to write her name with her butt. Though hesitant, she knows she can't refuse such a large sum and steels herself to do it. As onlookers mock her performance, she is finally starting to understand the value of labor. After 7 grueling days, an exhausted Arum has managed to save 4.5 million won, believing her ordeal is nearly over. Just as she thinks she's in the clear, a new donation notification pops up with a shocking offer. A viewer offers her 1 million won to shave her head, enough to instantly clear her 5 million won goal. She refuses, declaring that a streamer's hair is her life and that she'd rather just keep dancing. Just then, she's confronted by the territorial Three Beauties crew, who have come to deal with the new competition. The crew's leader aggressively accuses the former ranking streamer of encroaching on their territory. Arum, still clinging to her pride, insults them and tells the ugly unnies to get lost. The crew leader smirks at her attitude, deciding the crazy bitch needs to be taught a lesson. The rival crew viciously attacks her, dragging her away from her camera. As they beat her, their leader taunts her for falling so far for her ranking broadcast days, while Arum's own viewers cheer on the violence. In the middle of the assault, the leader is surprised by a donation alert from Arum's stream. She checks the phone, wondering why anyone would donate while the streamer is being beaten up. She sees the 1 million won offer to shave Arum's head and realizes with cruel delight that she had refused it. The leader reveals she just happens to have clippers, which her crew carries for shaving missions. She then orders her lackeys to hold her down, promising to give the customer their pretty haircut. Arum can only watch in absolute terror as the buzzing clippers move towards her head. Her scream of despair echoes through Muxion Station as her hair and her pride are forcibly taken. 1 week later, a bruised and shorn Hong Arum informs Kim Sang-an that she has transferred the 5 million won. He confirms the payment, prompting a hopeful Arum to ask if her nightmare is finally over. Looking up with exhausted eyes, she desperately seeks confirmation that paying the debt has set her free. He shatters her hope with a single sentence: "It only ends when the entire debt is repaid." As she explodes with rage, he calmly explains that the 5 million won was merely the principal, she hasn't paid any of the interest. He reminds her that she was the one who chose the smaller amount and accepted the terms without even bothering to hear the interest rate. And then he reveals the trap. The interest rate is 100 per week, meaning her total payment should have been 10 million won. She is now even deeper in debt. The soul-crushing realization hits her. She's trapped in a debt she can never escape. He coldly tells her to get back to work, reminding her that this debt will follow her even after death. Leaving her collapsed in despair, he informs her she has 1 week to come up with the next 10 million won. She flashes back to Kim Il-won, consumed with rage at the thought of wasting her life paying for a worthless bitch. Filled with a renewed sense of defiance, she decides she absolutely will not accept this fate. In a last-ditch effort, she rushes to Samak Entertainment and begs her former sponsor Kang Jong-dae to kill Kim Sang-an. Kang Jong-dae, nursing his own grudge, agrees, revealing he was already looking for a chance at revenge against the stone-faced Four Eyes. She lets out a malicious smile, realizing she has found a powerful and equally vengeful ally. Eager for payback, he rallies his men, ordering them to grab their weapons and prepare for a murder. But before they can even move, a calm voice cuts through the tension, telling them there's no need to go to the trouble. With an intimidating glare, he announces that he has saved them the trip by personally coming to collect. A flashback reveals Chairman Hwang of Chunhong Capital bluntly rejecting a proposal from his rival, Chairman Baek Jian, over a bitter drink. He adamantly refuses to loan out Kim Sang-an, declaring that his star debt collector is the core of Chunhong Capital. Chairman Baek Jian insists he isn't trying to scout Sang-an, but merely wants to borrow him for a couple of months, and explains his desire. He wants the notoriously clean-working Sang-an to come and train his own underperforming crew. Trying to sweeten the deal, he offers to lend his own muscle to Chunhong in return, but Chairman Hwang dismisses the offer, stating his company already has plenty. The rival chairman listens as Hwang reiterates that Sang-an is a no-go, referring to him as the company's golden goose. Smirking, Chairman Hwang reminds him that he already has a formidable enforcer of his own, Manager Lee. From the shadows, Baek Gaeon's top manager, Lee Gyu-beom, listens with sarcastic applause as the chairman discusses him. He internally seethes with disappointment, fed up with his boss constantly telling him to learn from Kim Sang-an. Chairman Baek Jian constantly chastises him for his rough methods, once again unfavorably comparing him to Sang-an's smarter approach. Sensing an opportunity in the meeting, Lee Gyu-beom decides to put Chairman Hwang on the spot with a provocative question. He brazenly asks him to compare him, Baek Jian's top man, with Chunhong's golden goose, Kim Sang-an. And with a confident smirk, he finishes his question. If he had to choose, who is the more useful asset? Back in the present, Kim Sang-an arrives to find that Kang Jong-dae has amassed a much larger force of thugs this time. Unfazed, our guy coolly assesses the enemy, counting about 30 men ready for a fight. As Kang Jong-dae's gang reels from the sudden appearance of Sang-an's crew, Kang reveals he has learned some interesting things from a certain bitch. Fueled by Hong Ae-room's desperate story, he confronts Sang-an, questioning the ridiculous rumor that he is a loan shark posing as a teacher for revenge. Furious about his financial losses, the CEO rages at him for meddling with his business instead of simply dealing with Hong Ae-room. Sang-an coldly dismisses the man's financial woes, stating that the CEO's business troubles are not his concern. Ignoring the threats, he states his simple purpose: he only came to retrieve Hong Ae-room. Terrified, she desperately begs her former sponsor, Kang Jong-dae, to defeat the man who beat him up once before. But Kang Jong-dae silences her, confidently declaring that no matter how strong Sang-an is, he is still just one man against a whole gang. With a simple command to his waiting men, the CEO prepares to unleash his forces, and gives the chilling order to kill him as his thugs swarm forward. As the thugs advance, the CEO mutters about how their income for the month has been completely tanked because of this guy. Yet, as one of Kang's men lunges forward, determined to take Sang-an's head, he is instantly and brutally taken out. In a blur of motion, Sang-yan dispatches another goon. The CEO is stunned by his incredible speed, realizing he took out multiple men in the blink of an eye. Standing amidst a handful of downed bodies, Sang-an has already begun to dismantle Kang's small army. Pausing the carnage for a moment, he turns to deliver a chilling warning to a terrified Hong Ae-room not to run. Then, promising that it will be over soon, he dives back into the fray with brutal efficiency. Hong Ae-room can only watch in abject horror as the sounds of her supposed protectors being beaten fill the air. She is frozen in place, forced to witness the one-sided massacre as Sang-an effortlessly dismantles the entire gang. As the chaos unfolds, she begins to grasp the terrible reality of the situation she has dragged herself into. A thug is sent flying and collapses to the ground, splattering the horrified girl with blood. Another brutal kick from Song-an connects with a thug's chest. A bloodied thug pleads for his life, but Sang-an simply stands over him, ready to deliver another crushing blow. With a final, devastating punch, he silences him. Sang-an lets his bloodied fist drop, the sight of his absolute dominance striking terror into both Hong-a-room and Kang Jong-dae. As the brutal reality of the situation sinks in, a single horrifying thought crystallizes in Hong-a-room's mind. She realizes with chilling certainty that there is no escaping the monster that is Kim Sang-an. Collapsing to her knees, she is paralyzed by the terrifying thought that this is where she might actually die. Having dispatched the entire gang, Sung-an turns his attention to the last man standing, Kang Jong-dae. He calmly asks the trembling CEO if he wants to keep going, but the man can only stammer for him to wait. Panic and utter terror contort Kang Jong-dae's face as he realizes he is completely outmatched. So, in a desperate act of submission, he slams his head to the floor, profusely apologizing to him. He continues to grovel, desperately blaming his actions on unavoidable circumstances. But Sung-an remains unimpressed as the CEO begs for mercy just this once. Just as Kang begs for a deadline extension, a new, mocking voice cuts through the tension, wondering why an old man is banging his head on the floor. Lee Gyu-beom strolls into the carnage, coolly telling the pathetic-looking Kang Jong-dae to lift his head. Surveying the bloody scene, he correctly guesses that the CEO's request for a deadline extension is related to this mess. As Kang starts to blame the four-eyed bastard, Lee Gyu-beom sharply cuts him off. Declaring he doesn't want to hear it, he brutally kicks the groveling man aside. With a predatory grin, he decides he'd rather not hear the story from a pathetic underling. Instead, he declares that it would be far more entertaining to hear what happened directly from team leader Kim Sang-an. Sang-an quickly deduces Gyu-beom's purpose, stating his presence means Kang Jong-dae also owes a debt to Baekjeon loans. Gyu-beom confirms he is there to collect a late payment and correctly surmises that Sang-an is the cause of the delay. With a look of amusement, he pieces together the events that led to the carnage before him. His eyes land on the terrified Hong-a-room, and he correctly guesses that she is at the center of the conflict. He laments to Sang-an that he was just minding his own business until this mess interfered with his company's profitable revenue stream. Then, he playfully threatens to claim damages from Sang-an's company, Chunhung, for the disruption. He continues to taunt him, mentioning how this incident could make the relationship between their companies awkward. While he searches for a cleaner way to handle things, Sang-an cuts to the chase, admitting he won't deny causing damage to Baekjeon loans. And notes that Gyu-beom clearly wants something, a fact the rival manager amusedly confirms was obvious. He then reveals his curiosity was sparked during the recent coffeehouse meeting between their bosses. In a flashback, he recalls asking who was more useful between him and Sang-an, a question Chairman Huang had deemed difficult. The chairman debated the merits of their nicknames, with Baekjeon championing Sang-an as the loan shark teacher. Gyu-beom recalls dismissing such childish nicknames, insisting that the only thing that matters is who is truly better. Forced to give a definitive answer, Chairman Huang had carefully considered which of the two enforcers was superior, and his verdict was blunt: Sang-an's better, no doubt, forcing Gyu-beom to feign casual agreement. Even his own boss, Chairman Baekjeon, had to agree that Sang-an was better. However, there was a catch. Chairman Huang clarified that while Sang-an was superior overall, he did have areas where he fell short compared to Gyu-beom. The flashback reveals Gyu-beom's smirk as Chairman Huang admitted that in one specific regard, Manager Lee is indeed superior. Back in the present, he tells Sang-an that their bosses were treating him like some kind of top-tier loan shark, and explains that this bloody scene is the perfect opportunity to satisfy his curiosity about whether the rumors of Sang-an's skills are true. He then formally makes a proposal to the loan shark teacher, acknowledging that Sang-an has obstructed his company's collection. He suggests they settle things personally to avoid the annoying process of formal negotiations between their companies. In another flashback, Chairman Huang clarifies exactly what he meant. Gyu-beom's superiority lies purely in his fists. He had noted that fighting is an important skill for a loan shark, and that while Sang-an is good, Gyu-beom is on another level. As Huang's voiceover praises his innate talent for fighting, he takes a stance and issues a challenge: "If you beat me, I'll pretend this never happened." Sang-an remains perfectly calm, recognizing that his opponent has already set the stage for their inevitable confrontation. The reputation of Baekjeon loans manager Lee Gyu-beom is preceded by a notorious alias. With glowing eyes and a thirst for battle, he introduces himself by his fearsome nickname, Baekjeon's Mad Dog. Seeing the challenge for what it is, Sang-an calmly agrees, stating there's no reason for him to refuse. Gyu-beom isn't finished, however, and decides to add a new condition since our protagonist interfered with his debt collection. He raises the stakes dramatically, If he wins, not only will Song-an's interference be forgotten, but Hong-a-room's massive debt will also be wiped clean, much to her shock. Our guy acknowledges that she owes a significant amount and that he is currently indebted to Gyu-biom's boss, Chairman Baek Gyeon. With his obligations in mind, he accepts the high-stakes wager, declaring that he won't refuse as he raises his fists. Pleased that his opponent didn't back out, Gyu-biom smirks, confident they won't need to argue about the terms later. Meanwhile, the reality of the situation dawns on Hong-a-room as she realizes her entire fate now rests on the outcome of this fight. And as Gyu-biom sarcastically asks if he wants to seal the deal in blood, both fighters prepare for a brutal showdown. With a flicker of hope that she might escape her predicament, she watches as the two enforcers lunge at each other, initiating the battle. A flashback provides context on Baek Gyeon Loans, a massive loan shark company based in Jongno. Unlike other companies, he has a very specific and dangerous customer base. Their clients are exclusively criminal organizations involved in everything from smuggling to cyber gambling. While other loan sharks avoid such high-risk, low-recovery rate clients, Baek Gyeon Loans operates without fear. The reason for their audacity is simple. Their collectors are a different breed. Every single one of them is a hardened brawler, capable of collecting debts from the most dangerous criminals. And even among these elite fighters, one man is universally acknowledged as the best when it comes to pure fistfighting. As the narration builds, the two men clash violently in the present. That man is revealed to be none other than Lee Gyu-biom, fearsomely known as the Mad Dog of Baek Gyeon. The fight begins in earnest, and Sang-an is immediately put on the back foot by Gyu-biom's explosive opening attack. His punch closes the distance with startling velocity. Sang-an narrowly blocks it, initially assessing his opponent as a clever, calculating fighter trying to seize the initiative. However, he quickly realizes his initial analysis is wrong. This man is nothing like the rumors described. And he isn't the type to calculate every move. With a manic grin, Gyu-biom revels in the fight, confirming Sang-an's new understanding. He's not a calculator, but a predator who moves on pure instinct. Then, a lightning-fast kick catches our guy off guard, forcing him into a desperate block. The powerful impact sends a jolt through his guard, demonstrating Gyu-biom's raw strength. Watching the display of power, she is stunned by how strong this newcomer is. She dares to hope that this super-strong fighter might actually be her key to escaping the crazy bastard Sang-an. Gyu-biom scoffs, disappointed that this is the man his chairman considered the best, and thinks the old man's eyesight must be failing. The Mad Dog of Baek Gyeon continues his ferocious, unrelenting assault. Sang-an, defending against the onslaught, quickly analyzes his opponent's strengths, superior speed, and reflexes that lead to unpredictable attacks. Recognizing this, he instantly formulates a new strategy. He will bind his opponent's movements to limit his unpredictability. Gyu-biom is momentarily perplexed as his opponent's fighting style suddenly changes. Hong-a-room watches in shock at the sudden shift in the fight's momentum. As Sang-an moves with inhuman speed, she wonders how it's even possible for a person to move like that. But Gyu-biom just smirks, recognizing the attempt to grab and beat him as standard, predictable thinking. Just then, he lands a devastating kick on Sang-an's face and asks if people often find him boring. The force of the blow sends Sang-an's glasses flying. Aram's hope surges as she cheers internally, convinced that Gyu-biom has just won the exchange. Bleeding from the mouth and now without his glasses, Sang-an recovers, his expression hardening. Gyu-biom taunts him, saying he expected to learn something from a man nicknamed Teacher, but found nothing of value. Wiping the blood from his lips, Sang-an silently prepares to give him the lesson he's asking for. In a flashback, it's revealed that the entire confrontation was a setup, as Lee Gyu-biom takes his leave from a meeting with both Chairman Baek Gyeon and Chairman Hwang. Chairman Baek Gyeon watches him leave with a thoughtful, silent expression. He then confronts his rival, asking why he lied to Gyu-biom by claiming he was a better fighter than Sang-an, and explains that his subordinate's intense competitive spirit means he would never be satisfied until he tested himself against Sang-an. He reminds Chairman Hwang of his own words. Gyu-biom is the type to rush in and bite at any chance he gets. Chairman Baek Gyeon finally reveals his true motive. He simply asks Sang-an to come and educate his own enforcer, lamenting that his company lacks a man who works as cleanly. Chairman Hwang smirks, understanding the true nature of this brutal education. The flashback ends with Chairman Hwang being certain that Manager Lee will learn a valuable lesson from meeting Kim Sang-an. Back in the present, a bloodied Sang-an towers over Gyu-biom, telling him the reason for his defeat is simple. "You're not clean enough," he states coldly, explaining that this single flaw is why his opponent will ultimately lose. Gyu-biom scoffs, asking if he hit him too hard, while acknowledging how one-sided the fight must seem. As our guy struggles to his feet, He cryptically states that they'll know the truth of the matter. After they finish, he punctuates his sentence, ready to attack. Ju Byom notes his opponent's standard, straightforward fighting style, designed to end the fight quickly. However, he leaps into the air to land a brutal kick, and points out to our guy that the same move had already failed before. A battered Sung-an looks at him, his patience clearly wearing thin. Repeating his earlier lesson, he tells him that he doesn't fight clean enough as he intercepts his attack. Caught midair and defenseless, Ju Byom realizes he can't dodge the impending counterattack. Sung-an breaks down his opponent's style, explaining that while he uses innate senses for unpredictable attacks, the flaw is that it makes all his movements too large and easy to read. He continues the lesson, stating that even unpredictable movements become predictable once they can be read. Drilling in his second point, he punches the downed Ju Byom mercilessly. However, he admits his opponent's earlier kick was powerful enough to shake his vision for a moment. He then points out the man's fatal flaw. Instead of pushing his advantage to end the fight, he wasted the opportunity with a worthless joke. Pinning him down to the ground, he delivers the final lesson: finish your work while you still have the chance. Defeated and broken, Lee Ju Byom can only curse his failure. Yet even in defeat, he manages a bloody smile, admitting that he did in fact learn something valuable. His lesson taught, Sang-an turns his chilling attention back to Hong-ae-room, who flinches in pure terror. He coldly tells her that he gave her a chance to repay her debt, but he sees no will in her to do so. With the fight settled and her last hope extinguished, he delivers his final verdict: you are hopeless. The scene shifts to a desolate, foggy pier under the pale light of a full moon. Shin Jung-woo calls out from the darkness, announcing that he has finished mixing all the cement. A gagged Hong-ae-ryum, trapped and helpless, stares in horror at the bucket of wet cement and the shovel in his hands. Sung-an stands silently over the barrel, listening to her muffled cries for a moment. With her bound, gagged, and stuffed into a barrel, he gives the chilling, one-word command to his subordinate: pour it. In a flashback, Kim Sang-an reveals that he secretly checked in on his sister, I-an, from time to time. He would watch from afar to see how she was living after they had cut ties. Seeing her persevere brought him a sense of relief. The sister who once seemed so fragile was now stubbornly surviving and moving forward on her own. He witnessed her struggling on crowded trains while studying, yet she never wavered in her pursuit of a better life. All her hard work finally culminated in her graduation day. He was happy to see her moving further away from the dark abyss he inhabited. He even attended her graduation, hiding in the shadows with a bouquet of flowers. However, upon seeing her happy with friends, he decided his presence was a risk and chose to leave without a word. He resolved to stay away, believing she should never have to look down at the dark world where he exists, and he wanted to spare her from being reminded of their unhappy childhood, a past he felt responsible for. He recalled her bright smile as he made the painful decision to distance himself for her sake. His silent wish was for her to achieve her dream of becoming a teacher and to forget their past, including him. And so, he threw the flowers away, a painful symbol of his sacrifice and his decision to let her forget him completely. The scene snaps back to the present, with a clinical explanation of the extreme physiological pain of drowning. Trapped in the net, Hong-ae-ryum experiences the intense terror of being plunged into the water. As her oxygen depletes, her brain's survival instinct triggers a painful, desperate hunger for air. Then, water enters her airway, causing an involuntary spasm that closes her throat to protect her lungs. This induces an agonizing feeling of suffocation, making a brief moment feel like an eternity. As his subordinate watches, Sung-an asks if he knows what happens right before death, and explains that just before the brain shuts down from hypoxia, the pain disappears and is replaced by a sense of peace. Realizing the timing is critical, our guy says they need to pull her up to prevent that, and coldly states that such peacefulness isn't meant for her. They pull a gasping and coughing Hong-ae-ryum from the water just before she passes out. Completely broken and terrified, she sobs, begging them to spare her life. "Please stop, I was wrong," she pleads, all her previous arrogance gone. Yet her desperate cries are ignored as the men prepare to plunge her back into the depths. "I'm scared, please, please," she screams, consumed by pure terror. His only response is a flat, emotionless "number we." He then declares that this is just the beginning as she is dunked once more. The horrifying cycle of near drowning continues, denying her even a moment's respite. Our guy makes a grim promise: "Hong-ae-ryum, I won't let you die even if you beg for it." He remembers his sister, a teacher who had only tried to guide her onto the right path. The image of her current agony is contrasted with the memory of his sister's kindness. He thinks of I-an, a young woman who simply wanted to live an honorable life. After another cycle of torture in the pouring rain, he orders his men to pull her up. But it's only a brief pause before he mercilessly commands, "Dunk her again." As he thinks of his little sister, He declares that this girl drove her to her death, and now she must pay the ultimate price. Staring into the rain, he stoically orders it done, again. The cycle of suffering continues relentlessly, breaking her body and spirit. Again, 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 he commands, his voice a cold drumbeat against the stormy sea. Finally, his subordinate approaches, reporting that she is at her absolute limit. She's completely broken, mumbling apologies with a vacant, traumatized expression. The subordinate warns that she'll die if they do it again, and asks for final orders. Sengen stares out at the dawn, contemplating his next move. He decides he can't let her die peacefully, that would be too merciful. Ordering the boat to turn around, he announces that this part of the collection is finished. Watching the sunrise, he speaks to his deceased sister, telling her he has taken care of one of the awful demons she mentioned. However, his revenge is far from over, as he reveals his plan to send her to a psychiatrist who owes him a debt. There, she will be forcibly hospitalized with a fabricated illness, forced to spend the rest of her life reliving the agony of this day's torture. He vows to his sister that he will soon track down every last one of her tormentors, and inflict even greater and more personalized suffering upon each of them. In a heart-wrenching final flashback, Anne finds the discarded bouquet of marigolds at her graduation. Recognizing her favorite flowers, she wonders aloud who would throw away something so pretty. As her friends call for her to join a group photo, she takes the flowers with her. With a knowing, gentle smile, she thinks to herself that if her brother had come, he would have definitely been standing right there, holding those exact flowers for her. This poignant memory reveals that despite the distance, she knew her brother was watching over her all along. The scene then shifts to a dark gym, where someone is working out intensely. The sounds of heavy breathing and exertion fill the empty space. The figure is revealed to be a muscular student, pushing himself to his limits. It's Baek Sung-woo, another student from Seoulbit High School. Finishing a set of squats, he complains in frustration that his workout is going terribly. Disturbingly, he mutters that on days like this, he wishes teacher Ian were here to give him a harsh scolding. He chillingly refers to his former teacher as his very own natural booster. Then, he sinisterly wishes he had played with her just enough so she wouldn't have died, revealing himself as another of Ian's tormentors, and Song-an's next target. Loomed over by Kim Sang-an, a terrified Hung Ae-room begs for forgiveness, admitting everything is her fault. He coldly dismisses her pleas for mercy, stating that while she's finally admitting her fault, her sins won't just disappear. Desperate, she tries to retract her confession, now claiming she lied and that his sister didn't die because of her. Unmoved by her pathetic excuses, his expression hardens when she suddenly tries to blame that bastard for everything. She reveals that teacher Ian truly started to fall apart because of a different crazy bastard. Leaning in, he coldly demands to know exactly who she's talking about. A flashback shows a sinister-looking Ye-jun, and Sang-an immediately suspects he's the culprit. He questions if she's referring to the class president, Eom Ye-jun. Later, back at Seoulbit High School, Sang-an calls a morning assembly to make a grave announcement. He addresses the class, reminding them of the unfortunate incidents involving their late teacher, Kim Moyan. He then coldly informs the students that Hung Ae-room won't be attending school for a while, explaining that she requires long-term psychiatric hospitalization. The students are shocked by the news, whispering among themselves that she was just recently bragging about buying designer goods. Sang-an twists the knife, claiming he can't go into details but that Hung Ae-room is experiencing intense guilt. He elaborates that she feels responsible for what happened to teacher Kim Won-ain, which sends a visible shock through the students. Pushing his glasses up, he sends a chilling, unspoken warning to the rest of the class. Looking directly at Ye-jun, he offers his support to anyone else feeling the same kind of guilt toward teacher Kim, and concludes his thinly veiled threat by inviting any other guilty students to come see him anytime, promising that he will listen to their stories. As the assembly ends, a stone-faced Ye-jun silently processes the teacher's ominous message. Later, Ye-jun and his co-conspirators gather around a campus vending machine. Ye-jun opens a can of soda and asks his friends if they all heard the announcement. Taking a sip, he observes that the teacher has already enacted his revenge on Ae-room and is acting more recklessly than he initially thought. He advises his nervous friends that they all need to lay low and be careful for a while. One of the students anxiously asks him what they should do now and how much the teacher might know. He confidently reassures the group, saying that if the teacher knew what they did, he would have come for them already. However, another student ominously adds that it's only a matter of time before their new teacher finds out the truth, and anxiously asks for a countermeasure, but their conversation is loudly interrupted. The muscular Baek Sung-woo scoffs at their worrying, proclaiming that he doesn't care if the teacher finds out and wishes he'd come for him first. He arrogantly declares that if the teacher came for him, they could just throw down like real men. With a sinister grin, he adds that the fact the new teacher is their pretty girl's brother makes the prospect even better. Disgusted, another student dismisses him as a pervert and decides to leave the tense gathering. Before leaving, Ye-jun tells the others it's time to change for the next period, PE, and gives a final warning, reminding them that while Arium may have started this, they are all tangled up in it together. The shadows of the students loom large as his warning hangs ominously in the air. During PE class, the teacher lazes on the steps, musing that the class is useless for college admissions and just treated as playtime. Sipping his drink, he figures it's better for everyone if he just lets the students loose, since the official tests are merely a formality. He concludes that it's a waste of time anyway, so they might as well use the period to relieve some stress. The PE teacher tells Song-an that observing the class is meaningless and questions why he's even bothering. Song-yeon thanks him for the advice but makes it clear he has his own agenda. He states firmly that he fully intends to watch the students in his class. His gaze intensifies as he vows to observe each and every one of them very closely. Then, his attention is drawn to Baek Sung-woo, who impresses his classmates by effortlessly performing over 20 pull-ups. After finishing his set, he lands with a triumphant roar, demanding his friends acknowledge his impressive feat. He strikes a pose, proudly telling them to behold his vast latissimus dorsi, and boasts to his friends, asking if his physique is freaking awesome. A sycophantic classmate marvels that they can even see his back muscles from the front. Amazed at how he built his body, the other students eagerly ask him to share his routine. He brushes off their questions with generic advice: train hard, eat well, sleep well, and you'll grow fast. After that, he condescendingly tells them to put in some effort instead of just being jealous, which seems to motivate them. However, one student presses further, questioning how he got so muscular in just over a year. The student innocently mentions that online videos suggest building a body that quickly requires illegal steroids, causing Sung-woo's face to darken. "What did you just say, you punk?" he growls, his temper flaring instantly. Before the student can react, an enraged Sung-woo violently grabs him, furious at the accusation of being a roider. Looming over the terrified student, he furiously claims he's a lifetime naturals who built his body with pure effort. The student can only stammer in fear, completely terrified by his explosive reaction. Sang-woo rants that his muscle growth is simply due to good genes and that a skinny twigs like him wouldn't know anything about it. The other students watch in shock, as one reveals that he developed serious anger management issues after he started working out. His rage continues to escalate as he repeats, "I'm getting so fucking pissed." He prepares to land a solid punch with a crazed look, threatening to kill the student who questioned his natural status. Watching the scene unfold from a distance, Kim Sang-an has identified his target, Baek Sang-woo. Just as he is about to attack, the class president, Ye-jun, intervenes, calmly telling him it's not good for friends to fight. He sternly tells him to let the student go, even as Sang-woo protests that the bastard was talking shit. Ye-jun calmly points out that the teachers are watching, just as the PE teacher yells at them from a distance. Leaning in, he reminds him that their homeroom teacher is also there, and that he hasn't forgotten their earlier conversation about laying low, and warns that it will be trouble if he starts swinging his fists again, forcing a frustrated Sang-woo to curse and back down. The PE teacher, seeing Ye-jun handle the situation, tells Sang-an not to worry and praises the class president's ability to diffuse issues. He notes how Ye-jun always seems to show up and handle problems just as they are about to happen. He remarks to Sang-an that it sometimes feels like Ye-jun manages the kids better than the teachers do, completely unaware of the irony. The scene flashes back to Kim Sang-an interrogating Hong-ae-room on the boat, demanding the identity of her accomplice. When he asks if she meant the class president, Eom Ye-jun, she seems hesitant, and states, "No, the one I meant was..." She finally names the real culprit, Baek Sang-woo, whom she tremblingly calls a real psycho. In a shocking flashback, she reveals that it was the brutish Baek Sang-woo who physically assaulted teacher Kim Won-an. This chilling revelation solidifies Baek Sang-woo as Kim Sang-an's next and most personal target. Back in the present, a fuming Baek Sang-woo stomps across the school grounds, unable to calm his steroid-fueled anger. He decides to blow off steam at the gym, sadistically planning to imagine he's hitting teacher Kim Won-a while lifting heavy weights. He cackles at the thought, relishing the memory of attacking his former teacher just as Kim Sung-an watches his departure. Unbeknownst to him, his teacher follows him with cold, calculated intent. Later, Sang-woo arrives at the gym, ready to begin his rage-filled workout. He heads to a private stall in the locker room to prepare for his pre-workout ritual. A sign pleading with members to properly dispose of steroid syringes confirms his drug use as he discards his own used needle. Now juiced up on the good stuff, he mutters about how he almost killed the skinny twigs who called him out earlier. Having fully loaded up, he flushes the evidence down the toilet to hide his tracks. Now pumped and ready, he puts on his headphones, exclaiming, "Let's go, baby." He plans his workout aloud, deciding that after doing legs yesterday, today is the day to destroy his arms. But as he prepares to start his warm-up with triceps, a sudden and unexpected presence startles him. He turns to see a large figure standing directly before him and utters, "What the?" It's Kim Sang-an. His own impressive physique shocks the student, who wonders what kind of teacher has a body like that. Sung-an calmly addresses him by name, Baek Sung-woo, to which the student nervously responds. With a cold, condescending tone, he delivers the ultimate insult to provoke him. For a drug user, your body is quite small. The taunt hits its mark perfectly, and Baek Sung-woo explodes in pure, unrestrained rage, screaming, "What did you say, you fucker?" Anabolic steroids are synthetic drugs derived from testosterone. These steroids are detailed to enhance protein synthesis, leading to muscle growth and improved athletic performance. While originally intended for medical use, they are now commonly abused in sports like bodybuilding for the purpose of physical enhancement. Kim Sang-an then begins his psychological attack on Baek Sang-woo, noting the drug's severe side effects before mockingly observing that the student's body is rather small for a user. The narration explains a key side effect, a state of excessive aggression caused by high testosterone levels. As Sang-woo's face twists in anger, Sang-an identifies the textbook symptom, labeling it roid rage. Enraged, Sang-woo denies using drugs and demands to know if his teacher has any idea how hard he worked for his physique. Unfazed, Sang-an calmly reveals that he has already reviewed Sang-woo's physical exam results from the previous year. He scientifically dismantles his students' lies, pointing out the impossibility of gaining 20 kilograms in a single year without a change in height, even with intense bulking. When Sang-woo boasts of a 5,000-calorie diet, Sang-an retorts that this only makes his claims more unbelievable without the aid of drugs. He then explains the metabolic reality. A student cannot consume that many calories and maintain low body fat no matter how much time they spend on a Stairmaster. Continuing his lecture, he points out that the overdeveloped deltoid and trapezius muscles are a classic telltale sign of a drug user. Sang-an notes that while steroid use is Sang-woo's own choice, the vehemence of his denial is what's truly suspicious. He then delivers a crushing blow to the young man's ego, asking if he's ashamed that his body is so unimpressive even with the help of drugs. Sang-an concludes his assessment by stating that Sang-woo's aggressive, disrespectful reaction to his own teacher is the ultimate proof of roid rage. With his target psychologically cornered, he poses the critical question, "Is this how you ended up swinging your fists at teacher Kim Won-ain?" Sang-an coolly watches, his trap perfectly laid and waiting to be sprung. His student is completely stunned, his mind racing as he wonders how this man could possibly know about his assault on Kim the First. A flashback confirms the accusation, showing the moment Baek Sang-woo violently attacked the defenseless teacher. Internally, Sang-an confirms his plan is working. Unable to rely solely on Hong A-rim's testimony, he just needed to poke his target to get a reaction. As Sang-woo panics, our guy smugly observes how easy his target is to read. He muses that with a target as transparent as this, he won't even need to set an elaborate trap this time. He continues to taunt the student, suggesting a body like his couldn't possibly throw a real punch, knowing full well he's the type to explode with just a little nudge. The provocation works perfectly as Sang-woo's roid rage takes over, and he screams at his teacher, asking if he wants to die. But our guy calmly dismisses the threat, adding insult to injury by saying Sang-woo's crude expression is just how he normally looks. Having completely lost his temper, Sang-woo lunges forward, screaming that he'll wreck his teacher's face. As he swings, he unwittingly begins to confess, shouting that he's already thrown punches before. But before his punch can land, a massive arm intercepts the attack as a commanding voice shouts his name. The gym's director, Gwak Daebo, makes his entrance, sternly ordering him to stand down and stop causing trouble in his sacred gym. A chastised Sang-woo immediately snaps out of his rage and addresses the director as Master. His master offers a sarcastic apology for his student's temper. He then cuts off his student's excuses and orders him to go home for the day, despite his complaints about not having warmed up yet. The director firmly dismisses his student, telling him to leave while he handles the situation. As Sang-woo hesitates, Daebo gives a cryptic warning, "Don't make things bigger like last time." Sang-an quietly observes the exchange, his suspicions growing as the director dismisses the fuming student. Frustrated, Sang-woo reluctantly agrees to leave, giving his teacher one last glare. Before leaving, however, he turns back to address his homeroom teacher directly. He issues a final snarling threat, warning Sang-an not to judge his body again. Daebo looks on, finally realizing the man his student was about to attack is his homeroom teacher. Now in his office, which is adorned with bodybuilding trophies, he acknowledges Sang-an as Sang-woo's new teacher. He comments on Sang-woo's lack of manners for raising a fist to an educator. Sang-an smoothly assures the director that he has no intention of making it an official issue. Daebo feigns responsibility, lamenting that he must have failed to teach his student proper manners. Sensing the director knows more than he's letting on, Sang-an politely asks him to share more about Sang-woo. He cuts straight to the chase, asking under what circumstances his student obtained illegal drugs, which causes Daebo to flinch. The director quickly recovers, using his authority as an expert to deny any signs of drug use in his student. Playing along, Sang-an feigns relief and attributes his accusation to a misunderstanding by an amateur. As Sang-an apologizes for any offense and prepares to leave, Daebo seems to relax, chalking it up to a common mistake. But just as he is about to exit, the director stops him, curious to ask a question of his own. He compliments Sang-an's own impressive physique and inquires if he has a background in bodybuilding. Sang-an coolly denies it, claiming he hasn't done any particular workouts. Daebo knows this is a lie. His 20 years of experience tell him that Sang-an's body is not that of an untrained person. As the teacher walks away, Daebo's inner monologue concludes that the man must be, at minimum, a former elite athlete. The director is left with a deep sense of unease, questioning if this man is really just a teacher. Meanwhile, Sang-woo stomps down the street, fuming that his master's intervention ruined his workout and cost him the chance to beat up the teacher. But he anxiously wonders how Sang-an knew about his steroid use and, more importantly, about what happened with Kim Hye-an. Overwhelmed with the complexity of his situation, the young man screams in frustration. However, his despair turns to a sinister grin as he consoles himself with the thought that his teacher doesn't know his most important secret. The scene shifts to a shadowy building at night, setting the stage for the next phase of the plan. Back in his office, Sang-an studies Baek Sang-woo's file, reaffirming that Hong A-room's testimony fingers him as one of Kim Won-in's assailants. Sang-an knows he could ruin the student now, but he needs to uncover the exact circumstances of the assault first. To accurately calculate the debt for his sister's life, he is determined not to miss a single one's worth of suffering. The glint of his monitor reflects in his glasses as he focuses intently on his investigation. He pulls up the file on director Gwak Daebo, recalling his defensive reaction to the drug use allegations. Leaning back, he feels certain that the director knows about Sang-woo's habit and is hiding it for a specific reason. His mind replays Daebo's cryptic warning to Sang-woo, "Don't make things bigger like last time." The phrase lingers, and he becomes determined to find out what exactly happened last time. The scene shifts to the school grounds, where Sang-woo is meeting with other students. It's revealed he's meeting two classmates at a secluded picnic table. The curious classmates peer into a large gym bag, asking what's inside. Sang-woo smirks, reminding them that they had previously asked how he managed to build his impressive body. Confident that his teacher is unaware, he prepares to let them in on the secret to his success. He unzips the bag, revealing that the big secret isn't just that he's a drug user. He proudly displays a bag full of steroid vials, declaring that he is also a drug distributor. His classmates recoil in shock, recognizing the illegal drugs and questioning the danger. Sang-woo scoffs at their hesitation, claiming that in the world of bodybuilding, everyone is secretly juicing. He then launches into a sales pitch, offering them a curated selection of effective drugs and his advanced knowledge of stacking them all for a cheap price. As he tempts them with the promise of becoming muscleheads, one of the students seems swayed and starts to ask about the price. But the student suddenly stops, his eyes wide with fear as he stammers for Sang-woo to look behind him. Sang-woo turns to find Kim Sung-an looming over him, having caught him red-handed. With a deathly calm expression, the teacher menacingly calls out his student's name. The trap closes as Sang-an delivers the final chilling line, "I know everything about the kind of guy you are." Sang-an calmly observes him, remarking that distributing illegal drugs at school is either incredibly bold or just plain stupid. He then dismisses the other two students, offering to overlook their involvement if they simply return to class and keep quiet. The frightened students quickly agree, insisting they didn't buy anything before fleeing the scene and leaving Sang-woo to face the music. The teacher tells Baek Sang-woo to follow him for a private counseling session. Once in the counseling room, the student begins his denial, insisting he's telling the truth. He leans back with false confidence, claiming he never sold any drugs. Instead, he tries to downplay the situation, arguing that the drugs are for his own use and that he was merely letting his friends take a look. Sang-an notes his sudden boldness, correctly guessing he's trying to play dumb about selling them. The student scoffs at the accusation and even offers to show his bank account as proof, all while thinking he can get away with just admitting to personal use. He arrogantly challenges his teacher's authority to investigate, suggesting he should just call the cops if he's so suspicious. The student believes that denying the sale is his best bet, calculating that even if his teacher snitches, he'll have time to prepare. However, Sung-eun clarifies that he doesn't care whether he's a user or a dealer, revealing his real motive. The young man is visibly confused by his teacher's unexpected statement. Adjusting his tie, Sung-eun gets to the heart of the matter. He then reveals a collection of photos, shocking the student by asking about what he did to Kim Won-ain. Sang-woo is stunned into silence, completely caught off guard. He panics, wondering how his teacher got a hold of the photos of IN that he kept for his so-called workout motivation. The realization that the teacher somehow breached his private locker sends a chill down his spine. A flashback then reveals how Kim Sung-eun's investigation led him to the Muscle Lab Fitness Center. There, the gym's owner, Kwak Dae-bo, is surprised to be confronted by the student's homeroom teacher. The owner gruffly asks what brings him here, and Sung-eun simply states he's there to check something. He gets straight to the point, accusing Baek Sang-woo of acquiring illegal drugs from the gym. He then points directly at the owner, accusing him of being the supplier while the student handles distribution. The gym owner angrily denies the accusation, demanding to know on what grounds he's being called a drug dealer. Unfazed, Sung-eun coolly recites the man's history, starting with his expulsion from the Bodybuilding Association after failing a doping test. He continues, recounting how the owner was later booked for assaulting a pregnant woman in a parking lot, and adds that he then claimed diminished mental capacity due to drugs in court. The man is stunned, wondering how this teacher could possibly know every detail of his sordid past. Sang-eun explains how his athletic career was ruined, and that his current gym business is failing. He concludes that for someone so incompetent, it's reasonable to deduce he'd sell drugs to make rent, which causes the gym owner to snap. Enraged, he lunges at Sung-eun, shouting that a regular guy has no right to run his mouth like that. As he prepares to counter the attack, Sung-eun dryly observes, like master, like student. With a single, swift strike, Sung-eun effortlessly floors the much larger man. Looking down at his defeated opponent, he notes how just a little poke was enough to expose his true colors. The gym owner cries out in pain, completely overpowered. Sung-eun reiterates that he doesn't actually care about the drug dealing, as he wants to know something else. He offers a deal. If the owner gives him the right answers about his student, he'll keep quiet about the illegal drug sales. Sung-eun then recalls the gym owner's earlier warning to Sang-woo not to cause trouble like last time. And so he asks if that past incident involved the student punching his previous homeroom teacher. Sweating, the owner feigns ignorance, stammering about the incident with the previous teacher. He lies, claiming the incident was about his student beating up a member at another gym, a mess he supposedly had to settle. And coldly reminds him to answer properly, but the man insists he's telling the truth, even offering to show the settlement agreement. Suddenly, the gym owner has a realization, remembering that Sung-eun had asked about the previous homeroom teacher. He confesses that he saw Baek Sang-woo teaching the female teacher, Kim In, how to work out a few times. Upon hearing his sister's name, Sung-eun immediately demands more details. The terrified owner reveals that the student seemed to really like her, even sticking her pictures up to look at while working out. Desperate to avoid being reported, he admits that's why the boy keeps the photos in his locker, and even offers to open it for him. Back in the present, Sung-eun holds the photos and asks the student to confirm they were taken secretly. Sang-woo panics, unable to believe his mentor would betray him and open the locker. Deciding to deny everything, he lies that he just picked the photos up in the classroom, adding that it shouldn't be a problem anyway. Sung-eun gives a final warning, noting that the woman in the photos is already dead and demanding to know what happened between them. However, the student yawns dismissively, trying to stall for time by asking what could possibly happen between a student and a teacher. He glances at the clock, thinking he just needs to hold out a little longer until he can get back to class and consult with Ye-jun. The young man feels confident, believing that a lowly teacher has no authority to hold him hostage and interrogate him. Arrogantly, he stands and asks to leave, claiming it's time for his supplements because in a school, the student is king. Realizing his opponent feels untouchable in this space, Sung-eun utters a chilling diagnosis: heart failure. A confused Sang-woo questions the sudden diagnosis, and Sang-an explains that it's a typical side effect of steroids. Sung-eun then declares that due to heart failure from drug abuse, he must urgently take the student to the hospital. But before Sang-woo can even finish his sentence, Sung-eun strikes. He delivers a precise chop to the back of the student's neck, knocking him out cold. As the young man collapses, Sung-eun coolly states, "That's the story we'll go with." And so, the arrogant student lies unconscious on the floor of the counseling room. Kim Sang-an looks on, his plan executed perfectly. Sometime later, Baek Sang-woo begins to stir, groggily coming to his senses. His eyes snap open in a dark, unfamiliar location as he realizes something is terribly wrong. He finds himself tied securely to a chair and frantically wonders why. Kim Sang-on's silhouette appears, and he calmly states that the student took his time waking up. The student panics, yelling at his teacher and asking if he's crazy for kidnapping him. Sang-on reminds the hysterical young man that he was given several chances to answer, but he just screams to be untied. While preparing a syringe, he calmly states that if he had cooperated, his debt might have been reduced. He calls the student incredibly foolish, as the boy's eyes widen in terror at the sight of the needle. As he draws a substance into the syringe, Sang-on declares that what happens next is purely a result of the student's own choices. "What the fuck is that?" he screams, overcome with fear of the unknown injection. Holding the filled syringe up to his eye, Kim Sang-an reveals the substance's name, estrogen. He explains that, simply put, it is a female hormone. Sang-woo is horrified as the teacher elaborates that while it exists naturally in men, an overdose has significant consequences. As he prepares to inject his captive, he explains that excess estrogen tricks the brain into shutting down the signal for male hormone production. The student desperately begs him to stop, knowing full well that when a male body stops producing testosterone, several effects occur. Leaning in close, Sang-on tells him to feel the changes carefully as he reveals the most prominent effect and his ultimate punishment, muscle loss. In a flashback, a younger Baek Sang-woo trains obsessively, driven by the belief that a man must be strong. His mantra was simple: the more sweat a man sheds, the better. Fueled by this conviction, he pushed himself relentlessly, vowing to get an even bigger physique. He gasps for air between sets, his body already marked by the telltale signs of steroid use. The memory of his formerly skinny and weak self fuels his obsession. He is terrified of reverting to how he once was. With grim determination, he vows that he can never, ever go back to being that person again. Indeed, this image of his weaker past is the very ghost that haunts him. Back in the present, Kim Sang-an holds a syringe of estrogen to the terrified Baek Sang-woo's neck, telling him to carefully feel how his body is about to change. Gasping for air, a panicked Sang-woo begs him to wait. But, as the needle nears his skin, he finally breaks. He screams for Sang-an to stop, promising to tell him everything. While promising to reveal all that happened with Kim Won-ain, he is met with a cold command from Sang-an to speak properly. Under the threat of the needle, Sang-woo is warned not to utter a single lie. Beginning his confession, he recalls the day Kim Won first introduced herself to the class. He admits that when he first saw his new teacher, he didn't think much of her at all, and confesses that his only initial thought was that she was pretty, but he otherwise didn't care. He explains that his post-school workout routine was always a higher priority than his school life. He then claims that for a while, he barely interacted with the teacher, as he was always sleeping during recess to aid muscle recovery. He even recalls a friend commenting on how attractive the new teacher was. His confession pinpoints their first real conversation to the day after a specific humiliating event. He clarifies that it was the day she was forced to kneel because of Hong A-room's lies. Sang-un interrupts, questioning if he truly knew nothing about Hong A-room's scheme beforehand. Sang-woo scoffs, denying any closeness with her and dismissing her as someone who just posts fake workout pictures online. Unconvinced by the performance, Sang-un coolly tells him to continue talking. Sang-woo claims that he and Kim Won-ain only became close after that incident. He recounts his daily routine of doing pull-ups alone on the field during lunch, enjoying the feeling of isolating his lats. The scene flashes back to him working out by himself on the school's pull-up bars. He is startled when Kim Won-ain's voice suddenly praises his pull-up form. She approaches him, explaining that she has always wanted to talk to him but never had the chance. She asks for a moment of his time, leading him to believe she was going to discuss being framed as a thief. However, to his surprise, she instead asks him about his dream. She explains that as his homeroom teacher, she feels bad for not even knowing his aspirations. With a kind expression, she offers to help him achieve it, a gesture Sang-woo recalls as the first time a teacher showed such sincerity. He shyly admits his dream is to become a natural bodybuilder, believing it to be manly and cool. And enthusiastically compliments his physique and tells him his dream is awesome. Flattered, his confidence swells as he agrees, even comparing his physique to Arnold Schwarzenegger's. As she asks him to teach her how to work out, he tells her to visit his gym, marking what he claims was the start of their friendship. Cutting through the pleasantries, Sang-un returns to the critical question whether or not Sang-woo used violence against her. Cornered, Sang-woo nervously stammers out an admission. I did. Sang-un's rage begins to build as he processes the confession. Sang-woo quickly backpedals, frantically insisting there was a reason he hit her. He desperately claims that teacher Kim already forgave him, but a skeptical Sung-an simply tells him to keep talking. Sang-woo then begins to explain the circumstances surrounding the assault. He claims the incident happened during PE class after he forgot to inject his steroids and rushed back to the classroom. In the empty room, he pulled out his syringe, ready for his shot. He quickly injected the drug, feeling a rush of renewed energy. But his moment is shattered when he's caught red-handed by Kim Mornay, who suddenly appears in the classroom. He recounts the shocked expression on her face as she realized what he was doing. Panicking, he tries to stammer out an excuse for the syringe in his hand. She immediately identifies the drug as steroids and confronts him about his dream to be a natural bodybuilder. When she asks if his dream was all a lie, he defensively denies it. She demands he hand it over, but he pathetically argues that his usage is so minimal it's still considered natural in the field. With a disappointed look, she tells him she can understand lying to her. However, she admonishes him for lying to himself, declaring that what he is doing is absolutely not manly or cool. Her words strike a deep nerve as she calls his reliance on drugs the action of a weak person. The insult triggers a flashback to his former, weaker self, his greatest fear. Being called weak sends him into a roid rage. He confesses to Sung-an that in that moment of rage, he threw a punch at his teacher. However, he insists he immediately apologized, got on his knees, and begged for forgiveness, which he claims she gave him with a smile. Sang-an coldly asks if he is therefore claiming to have nothing to do with Kim Morna's death. Sang-woo quickly agrees, trying to pin all the blame on Hong-ae-rum. His attempt to deflect blame backfires when he mentions that Sang-an already took revenge on her, a detail that piques Sang-an's suspicion. Sang-an traps him, asking why he would assume a mere teacher like himself took revenge on a student. He masterfully dissects the lie, pointing out that Sang-woo's statement proves he had prior knowledge of Sang-an's relationship with Ian. With this slip-up, Sang-an declares that his entire story now lacks credibility. Sang-an's eyes narrow as he prepares to expose the deception. He states, "Did you think you could just mix a few lies and gloss over the truth?" His patience exhausted, he calls out Baek Sang-woo's name. He forcefully reminds him of the one clear instruction he was given. And as he pushes the plunger, he reiterates his demand to speak properly without a single lie. Sang-woo stares in stunned disbelief, unable to process what just happened. He erupts in a desperate rage, screaming that he told him everything. Furious that he was injected with estrogen anyway, he continues to shout his innocence. When he demands to know how Sang-an can tell if he's lying, he receives a chillingly simple answer, "I don't." As he begins to walk away, he prepares to play his trump card. He reveals that while he may not know the truth, a certain student from Class 3-2 might, as a new figure emerges from the shadows. Sang-woo is stunned to realize there is someone else in the warehouse with them. His eyes widen in horrified recognition. The mysterious figure is none other than the manipulative class president Ye-jun. Sang-an turns to Ye-jun, stating his belief that Sang-woo is one of the culprits who drove his sister to her death. Admitting it's hard to separate truth from lies, he proposes a twisted psychological test. He tasks the class president with being the judge, ordering him to discern what is true and what is false in Sang-woo's story. A flashback reveals that Kim Sang-an has a suspect in mind, one of the people responsible for driving his sister to her death. He then informs a confused Ye-jun that the interrogation is about to begin. He reminds the class president of his past pleas, holding him to his word, and recalls how Ye-jun had theatrically begged him to find the culprits responsible for Kim Morta's death. Staring intently at the young man, he challenges him to prove his sincerity, and commands Ye-jun to help him if he truly wants to uncover the truth. Back in the present, the scene shifts to a desolate warehouse, setting the stage for a grim interrogation. Inside, Baek Sang-woo is stunned to see Ye-jun as Sang-an announces his belief that Sang-woo is one of the culprits. Finding it difficult to separate truth from lies, he appoints the manipulative class president to be the judge. He tasks Ye-jun with listening to the testimony and determining what is true and what is false. A terrified Baek Sang-woo panics, insisting he didn't lie while begging Ye-jun to call the police. He desperately reveals that Sang-an is a psychopath who injected him with estrogen, but Ye-jun remains silent. Sang-an internally acknowledges that while Sang-woo is a debtor, there are still suspicious points in his story. He muses on how the boy was careless enough to distribute drugs at school, likely for over a year. And yet, unlike Hong-ae-rum, there were no student rumors about Sang-woo and he was never caught, which Sang-an finds odd. The realization dawns on him, this means someone has been covering for Baek Sang-woo behind the scenes. His mind flashes back to the PE teacher's comment about how Ye-jun keeps Class 2 out of trouble. He recalls witnessing Ye-jun step in to handle conflict before they could escalate. The teacher's praise that Ye-jun manages the students better than the faculty solidifies Sang-an's suspicion about the class president. He then remembers his injured subordinate, Maknai, reporting that private investigators had refused to run a background check on a specific student. Maknai had explained that this only happens when the target is a dangerous individual, and the only uncheckable student was Yejun. Sang-an concludes that if Yejun refuses to speak up for Sang-woo, it is highly probable he's the one pulling the strings. Back in the warehouse, Yejun calmly places a hand on Sang-woo's shoulder and declares, "It's mostly lies." Sang-an listens intently, his own suspicions about Sang-woo's story now being confirmed. Yejun confidently states that most of what Sang-woo told them is a lie. As a betrayed Sang-woo shouts in protest, Yejun offers to tell Sang-an what really happened. His firm, silencing grip on Sang-woo's shoulder speaks volumes about his control over the situation. Sang-an demands that the class president tell him exactly what lies Baek Sang-woo told. Yejun begins his account, revealing that Sang-woo's claim of having no interaction with teacher Kim was the first of many lies. A flashback shows the moment Kim Won-ae first introduced herself to her new class. From their very first meeting, Baek Sang-woo had crudely and aggressively hit on her in front of the entire class. Though flustered, she skillfully drew a line, politely suggesting he find a girlfriend prettier than her. Yejun recounts how Sang-woo persistently harassed the teacher, boasting about being a testosterone man. His harassment continued as he cornered her in the hallway, pleading for just one date. Finally, having had enough, she turns to address him firmly. A deluded Sang-woo grins, asking if she has finally changed her mind. She publicly rejects him, stating she likes manly guys, not cute types like him. She then tries to brush off his behavior as a simple student's joke to de-escalate the situation. However, he is left utterly humiliated, insulted at being called a cute type. Yejun reveals that while the teacher thought they were alone, the cruel Hong-ae room was lurking nearby. A-room smirks, realizing she has just witnessed some prime gossip material. She immediately posted about the incident on her social media, mocking Sang-woo for his failed attempt to woo the teacher. The rumor spread quickly through her social media, but no one dared tease the volatile Sang-woo to his face. Behind his back, however, the other students began calling him an omega male, fueling his seething rage. From that day on, a bitter Sang-woo began to completely ignore Kim Won-ae, even when she tried to greet him. Yejun notes that his teacher, ever the caring person, was concerned by Sang-woo's sudden coldness. A flashback shows her approaching Yejun for advice, asking about things Sang-woo might like. She expresses her worry that he has been avoiding her, and that she wants to cheer him up. Yejun advised her that Sang-woo loves talking about working out and would be happy if she praised his muscles. With a subtle, manipulative smile, he suggested that she ask him to teach her how to exercise. Yejun recalls with a hint of admiration how In, a truly caring teacher, diligently took notes on his advice. He claims not to have personally seen how she mended her relationship with Sang-woo, but he's certain it was her delicate efforts that got them talking again, right before the violent incident. The story then jumps to the day of the assault as students were heading back to class after PE. Yejun and another student heard Sang-woo shouting, with the other boy mockingly identifying the voice as the Omega Bastard. Realizing the commotion was coming from their classroom, Yejun hurried to check. He and his classmates stepped into the classroom, taunting the Omega male about his anger issues. But both students froze in shock at the horrifying scene unfolding before them. They witnessed Baek Sang-woo in a fit of rage, brutally punching their teacher, Kim In. She cries out in pain as the violent blow lands. With a vicious sneer, Sang-woo taunts her, asking how she likes the taste of a weak fist. He looms over his fallen teacher, sarcastically reminding her that she claimed to like manly guys. His face twisted with hatred, he asks if she has finally changed her mind about dating the ultimate macho man. Back in the present, Yejun finishes his story, explaining that after he intervened, teacher Kim refused help and left alone. He concludes his testimony, confidently stating that this is the truth as he knows it. A defeated and furious Baek Sang-woo can only mutter about how Yejun has betrayed him. He screams at the class president, reminding him that he was supposed to be his defender. Sang-an thanks Yejun and dismisses him, though his internal thoughts reveal his suspicions about the class president are far from resolved. But, in a shocking twist, our guy violently kicks Baek Sang-woo, declaring he still has business to attend to. Sang-woo cries out in pain and confusion. Terrified, he pleads with Yejun to save him, realizing just how dangerous Sang-an truly is. Yejun pauses, silently looking to Sang-an for permission to proceed. He calmly points out that since most of Sang-woo's story was a lie, there must also be some truth to it. Playing along, Sang-an asks him to reveal what part of the story was true. Yejun solemnly reveals the one truth in the entire confession, that teacher Kim forgave Sang-woo. Baek Sang-woo desperately clings to this fact, screaming that her forgiveness absolves him. With a look of pure, chilling coldness, Kim Sung-an delivers the final verdict, "I didn't." The weight of those two words hits Baek Sung-woo as he realizes his fate is sealed. Meanwhile, Ye-jun watches on with a cold, detached expression as Sung-un towers over the terrified bully and repeats that he hasn't forgiven him. Sang-woo begs for mercy, but our guy declares that from this moment on, he will be beaten to the brink of death. Just then, our guy brutally begins the assault, mockingly telling Sang-woo to endure it well like a man. The brutal interrogation of Baek Sang-woo begins in a secluded warehouse. Kim Sang-an pulls back a bloody fist, showing no mercy to his sister's tormentor. With cold precision, he delivers another devastating punch to the downed student. As he's pummeled, the boy begins to wonder if he is actually going to die. Sung-un punches him again, making that fear a terrifying reality. Beaten mercilessly, Sang-woo's vision begins to blur as he fades into unconsciousness. Through his hazy vision, he sees Ye-jun pleading with the teacher to stop. Believing Ye-jun is his savior, Sang-woo clings to the hope that the class president is trying to save him. But a sinister smile creeps across Ye-jun's face as he relishes the boy's misplaced trust. In a flashback from a few days prior, Ye-jun calls out to one of his conspirators. Baek Sang-woo impatiently asks why he was summoned, and Ye-jun explains it's about their new homeroom teacher. He warns a concerned Sang-woo that after the teacher took down Hong-ae room, he is likely the next target. Ye-jun speculates that A-room was interrogated and likely revealed Sang-woo's involvement in the bullying. The scene flashes to the moment Hong-ae room witnessed his violent assault on Kim Won-ain, and advises him to be prepared for when the teacher comes for him, earning a backhanded compliment for his calculating nature. Impressed with Ye-jun's foresight, Sang-woo turns away. He then marvels at the vast amounts of cash Ye-jun possesses. Admiring the stacks of money, he remarks that Ye-jun is probably the richest student in all of South Korea. Ye-jun places a hand on his shoulder, giving him a strict order, never tell the teacher the truth. With a cold, determined gaze, he repeats his command, never. Firmly gripping the boy's shoulder, he promises to help if the teacher makes a move. However, an overconfident Sang-woo brushes off the warning, boasting about his status as an alpha male. He smirks, vowing that he won't say a single word no matter what happens. Back in the present, the brutal beating continues as Sang-woo internally panics, wanting to confess everything. Bloodied and battered, the boy finds he is too injured to even speak. As he internally begs for help, Kim Sang-an looks down on him, his expression cold and unyielding. Meanwhile, Ye-jun puts on a show, feigning shock and telling the teacher to stop. Yet he smirks to himself, privately amused by how both Kim In and her brother have entertained him. Sang-an, however, analyzes the performance, noting that the boy is only pretending to be flustered without taking any real action. His suspicion grows as he observes Ye-jun's unnaturally calm demeanor, realizing a normal teen would have already fled or called the police. At the same time, Ye-jun correctly deduces that, while Sang-an suspects him, he still doesn't know the full extent of the conspiracy. He realizes this isn't just blind violence, he's deliberately being shown this brutality as a psychological test. With a grimace, he understands that he's being tested by a setup designed to terrify any ordinary student. As Sang-an continues the beating, he notes that Ye-jun's reaction remains frustratingly ambiguous. Deciding that continuing the assault would be fatal, he stands over Sang-woo, deeming any further violence unnecessary for now. He's confident he can make the boy talk later, and that if Ye-jun is involved, his name will eventually surface. Having decided on his course of action, he turns away from the unconscious student. Ye-jun shrewdly notes that the teacher has failed to provoke him into revealing his true intentions. However, he worries that the mentally weak Baek Sang-woo will become a dangerous liability once he regains consciousness. With the interrogation paused, Ye-jun waits to see what the homeroom teacher will do next. Suddenly, Kim Sang-an turns and addresses the class president, startling him. He dismisses him, with both men internally realizing this is a strategic move to see what the other will do. Believing he holds all the cards now that he has Sang-woo, Sang-an tells Ye-jun he'll call if he needs more help. Testing the waters, Ye-jun asks what would happen if he reported this to the police, gauging Sang-an's reaction. But Sang-an calmly calls his bluff, reminding him of his own tearful performance when he'd asked for help to find the culprit. Feigning innocence, Ye-jun claims he didn't expect this level of brutality and asks what will happen to Sang-woo. Sang-an looks on with a chilling expression, cryptically responding, "We'll have to wait and see." Then, he begins to deliver a final, chilling warning. The intensity in his eyes reveals the gravity of the threat he's about to make. Standing over Sang-woo's body, he declares to Ye-jun that his revenge hasn't even truly begun. Leaning in close, he delivers a dark promise directly to the class president. He vows that if another culprit is named, he will make that person's life a living hell, worse than any afterlife. Yejun stares back, his expression unreadable as he processes the terrifying ultimatum. Visibly unnerved, he nervously announces his departure. As he heads for the door, Sangin reminds him to stay quiet, but the student hesitates. He makes one final attempt to appear innocent, stating that while he wants to find the culprit, this level of violence is too much for him. Tired of the games, Sangin curtly tells him he'll find out when the time comes and orders him to leave. Internally, he vows to watch Yejun closely, waiting to see if he'll make a move to help Baek Sang-woo. As Yejun leaves, Sungin concludes that if he helps his accomplice, it will serve as a confession of his own guilt. Just as he's about to exit, however, Yejun stops in his tracks, startled by an unexpected arrival. A mysterious man with a blonde buzz cut emerges from the shadows, wondering what's going on. The imposing blonde creditor aggressively confronts Yejun, demanding to know if he's the one who beat up Sang-woo. Pointing at the brutalized student on the floor, the new arrival demands to know why his debtor is unconscious. Caught completely off guard, a sweating Yejun stammers, asking who the man is. The blonde creditor simply stares at him, impatiently demanding an answer. Losing his patience, he violently slams him in the face. Yejun stumbles back, reeling from the force of the unexpected blow. But just then, our guy asks the man about his relationship with Sang-woo, drawing his attention. The creditor smirks, realizing he's been interrogating the wrong person. He then turns his attention to Sang-an, correctly identifying him as the one responsible for the violence. Sang-an questions the man's motives, finding his perfectly timed arrival at this secluded location highly suspicious. The new creditor casually introduces himself as a business partner of Baek Sang-woo. Dismissing the details of the assault, the blonde man reaffirms that Sang-an is indeed the one who beat up his debtor. He stakes his claim, declaring that he's taking Baek Sang-woo with him to collect on a significant debt. Kim Sang-an takes a firm step forward, flatly denying the man's request. The two powerful creditors face off as Sang-an explains that there is a hierarchy when it comes to debts. He realizes this new player has arrived at the perfect time to try and take his prize from him. Asserting his dominance, he declares himself the senior creditor, preparing to shake down his new rival. A new creditor, Nam Woo-cheol, challenges the declaration, asking by what standard he is considered senior. Sang-an coldly retorts that the standard is based on his own rules. Amused by this audacity, Wookle scoffs that he just makes up the rules as he goes. After a moment of thought, however, he seems to accept the situation with a cynical, "But what to do?" He then declares that he's also the kind of guy who does whatever he wants and lunges at Sang-an. Woo-cheol proclaims that from this moment on, he is the senior. But to his surprise, Sang-an deflects the powerful punch with his shoulder, proving he's no pushover. Woo-cheol realizes his opponent's reaction speed is inhuman, as blocking the surprise attack should have been impossible. As the two fighters face off, Sang-an calmly demands that he reveal the real reason he's there. He lands a solid punch, questioning why Woo-cheol is trying to take Baek Sang-woo. Internally, he notes that the situation is too strange for a simple debt collection. He suspects there must be an ulterior motive behind this unexpected confrontation. A slight smile plays on Woo-cheol's lips as he says, "Heh, I told you." Woo-cheol counters with a punch of his own, growling that he came to collect his payment. Wiping his lip, he admits he hasn't tasted a decent punch in a while and decides to properly introduce himself. As he prepares to reveal his name, he throws another punch. He declares, "My name is Nam Woo-cheol." The name rings a bell for Sang-an when Woo-cheol explains that he used to run a small pharmacy in Gangwon province, and lunges forward for another blow, and explains that he came to Seoul to get his hands on some real money. Sang, and silently acknowledges that his opponent is indeed formidable. Woo-cheol clarifies that Baek Sang-woo is a wholesaler who buys and sells his drugs, and today is the payment due date. He then leaps back, declaring his introduction complete before asking who Sang-an is. Still standing after their exchange, he demands to know what kind of person his opponent is to take such a beating. Sang-an straightens his tie and calmly states his name, adding that he is a teacher. Nam Woo-cheol is utterly baffled, unable to believe he's seriously a teacher. He looks toward the cowering Yejun, questioning if teachers still beat up kids these days. Sang-an dismisses the question as none of his business and prepares to interrogate him instead. He demands to know how Woo-cheol discovered the location of the secluded warehouse. Sang-an internally notes that only Yejun could have shared the location, yet Woo-cheol doesn't seem to know him. Woo-cheol casually dismisses the question, saying it was nothing special. He reveals that he used a location-sharing app on Baek Sang-woo's phone, mocking the teacher for not knowing about such common tech. He explains that while the app is meant for friends or couples, it's damn convenient for collecting money. Sang-an realizes the pieces fit together, yet he can't shake the uneasy sense of being manipulated. He feels as if he has just stepped onto a game board set up by someone else. Having answered his question, Wukul says it's now his turn to ask something. He stares intently at Sung-un and bluntly asks, "You're not really a teacher, are you?" He asserts that he doesn't know why the man is pretending, but guys like him can just tell, and explains that he recognizes the look in his eyes as that of someone who has walked at the very bottom. He reasons that people like them don't negotiate. A one-on-one duel would have to continue until one of them dies, which is a problem. Wukyeol then surprises Sung-un by declaring he wants to back out of the fight. He admits that after trading a few blows, he realized a full fight would likely cost him an arm or a leg. Wukyeol then reveals his trump card as his own armed thugs appear behind him. Yejun looks on in shock as the situation escalates, while Sung-un remains unfazed. With the numbers now against him, Wukul declares that Sung-un is the one who will be leaving. His expression darkens, confident in his new advantage. Sung-un calmly assesses that this is too many people just to catch Baek Sung-woo. It's as if they prepared for a fight, 42 of them. Meanwhile, Wuchil's thugs surround Yejun, mocking the nerd who looks like he gets good grades. Our guy realizes he is in a precarious position, knowing he can't fight so many opponents while also protecting Yejun. Sung-un recalls his sister's connection to the boy, reminding himself that, for now, Yejun is just Kim I-an's student. He decides that causing harm to someone who has offered help is the same as incurring a debt he cannot repay. Making his decision, he announces that he will hand over Baek Sung-woo. He tells Wuchil to take the debtor but warns him not to kill the boy, as he also has a debt to collect from him. He then declares he's taking Yejun, stating the student has nothing to do with this. Wuchil agrees, nonchalantly telling him to do whatever he wants with the kid, as he has no business with him. As Sung-un and Yejun depart, Wuchil places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to relax. He offers to buy him a drink next time they meet as a token for having skimmed his debtor. Sung-un simply replies, "Sure," before leaving with Yejun. He bids him farewell, ominously saying, "See you again." Back at his penthouse, Yejun silently mulls over the evening's events and teacher Kim's actions. He reflects on how the teacher simply handed over Sung-woo and sent him home. Yejun finds it suspicious that Sung-un let the situation slide so quietly instead of trying to dig for more information. He briefly considers that maybe the teacher was just convinced by his act. Suddenly, Nam Wuchil reveals himself, explaining that their acting was just that good. He praises Yejun's despicable loser act, boasting that Sung-un would never dream he was the one who called them in. When he comments that, with such a convincing script, it was practically a documentary, Yejun warns that it's too early to be relieved. Yejun points out that while they justified Wukul's presence, the reason he intervened at that exact moment remains a blank in Sung-un's mind. Wuchil dismisses his concerns, but Yejun insists that Sung-un is a very tricky opponent. Worried, he notes that Baek Sang-woo is still a problem and asks where he is now. Wuchil smirks, reassuring him that Sung-un will never see Baek Sang-woo's face again. The scene then cuts to a remote forest where Wuchil's men are about to bury the bound and beaten Baek Sang-woo alive. Baek Sang-woo struggles uselessly against his bonds as his fate appears sealed. Back in the penthouse, Wuchil predicts that Sung-un will be searching for Sang-woo for the rest of his life, just as his phone vibrates. He answers the call, expecting a status update, but is instead met with panic shouting about a big problem. Yejun jolts in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Stunned into silence, Wuchil demands to know what's happening. A blood-splattered Kim Sang-an is on the other end of the line, ominously saying, "I told you." A split screen shows the shocked faces of Wuchil and Yejun as Sung-un's promise to see you again comes back to haunt them. Having tracked them to the burial site, he stands over Wukul's defeated men and gives them a 30-minute ultimatum. With glowing red eyes and a phone displaying their location, he issues a single, chilling command, "Come." A flashback reveals a young and extremely weak Baek Sang-woo getting knocked to the ground. He was constantly looked down upon, and the other boys mocked him for his frailty, telling him to go play with the girls. In the cruel world of men where the weak are ignored, he was often bullied and treated like an object for others' amusement. Determined not to be looked down upon anymore, the boy began a rigorous weight training regimen. However, his physical limitations led to nothing but frustrating failures at the gym. After months of training with little to show for it, he grew desperate, seeing no significant muscle growth. Tired of his slow progress, he turned to steroids, believing it was the easy way for anyone to gain muscle. His one and only goal was simple: he just wanted to be a strong man. The flashback ends, returning to the present where Baek Sang-woo is bound and gagged in the abyss. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of an ambush, Nam Wuchil's men are seen being unceremoniously defeated. He can only let out muffled groans of pain and terror. Ironically, his inner monologue reveals that he once idolized men like Kim Sang-an, Just then, Wukul's team arrives at the secluded woodland road where their comrades were preparing to bury their captive. Arriving at the scene, Nam Wuchil and his remaining thugs are stunned by the sight of their defeated comrades. Wuchil concedes that he knew Kim Sang-an wasn't just an ordinary guy. But as he surveys the dozens of bodies, he realizes his opponent isn't just skilled, he's a monster. He questions why Sang-an is so obsessed with Baek Sang-woo, reminding him of his earlier warning. Our protagonist coolly replies that as a creditor, he's the one who's curious about their motives. He then questions why Nam Wuchil would try to kill the kid when he supposedly has a debt to collect from him. He points out the basic logic of their business. You don't kill a debtor even if they beg for it. Wuchio explains that he's making an example of him to show what happens when someone runs off with his money. With that, his remaining thugs prepare to attack, intending to make him their next example. Confidently, he declares that our guy will now serve as an example for interfering with his business. Wuchio scoffs, believing that no matter how strong his opponent is, he can't possibly win a fight alone. Surrounded by the gang, he is taunted that he can't possibly win against such overwhelming numbers. Kim Sang-an agrees with the logic but calmly hints that the situation isn't what it seems. With a chilling question, he reveals he isn't alone as his team ambushes the gang from behind. Wuchil's men are caught completely off guard by the sudden attack from the shadows. Shin Jung-woo appears, sneering at the gang's audacity. And Park Man-jae echoes the sentiment, equally unimpressed by the thugs. The elite two-man team stands over the fallen thugs, while Shin Jung-woo mocks them for attempting to gang up on a god. Shin Jung-woo of Chunong Capital's Debt Collection Team 1 makes his presence known, daring anyone else who wants to die. His partner Park Man-jae introduces himself with the same ominous challenge. Stunned, Nam Wukul demands to know who these two new powerful opponents are. Ignoring the chaos, Kim Sang-an tells him to finish their business, brushing off the taunt of being outnumbered. Our protagonist squares up, ready for his rematch with Nam Wukul. Wukul is shocked, questioning who this man is that can fight with such ferocity. Unleashing a storm of blows, Sang-an proves to be even fiercer than in their first fight. The relentless assault gives his opponent no room to breathe. He lands a solid uppercut, but Wuchil seems to take it. Wuchil boasts that the punches are useless, calling them spicy but ineffective from such a low angle. With a cold glint in his eye, Sang-an simply agrees with him. Then, in a split second, he grabs him by the shoulder. He leaps into the air, proving his opponent right about the punches being ineffective. Wukil can only curse, realizing he has been overpowered. He realizes with horror that Sang-an wasn't fighting seriously before, he was simply avoiding the fight. A vicious punch to the face ends the fight, leaving the man crumpled on the ground. Beaten and desperate, he screams for his men to help, completely unaware of their fate. But when he turns to his crew, he's shocked to find they haven't moved an inch to help him. He can only watch in horror as Shin Jong-woo and Park Man-jae pile up the bodies of his entire crew, over 40 men. The horrifying truth dawns on him, these two men weren't just lackeys. Kim Sang-an approaches the defeated man, offering to let him go if he answers two simple questions. He demands to know the real reason Wuchil was targeting Baek Sang-woo and, more importantly, who ordered the hit. Wuchil hesitates, claiming he'd like to tell him the truth. However, he refuses to talk, terrified that his mysterious employer will kill everyone if he says a single word. Sang-an is unimpressed, calling it a grandiose way of saying he won't answer. Yet despite the provocations, Wuchil remains defiantly silent. Unfazed by the silence, our protagonist casually dismisses him with a kick. He declares that if Wuchil won't talk, he'll simply find the information out for himself. And with a final blow, Sang-an knocks Nam Wukul unconscious. While Park Man-jae questions leaving the man uninterrogated, Shin Jong-woo correctly intuits that Sang-an's actions are part of a bigger scheme they don't yet understand. Their boss cuts the chatter short, ordering them to release Wukul and his subordinates. Then, standing over the terrified Baek Sang-woo, he announces that he is taking this one. His men are ordered to move the boy, whose muffled screams of terror go ignored. Later, at a desolate container yard, Kim Sang-an begins a twisted lesson on the loan shark concept of prepaid interest. He explains the predatory system where interest is taken up front, trapping the debtor in a cycle of paying off a principal that was never fully received. Baek Sang-woo lies strapped to a table, forced to listen as our protagonist details how this structure makes the actual interest rate skyrocket. Flanked by his subordinates, who now look like twisted surgeons, he announces that he will now collect his prepaid interest from the boy. He explains that since the student unnecessarily dragged things out, he has brought this new, more personal punishment upon himself. The terrified boy can only struggle against his restraints as the gravity of his situation finally sets in. As the young man screams incoherently, Shin Jong-woo mockingly tells him to speak clearly. Through the gag, he seems to be screaming about organ harvesting, a fear Jungwoo mockingly repeats. Jungwoo feigns shock, asking if the kid thinks they're crazy enough to risk prison for organ harvesting. With a sinister smile, he reassures the terrified student that it's nothing so illegal, just a standard castration surgery. After confirming that Baek Sang-woo is a real manly man, Park Man-jae announces he'll do his best, despite it being his first time, and since he's such a manly man, they'll skip the anesthesia. In a makeshift operating room inside a shipping container, Kim Sang-eun's men prepare for an emergency. Posing as surgeons, his subordinates, Shin Jong-woo and Park Man-jae, discuss their patient, Baek Sang-woo, quipping that the kid is a shithead who needs to be castrated. The operating room itself is a grim setup with rusty tools and bottles of liquor, humorously described as the best in South Korea. Bound and gagged, their terrified captive realizes these crazy bastards are serious about their threat. As one of them calls for a scalpel, the boys' panic intensifies, wondering if they're really going to go through with it. The dark comedy continues when the other is scolded for forgetting the rubbing alcohol. Instead of disinfectant, he grabs a bottle of liquor, horrifying his captive who now believes castration is the least of his worries. With Sang-eun watching from the side, his subordinate taunts the terrified boy, announcing that the knife's going in. Overwhelmed by terror, Baek Sang-woo apologizes to his parents, believing his family line is about to end. He tearfully imagines the future he'll never have, one where his parents smile while holding their grandchild. The surgeons mock their victim's small surgical area, adding to his fear that he might just die on the table. Overcome with fear, he begins to break. Just then, Kim Sang-eun calmly halts the procedure, stepping in to interrogate the now terrified student. He offers him one last chance to settle his debt by answering just 2 questions. After removing the gag, he demands to know all the incidents that drove his sister Kim I-an to her death. And his second demand is for the identity of the person trying to cover everything up. He gives the student a chilling ultimatum: start talking if he wants to keep functioning as a man. Elsewhere, a man named Nam Woo-cheol reports his failure to the student, Ye-jun, admitting that Kim Sang-eun and his subordinates were stronger than he expected. But Ye-jun dismisses his excuses, calmly taking responsibility for his own misjudgment. He calls it a shame to lose Baek Sang-woo, but coldly blames himself for underestimating the teacher. He then confirms with the man that he took care of that as asked, worried their target might say something unnecessary. Woo-cheol confirms he made sure of it, stating that the effects should start any minute now. Back in the container, just as Sang-woo tries to speak, the deadly symptoms begin to take hold. He suddenly collapses, struggling to breathe with an erratic heartbeat, throwing Sang-eun's team into confusion. While his men panic, a stone-faced Kim Sang-eun calmly orders them to move him to a hospital. He declares that his target can't die yet, as his plans have been unexpectedly foiled. Later, Ye-jun discusses his sinister plan with Woo-cheol, revealing he knew Sang-woo was an extreme roider whose body was already under immense strain. Woo-cheol seems worried when Ye-jun questions what would happen if a CNS depressant were introduced to the student's system. Ye-jun just smiles malevolently, having predicted that the combination of steroids, estrogen, and a depressant could be fatal. His associate, visibly unsettled by the boy's demeanor, confirms the high probability of death. A flashback reveals that Ye-jun had ordered him to inject Sang-woo with the drug while he was unconscious. The young mastermind explains his actions as a necessary precaution, a countermeasure in case things went wrong. Assessing the outcome, Ye-jun notes that while there was some noise, they successfully silenced their target and temporarily diverted the teacher's suspicion. His reflection reveals his only regret in the whole affair. His one disappointment is not being able to see the look on Kim Sang-eun's face when his revenge target was snatched from his grasp. At the hospital, Sang-eun and his team watch over the comatose Baek Sang-woo, who has managed to survive for now. Shin Jong-woo reports that due to the sheer number of drugs in the boy's system, the hospital can't easily identify the specific cause of his collapse. He then asks a pensive Sang-eun if something is bothering him, noting how close their target came to death. Sang-eun states that something that shouldn't have happened did, and that's why he is suspicious. He questions why the boy would collapse at that exact moment, noting that even heavy drug users usually show warning signs. Park Man-jae agrees that the situation feels unnatural when our guy points out that Sang-woo learned his drug use from a pro and had no prior hospital records of side effects. Sang-eun concludes with high certainty that someone deliberately tried to kill Baek Sang-woo. Man-jae is furious, wondering what kind of bastard would dare touch the team leader's debtor. And Sang-eun vows that whoever is behind this, he will make sure they regret it. The scene shifts to Ye-jun's apartment overlooking the city at night. There, he taunts his goldfish, which represent Kim Sang-eun, noting how frustrated the teacher must be. He gloats that the man learned nothing about him, and that the interrogation of Baek Sang-woo was a complete failure. Sprinkling food into the tank, he muses that the teacher must be starving for answers. He correctly assumes that Sung-an is so frustrated he probably wants to tear apart anything in sight. He chillingly agrees with his own assessment, his satisfaction palpable. The goldfish feed voraciously, a metaphor for Sung-an's frustrated rage. Meanwhile, Kim Sang-an walks through a dark alley, realizing someone is boldly interfering with his plans. He concludes that the attempt on Sang-woo's life means this conspiracy is operating on a level far beyond the school, and realizes this isn't the first time an outside force has interfered with his revenge. He recalls the professionally hired thugs that ambushed him when he was dealing with Park Dae-jeon. He also remembers Nam Woo-cheol's crew, deducing they must have been acting on someone else's orders. He then thinks back to the man's terrified silence, recalling his threat that if I say a word, everyone here dies. He connects the dots, realizing there's a powerful presence behind the scenes that even a tough guy like Nam Woo-cheol fears. This revelation forces him to question everything, wondering if his sister was simply bullied or if there was a deeper reason she took out a 10 million won loan. He desperately questions what truly happened to his sister Kim Won-en as the gap between them widens in his mind. As Sung-an grapples with this new uncertainty, a coin flips through the air and lands near his feet, grabbing his attention. It's a 500 won coin, the signature of the mysterious man who has been tailing him. Sung-an confronts the hooded figure, cutting straight to the point and asking what his goal is. The mysterious man is amused, noting that most people would ask, "Who are you?" first, before offering to start the conversation over. The man taunts Sung-an's stoic silence, asking if he isn't at all curious about his identity. The hooded figure then declares that he is someone who knows the truth, instantly capturing Sung-an's full attention. And he offers the one piece of information that could change everything, the real reason why teacher Kim Won-en and borrowed 10 million won. As the sun begins to rise, the hooded figure approaches him in the alley, goading him about his curiosity. Losing his patience, Sung-an tells the stranger to stop testing him and get to the point. The stranger seems amused by his bluntness, yet admits there's something he wants from him. He hesitates, questioning whether he should tell his secret to someone who, Diok couldn't even make the pervert Baek Sang-woo talk, openly mocking his failed interrogation. His eyes narrow as he realizes this stranger knows about him and the recent events in the classroom. Acknowledging that he knows everything, the hooded man suddenly hurls a coin toward him, proclaiming that Sung-an knows absolutely nothing. Then he taunts him, questioning how he can even call himself Ian's brother. With lightning-fast reflexes, our guy snatches it just before it hits his face and sternly reminds the attacker that he told him to stop wasting time. He holds the captured coin in a powerful grip. The stranger declares that he needs to test his abilities. He throws a flying kick, wanting to see if Sung-an is strong enough to handle him. Sung-an easily dodges the kick and questions who this him is. The stranger simply mocks his ignorance. Our guy replies that he doesn't know anything. Before the other man can react, he captures his kick and states that it's true, there hasn't been much progress in his work. The stranger is shocked that he stopped his momentum with pure strength, wondering just who this man is. Unimpressed, he declares he won't be swayed by someone who won't even show his face, then flips the man, sending him flying before he collapses to the ground. As the stranger lies on the ground, he pins him down and demands to know who the him he mentioned is. He lies helpless on the ground as Sung-an looms over him, demanding answers. Unfazed, the stranger grins and asks if he's still not curious about his identity, and if he is the one interfering. Sung-an calmly states he already knows, shocking the stranger by calling him my student. The now unmasked student is stunned, stammering, how did you? Sang-an coldly recites the student's physical stats and notes his good reputation at school. He continues, revealing he knows about the student's past as a baseball pitcher for another school. He recalls how the student's excellent lower body strength was evident in his kick, and concludes his deduction by mentioning the career-ending shoulder injury that led to his transfer to Seoul High. Sung-an explains that since the student referred to Kim Won-en as teacher, it was easy to figure out who he was. Defeated, the student introduces himself as Yoo Ji-yeon from Class 3, second year, and sheepishly admits he was trying to play the villain. But he pins the embarrassed Yoo Ji-yeon with his foot, showing he has no time for games. Yoo Ji-yeon quickly changes his tune, pleading that he came because he wanted to help. Sung-an remains skeptical, stating flatly that his aggressive attitude didn't seem helpful. The student apologizes for the surprise attack, explaining he just wanted to see for himself. If Sung-an could really handle him, the person he keeps mentioning. Sung-an grabs him, demanding to know how this person is related to his sister's death. With a look of terror, Yoo Ji-yeon reveals this person isn't just related, he's the very reason she borrowed the 10 million won. Sung-an pulls Yoo Ji-yeon up, demanding he tell him everything. Though he doesn't trust him, he decides to investigate his claims, especially since Baek Sang-woo is still unconscious. Yu struggles to speak, referring to the person who manipulated his teacher as a demon bastard. Following Yu lead, Sung-in arrives at an abandoned building. He looks up at the dilapidated structure, questioning if this is the right place. He stands before the building Yu mentioned, a place that supposedly been closed for years. Observing the faded and peeling posters on the windows, he confirms the building has been shut down for a long time. He finds it strange that an entire building is empty in an otherwise decent commercial district. His suspicion grows, however, as he hears the telltale hum of a running electric meter. He cautiously approaches, wondering if his hunch about what's happening inside is correct. He considers the possibility that if Yu is telling the truth, then the demon should be inside and deduces that the place might be an illegal internet. Our guy recalls Yu telling him that the person they are looking for is always at this so-called internet cafe in the abandoned building after school. Sung-in remains guarded, suspecting this is all a trap, using his sister's name as bait. Yu understands his suspicion but urges him to go inside and see for himself. He insists that Sung-in will see that he is telling the truth. Back in the present, Sung-in takes the risk and enters the building, believing the target must be inside. Stepping inside, he steels himself, believing he is about to confront the one who forced his sister to use a loan shark. His eyes widen in shock at what he discovers inside the building. Meanwhile, outside, a guilt-ridden Yu reflects on his teacher's sacrifice. He reveals that Teacher Kim took on a massive debt just to pull him out of the abyss of this very operation. Back inside, Sung-in assesses the scene, noting that while it looks like a busy internet cafe, something is very wrong. He observes the disheveled, unfocused people working at the computers, looking as though they haven't washed in days. He then notices the monitors are all running multi-clients, confirming his suspicions. He identifies the place as a workshop for earning and cashing out game currency. He surveys the massive operation, realizing that a workshop of this scale is rare, and if Yu is right, the owner must be. A voice calls out to Teacher Kim Sung-in, announcing his long-awaited arrival. The person behind the operation, a female student named Ga Hai-rim, nervously asks him to please stop his revenge. She offers to give him enough money for his sister's blood money, leaving Sung-in to question her meaning. She then makes a shocking offer of 1 billion won. The student smiles and says she's offering him a lot to end his quest. A flashback reveals Yu confirming to an incredulous Kim Sang-an that Ga Hai-rim is the one running the game workshop. He then reveals the shocking truth. His sister, Kim In, had borrowed money specifically to get him out of that very place. With a pained expression, he clarifies that she took on the crushing debt to pay his ransom. The word ransom catches Sang-en's attention, prompting him to ask if the boy was being held captive there. Yu bleakly confirms it was something like that, describing the workshop as not just a business, but a living hell. He elaborates that the workshop is a forced labor camp for those who fall into debt with her. The scene then shifts to the present. Ga Hai-rim dangles the 1 billion won offer, certain that such a huge sum will be enough to stop his revenge. She pressures him to accept, calling it an exceptionally generous offer and claiming it would be problematic for her if he refused. As she talks, Sung-in internally confirms her status as one of the assailants who drove his sister to her death. Hai-rim then coldly admits to being the third assailant, but dismisses the idea of a double kills on teachers as excessive. He confronts her directly, asking if she's really admitting to killing his sister while knowing full well he's out for revenge. She flippantly clarifies that while his sister's death was a suicide, she considers it her kill since the loan was taken because of her. He questions her sudden willingness to confess, pointing out that she was actively interfering with him just moments ago. She explains that she realized she needed a different approach with him compared to the one she used on his naive sister, and elaborates that through her interference, she came to understand that he is completely different from his sister. He probes her meaning, asking if she's implying his sister wasn't smart. A cruel smirk spreads across her face as she begins to confirm his suspicion. She bluntly calls his sister a fool beyond saving. She continues, mocking Ian's futile attempts to reform a sly fox like Hong A-Riem. And she belittles Ian's sincerity in dealing with a low IQ meathead like Baek Sang-woo. Her derision peaks as she points out the foolishness of her taking on debt just to save Yu Jian. She scoffs at the very idea of a teacher taking out a loan from a loan shark for a student she barely even knew. Sang-en listens silently as she concludes that his sister walked into the abyss of her own volition for just one person. Then, with feigned politeness, she apologizes for being too harsh in front of the deceased's family. He cuts through her act, asking if her conclusion is that he, unlike his sister, can be bought off. He leans in menacingly, pressing her on whether that's the assumption she's operating under. Though momentarily startled, she reaffirms that she believes 1 billion won is enough to sway him. She justifies her reasoning by stating that, as a loan shark, money should be everything to him. She then reveals that she also dabbles in lending money, establishing a supposedly shared cynical worldview. The scene returns to Sung-an's earlier conversation with Yoo-jeon, where he inquires about the nature of the debt and the workshop. Yoo-jeon explains that the workshop is staffed not by employees, but by debtors who took small loans from Gahae Rim. He admits his own downfall began with a 500,000 won loan for game microtransactions, taken when he felt he had nothing left to live for. But Sung-an coldly cuts him off, stating that he doesn't care about personal circumstances, knowing the workshop's true nature is enough. Dismissing the boy, he warns him to stay available and not even consider ghosting him. A panicked Yoo-jeon tries to stop him, desperately asking what he plans to do at a place that dangerous. As Sang-an walks away into the night, he gives only a cryptic reply. Soon enough, he promises, leaving the boy in suspense. Left behind, Yoo-jeon can only watch him go with a look of deep concern and apprehension. Meanwhile, as he walks away, Sung-an internally pieces together Gahae Rim's entire scheme. He recognizes with a sharp glint in his eye that she, a mere high schooler, is mimicking a professional loan shark's business model. Back in the PC Bang, the scene returns to High Rim continuing her pitch, appealing to his supposed pragmatism as a fellow loan shark. Sung-an, however, challenges her shallow understanding, asking if she thinks being a ruthless realist is all it takes to make him accept her deal. She is taken aback, questioning his hesitation over such a massive offer. She belittles the scale of her own operation, noting that most of the people there are just small-time debtors, and callously describes them as people wasting their lives away over debts smaller than a month's salary. She then makes her final, cynical calculation, stating that since Ayan's life was worth 10 million won, her offer is 100 times that value. She asks if that isn't sufficient compensation to make him abandon his revenge. Internally, she congratulates herself on her sincere proposal, convinced of the high value she's placed on the blood money for Kim Won-ain. He coolly considers the offer, repeating the amount to himself. 1 billion won, huh? Elsewhere, Yoo-jeon reports that he has successfully met with the homeroom teacher. He confirms that he lured him to the game workshop as instructed, and that the meeting with Gahae Rim should now be underway. However, he expresses his doubts, questioning whether Sung-an would truly abandon his revenge for money. The other person is then revealed to be the class president, Ye-jun, who appears right behind him on the park bench. Yoo-jeon admits that after speaking with Sung-an, he didn't seem like the type of person who could be bought off, adding that he is also an extremely suspicious person by nature. Unconcerned, Ye-jun states that the important thing is that Sung-an is moving according to his will, regardless of what the man himself believes. He reveals the true purpose of the meeting is just a stall for time, and that Hiram's offer is merely bait. A confused Yoo-jeon points out the flaw in the plan. The bait is meaningless unless Sung-an actually takes it. Ye-jun then shocks him by revealing that his plan relies on the exact opposite outcome. He wants the teacher to reject the deal. Based on Sung-an's history, he confidently predicts that the man will refuse the money and resort to violence. Ye-jun then lays out the details of his trap, explaining the physical layout of Gahae Rim's 4-story building. He reveals a crucial detail. The upper floors are occupied by an entirely separate loan shark company. This other company provides security for her workshop in exchange for cheap rent. Ye-jun's master plan is for Sung-an's predictable violence to cause a clash with this other loan shark company. With a sinister smile, he confirms that this ensuing chaos is exactly what he desires. Yoo-jeon realizes with dawning horror that Ye-jun used him as bait without warning him about the rival organization in the building. He clenches his fist, angry that he still hasn't earned his so-called partner's full trust. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a call from Gahae Rim, and Ye-jun is surprised to hear from her so soon. His eyes widen in anticipation, expecting news of the clash he so carefully engineered. Ye-jun answers, ready to hear a report of the mayhem he orchestrated. On the other end of the line, a smugged she proudly announces that she succeeded far more easily than expected. Believing his plan has worked, he eagerly asks if Sung-an clashed with the other loan sharks, and presses for details, wanting to know the situation and the scale of the damage. A confused she, however, questions what he even means by clashed or damage. She reports that nothing of the sort happened, completely baffling him. Stunned, Ye-jun demands to know what on earth she could have possibly succeeded at. He then asks if she is referring to the monetary deal. She confirms the unbelievable. Sung-an accepted the 1 billion won and gave up his revenge, completely derailing Ye-jun's plan. As Sung-an calmly walks away from the building, the truth sinks in for Ye-jun. The man took the blood money. And utterly floored, he stares at his phone, repeating Kim Sung-an's name in disbelief. The master manipulator is left completely stumped, wondering what on earth his target is truly planning. In a flashback, a young Kim Sang-an runs, panting, driven by the belief that a brother must always protect his younger sister. He races up the stairs, utterly convinced of this duty. Upon reaching the landing, he calls out her name in concern. He finds his sister, IA, and scolds her for coming back so late, worried she might have run into loan sharks. But his anger turns to shock when he sees her bruised face as she explains that a puppy was being bullied. Holding the small puppy she rescued, she apologizes for being late. Seeing her scraped face, he angrily asks if she was hurt while saving the puppy, and she confirms it. Furious, he tells her she should have just called him for help. He reflects on how laughable his protective thoughts seem now, remembering how his sister would casually dismiss any need for his help. He recalls how she was always smiling, insisting she wasn't weak, even in the toughest situations. He remembers her resilience, whether they were fleeing from loan sharks or when she became an outcast for helping a bullied classmate. Through every hardship, he remembers that constant, unwavering smile. His glasses sit on a shelf, a symbol of the calculated persona he's adopted. His scarred back is a testament to the life he has lived trying to protect her. Overwhelmed with grief, he rejects the simple explanation that bullying was the cause of her death. Clutching his head in anguish, he's certain there must be more to the story. His mind races, convinced there has to be something more to her taking her own life. Elsewhere, a student named Gahai Rim celebrates clearing Phase 1 of a game while pondering the state of youth unemployment. As she prepares for the next phase, she muses on how society forces kids through years of school with no guarantee of a job. Executing a perfect takedown in-game, she questions the point of building resumes and practicing for interviews. She scoffs at the foolishness of sacrificing one's youth for a meager salary, all while being impressed by the stats on some newly acquired in-game earrings. With a smug grin, she declares that money just rolls in with a single click of her mouse. She even boasts that running her alternate characters has already netted her 2 million won, calling her operation a veritable gold farm. To her, aiming for a job you'll never get is pointless. Leaning back in her chair, she proclaims that making money through real money trading is a far better path. However, she acknowledges there's a limit to how much one person can make alone and decides to check on her operation. She asks her employees, "Are my monkeys working hard?" and explains that her workshop is different from the usual kind, where employees are hired to farm currency. She cruelly refers to her workers as monkeys who provide free labor, entrapped by debt to work off their interest. Delighted with her system, she looks forward to a life of playing games and doing RMT instead of working for someone else. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a phone call from the class president, Ye Jun. Answering the call, unnervous, she asks him what's the matter. He informs her that the new homeroom teacher is coming to see her, just as Kim Won-aen did. Speaking from his high-rise apartment, he reassures her that he guided the teacher to her location and that things are different this time. He instructs her to simply do as he says when Sung-eun arrives. She recalls his instructions to offer Kim Sung-eun blood money for his sister. So, as Sung-eun arrives, she confidently makes her offer of 1 billion won. Trying to appear innocent, she tells him that she's offering a lot of money. He coolly repeats the amount, while she recalls Ye Jun's prediction that the teacher would definitely refuse. To her absolute shock, Kim Sung-eun simply accepts the offer. Stunned, she realizes this is not how Ye Jun said it would go. She was expecting a violent confrontation. He questions if there's a problem, stating that it's the deal she offered. She stammers in disbelief as he declares the matter settled. He then calmly asks how much time she needs to prepare the 1 billion won. Flustered and sweating, she tries to calculate the time needed for such a massive sum. She timidly suggests about a week, to which he agrees with a terse, "Fine." He states that if he receives the 1 billion won in a week, he will stop his revenge. She can't believe it's real, but he confirms that 1 billion won is a lot of money and he would like to have it. With a slight, knowing smirk, he tells her to make sure of it. After he leaves, a relieved she informs Ye Jun about the unexpected outcome. But the daunting task ahead immediately hits her as she considers the massive sum of 1 billion won. Back in the present, the class president tells Yoo-jeon that the homeroom teacher accepted Ga-hee-rim's offer. Both of them are baffled that Sung-eun would stop his revenge for money. The class president, however, is deeply suspicious. He is convinced that Sung-eun has an ulterior motive and isn't the type to be swayed by a mere billion won. Yoo-jeon is stunned by the amount, questioning if she could even raise such a ridiculous sum. But the class president clarifies that he only instructed her to offer a deal. She set the jaw-dropping amount of 1 billion won herself. Yoo-jeon speculates that Sung-eun accepted because he knew it was an impossible amount for a workshop to generate so quickly. The class president dismisses this concern, stating that the teacher's true intent is what's most important right now. With a dark look, he begins to reveal to a clueless Yoo-jeon the secret of High Rim's true financial power. Back at the workshop, a newly motivated Shi rallies her enslaved monkeys, announcing they have 1 week to extract maximum value from their assets. She lays out her plan to manipulate the in-game market, starting with controlling hunting grounds and restricting item supply to drive up prices. She then instructs her workers to slowly release items throughout the week to avoid crashing the market, saving the god-tier items for last. To maintain market prices and avoid suspicion, she orders her team to engage in wash trading, prioritizing direct bank transfers. Meanwhile, the class president explains to Yujian that Hiram's workshop pulls in 30 million won a month, and that liquidating her assets could make 1 billion won a real possibility. He concludes that the fact she casually offered 1 billion won means she was confident she could actually prepare it. Yujian finally understands the gravity of the situation, realizing that Hiram is far more than just a simple gamer. Exhausted but energized, she prepares to sell the valuable items stashed in her personal storage. She excitedly remembers the limited edition cosmetic items she's been hoarding since elementary school, perfect for a quick cash infusion. But as she tries to log in, she complains about lag on the character selection screen, even with her high-end 5090 graphics card. A bead of sweat runs down her face as she realizes something is terribly wrong. Her character selection screen finally loads, revealing that all of her in-game avatars have been stripped completely naked. In a panic, she frantically searches for the gear she spent years acquiring. She then smashes her keyboard in a fit of rage and despair, screaming as she realizes her entire virtual empire has been wiped clean. She laments the hundreds of millions she spent on item upgrades and the hard-earned titles from boss clears, all of which have now vanished. For her, these characters were far more than just data on a screen. In her own words, they were her entire life. The weight of the devastating loss finally brings tears of frustration to her eyes. The story flashes back to a younger Hiram, an avid gamer since she was little, who proudly announces she's beaten a chapter. Her father, a game developer, affectionately praises his genius's daughter for figuring out a boss pattern in the very game he created. The happy, innocent girl wishes she could skip school to play games with her dad every single day. She fondly remembers her dad as a man with deep dark circles and a scruffy beard who loved playing games with her. She reminisces about the fun they had playing his game together, preparing to take on the next boss. But this happy memory is cut short when her mother tells her father he has an urgent call from his company, even though it's a Sunday. Her mother relays that the urgent work call is about a critical issue with the game's gacha rates. Upon hearing about the gacha rate problem, his expression immediately darkens with worry. He rushes out the door, frustrated that he had already warned his company about the risky gacha system. A confused young Hiram calls out, reminding her dad of his promise to play with her all day. He apologizes profusely but tries to reassure his daughter, telling her not to worry too much. With a strained smile, he strikes a pose and cheerfully promises, "I'll be right back." However, hearing her father say, "I'll be right back," fills the young girl with a deep sense of anxiety. She instantly recognizes the ominous line from his game, where the protagonist's ally, Aubin, says it right before a heroic sacrifice. And, true to the tragic trope, after uttering that line, the character Aubin never appeared in the story again. Sometime later, her mother is on the phone, worrying about her husband having to work for weeks without coming home, surviving only on trips to the public bathhouse. On a call with him, she complains that their daughter just plays games all day and asks him to tell her to study. As Hiram's anxiety grows, her bad premonition starts to feel more and more like an impending reality. Then, to her immense relief, her dad finally gets off work and returns home. And excited, she rushes to him, asking why he's so late and proudly boasting that she has already reached Chapter 6. He has returned, but after so long, his exhausted face seems somehow unfamiliar to her. Despite his visible exhaustion, he musters a smile and agrees to play through Chapter 7 with her that night. She is happy about his return but can't help but feel concerned, agreeing hesitantly and points out the obvious, telling him that he looks sleepy. He quickly denies it, insisting that he clocked out of work just to play games with her. That night, her exhausted father coaches her through the game, telling her to dodge an area of effect attack. They spend the entire night playing together, with she calling out for help as she runs out of potions during a tough fight. After 5 tries, they finally clear the chapter, and her father praises her as she celebrates getting a rare item drop. Later, she struggles with an unfair boss pattern, wondering aloud how she's supposed to dodge it. She tells her dad how much she loves his game and vows to join his company one day, earning a tired but proud smile. He gently reminds her that she'll have to study hard to join a game company, which seems to confuse her. Her father sighs, admitting that because he didn't study hard himself, he couldn't become a director. He then affectionately pats her head as she admits that studying isn't as fun as playing games. Inspired by his words, she promises to try her best with her schoolwork. She believes that if she just studies hard, she can grow up to be just like him. But as her father confirms that she can be just like him, she is horrified to see that he has a nosebleed. He casually wipes away the blood, trying to play it off by joking that it must be because she's so cute. He then quickly excuses himself, claiming he needs to go to the bathroom for a second. From the bathroom, she overhears him on the phone, stressed and arguing that he told management the players would notice the gacha rate issues. Before his nosebleed had even stopped, he was called back to work, leaving his young daughter alone once again. 3 days later, her father died. The official cause of death was cardiovascular disease from overwork, but his company refused to acknowledge it as an industrial accident. To add insult to injury, the company scapegoated him, pinning the entire gacha manipulation scandal on her now-dead father. At the funeral, his photo shows the smiling, scruffy-bearded man she remembers, a stark contrast to her grief. As she sits there, she realizes her father's tragic end taught her a profound lesson. It's a lesson that forged her cynical worldview. Living a hard-working life only makes you an idiot. Back in the present, furious, she demands to know what kind of bastard dared to strip her beloved characters naked. The answer dawns on her instantly. It could only have been her crazy homeroom teacher, Kim Sung-an. She's bewildered, wondering how he could have possibly wiped her account in the mere 4 hours since he left her workshop. The scene then cuts to the mysterious fast agency, where an operative confirms to their director that they have wiped the game items clean as requested. However, the agency's director, Shin Ye-hui, finds it unexpected that the formidable Kim Sang-an came to her just to wipe some students' game items. She expresses her disappointment, noting that the rumors about him doing nonsensical things must be true. The stylish director confesses that she preferred his more professional and hot loan shark tactics. Kim Sang-an cuts through her teasing, reminding her that as long as the fee is paid, the agency shouldn't care about the request. She scoffs, finding it almost embarrassing to charge a top Chunhong Capital employee for hacking a single measly account. He calmly shatters her assumption with a single word, no. He coolly informs her that there is one more thing to his request. Hearing this, her expression shifts to one of intrigued curiosity. Meanwhile, believing only her personal account was targeted, Hiram rallies her workshop to focus on making money. She orders her workers to pick up the pace and keep item prices high, declaring this is no time to worry about her personal account. With her priority set on securing the 1 billion won, she orders them to speed up their wash trading cycles. She believes that her teacher is gravely mistaken if he thought wiping her personal fun account would be enough to stop her, and boldly declares that her real profit comes from the workshop, only to be interrupted by a panicked shout from one of her workers. Chaos erupts as one of the workers screams that all of his in-game items have suddenly vanished. Shocked, she questions him, and he confirms that after a random disconnection, all the items from all his accounts were gone. Panic spreads like wildfire through the workshop as every single worker discovers their accounts have also been wiped completely clean. To their horror, they find it's the same even after relogging. The devastating truth hits her as she realizes everything is gone. Items, money, even untradeable gear, sparking a terrifying conclusion. Back at the fast agency, Shin Ye-hui laughs, remarking that she knew a ruthless loan shark like Kim Sang and wouldn't stop at just one account. Her team confirms that all 50 accounts have been wiped, revealing Sung-un's true, devastating plan to destroy the entire workshop. She coolly remarks that cutting off his target source of income is a move perfectly in line with his style. He dismisses it as basic loan shark work, declaring that Ga-Hirim's only means of making money has now been completely blocked. With her entire operation systematically dismantled, she is now on a 1-week timer to repay her massive debt. Kim Sung-an has set the stage for her to experience firsthand just how hellish a single week can be for someone trapped in debt. The workshop erupts into chaos as the enslaved gamers realize all their accounts and items have been wiped clean. A panicked Ga-Hirim can't believe what's happening, while her workers curse the hacker and fruitlessly try to contact customer service. One of the debtors laments that he's been grinding for months, only to have it all disappear, screaming that it's not his fault, and then grabs her, demanding she extend his repayment deadline since he gave his all for the game. The other debtors quickly join in, surrounding her and yelling that it's not their fault and they can't possibly get the money now. They continue to scream at her, blaming her for the disaster and demanding she extend their deadlines. Overwhelmed by the mob, she stammers for them to wait as they continue to demand an extension. The desperate crowd closes in on her, pleading for their lives and screaming for an extension. Under immense pressure, she weakly tells her angry debtors that it's the same for her, revealing that she herself owes Kim Sang-an 1 billion won. With only 7 days until the payment is due, she frantically orders everyone to start making new accounts. However, her workers complain that all their items are gone and they have no way to pay back their debts. However, she realizes in horror that not just her main account, but all her alts and even her accounts in other games have been wiped clean. Staring at the blank screen, she feels as if her entire life has been wiped out in an instant. She curses her crazy homeroom teachers for resorting to such a destructive tactic. Seething with rage, she wonders if he even plans to get his money back after pulling such a stunt. But snapping out of her anger, she reminds herself that the money comes first, remembering she has a bit saved up. Her hope is quickly dashed, however, when she checks her bank accounts and sees a combined total of only 260 million won, far from the 1 billion she needs. Just as despair sets in, a new idea sparks in her mind. She frantically searches through her phone for a particular app, and a glimmer of hope returns to her face as she remembers she never deleted the game that was her main source of income in middle school. She recalls her old Lineage account, which she created illegally using her mom's registration number. She then opens the old mobile game, praying the account is still active. A smile spreads across her face when she realizes her old account is still accessible. She discovers her old Go Diok Pal character is still alive, and because the game introduces new god-tier items slowly, its gear is still valuable. With a triumphant smirk, she realizes her gear is still top tier. With renewed determination, she declares that she will start infinite farming to earn the 1 billion won. For the next week, she pours all her effort into the mobile game, even as her mother calls for her to go to sleep. But she ignores her mother's pleas, cutting down on her sleep to grind for money. Her obsession grows so great that she even plays while walking down the street, ignoring pedestrians. The constant gaming completely consumes her life. This non-stop gameplay even follows her into the classroom. During class, she continues to tap away at her phone, completely engrossed in the game. As she plays, she calculates that with tomorrow's weekly raid, the payout will be sweet. She gets annoyed by kill-stealing pests in the game and angrily tells them to get lost. Yejun, sitting nearby, silently observes her obsessive behavior. He wonders why their homeroom teacher, Kim Sang-an, is simply leaving her alone. Meanwhile, from the front of the class, Sang-an secretly watches her, his true plan already in motion. Time flies by as she continues her relentless grinding. On the night of the 6th day, the deadline looms. Exhausted after a week of sleepless nights, she finally completes a weekly raid and collapses on her keyboard. She scoffs at the crazy teacher, confident that selling the items she's gathered over the week will earn her hundreds of millions. She tallies her earnings, noting she made another 100 million by selling off the workshop's high-end PCs. Confident she's the queen of RMT's real money trading, she calculates that selling her mobile items will easily get her the 1 billion won. As her game loads, she arrogantly thinks her teacher underestimated her, boasting that she's a pro gamer. She smugly thinks there's no game she can't beat, but her thought is cut short by a sudden realization. In a moment of shock, she drops her phone. Sitting in stunned silence, she numbly asks, "Just why? Just why?" The game screen reveals her high-level character has been stripped naked, all its valuable gear gone. After a week of skipping meals and sleeping only an hour a day, she stares blankly, all her hard work completely erased. Her despair turns to rage as she screams, "Why the hell are you pulling this shit now?" Elsewhere, at the fast agency, director Shin Ye-hui calls Kim Sang-an ruthless. She questions why he bothered waiting a week to wipe the girl out, to which he replies, "It's a classic tactic," and explains that if he had wiped all her accounts a week ago, she would have simply tried to borrow money from a third party. The director correctly deduces that by leaving her with false hope, he prevented her from even thinking of a backup plan. She then muses on his cruel methods, questioning if he even wants to collect the debt at all. Lighting a cigarette, he explains the paradoxical nature of being a loan shark. She listens intently as he continues his explanation. In order to collect the debt, he states coolly, "You must not collect the debt." She grasps his meaning. Instead of collecting, you let the debt keep growing. For the debtor, it feels like climbing an endless staircase while Hiram frantically runs, knowing her week is almost up. Desperate and enraged, she wonders how she's supposed to beat a boss designed to be unbeatable. Realizing her teacher never intended for her to pay, she decides to go with Yejun's original plan. She resolves to leave him to the loan sharks housed in the same building and remembers Yejun's warning that they are a violent criminal organization from another region. Let those thug bastards beat each other to death, she thinks, racing to sick the gang on her crazy teacher. But as she reaches the top of the stairs, she stops in confusion. Her eyes widen in shock at the scene before her. She cautiously ascends the stairs, wondering why there is water on the steps. Peering through the banister, she wonders what could be leaking. Then her eyes widen in terror as she realizes the liquid isn't water. She is horrified to see the floor littered with the blood-soaked bodies of the entire gang, with Kim Sang-an standing ominously at the top of the pile. As the blood-red background reflects her terror, he announces that 7 days have passed and calmly demands that she bring him Kim Won-hee's blood money. Splattered with the blood of his victims, he stares down at the terrified girl, his collection finally at hand. A flashback reveals Kim Sang-an leaving the fast agency after concluding his business. As he leaves, director Shin Ye-hui stops him, noting that the building where they raided the workshop seems suspicious, and reveals that while the workshop used the second floor's IP, there were open IPs on the third and fourth floors, suggesting another group was present. When she offers to investigate the upper floors for him, he simply says he'll be careful. Declining her help, he confidently states that he'll handle it from here on out. After he departs, one of Director Shin's staff members remarks on how consistent and unchanging team leader Kim is. She worries about him going in blind against a shady group, while her colleague expresses concern that it sounds like a big problem. But then, she quietly mulls over the potential for a big problem. Meanwhile, in the gang's hideout, one of the members is startled by a noise from downstairs. As our guy ascends the stairs, a gangster with a prominent facial scar confronts him, demanding to know who he is. He aggressively dismisses him as a slave from the workshop and tells him to get lost. Unfazed, Sang-an ignores the taunts, prompting the gangster to ask what he wants. With chilling calm, he instructs the man to call out all his guys so they can finish the job all at once. The gangster is stunned by his audacity, calling him a crazy bastard and warning that he'll regret it. Enraged by his smart-ass attitude, the gangster swings a wild punch. Back at the agency, an employee asks Director Shin if Sang-an will be okay going in without any information. The director coolly states that she sent him because she knows he'll be fine, revealing that she's aware it's a loan shark operation with 35 men, and adds that there's a rumor they're the same ruthless gang that recently flipped the entire Onsan loan shark scene upside down. The employee panics, exclaiming they need to warn him about the dangerous gang he's facing. But Director Shin extinguishes her cigarette, coldly pointing out that his request was only to raid the workshop, not for intel on the gang. She reminds her subordinate that as a private agency, they don't give out extra information without a price. The subordinate, chastised, can only agree and return to her work. Leaning back in her chair, she muses that in their line of business, worrying about Kim Sang-an is something you don't do, even if you're paid for it. Back at the hideout, the gangster's card game is interrupted when one man insists he heard a thud from the stairs. His friend, a man with a large arm tattoo, agrees that he also heard a noise from the staircase. One of them confirms it, adding that he also heard a short scream, which piques their suspicion. Dismissing it as nonsense, another gangster decides to check the stairs just to shut his friend up. But as he looks at the stairs, his bravado evaporates, replaced by shock and confusion. He sees his comrade lying defeated at the bottom of the stairs, wondering how he ended up like that. The fallen gangster weakly tries to warn his friends about the man who attacked him. One of his comrades rushes toward him, angrily demanding to know who is responsible. Yet, barely conscious, the defeated man desperately warns them not to come down. Just then, our guy appears behind them and leaps directly at them, and initiates his one-man assault with a devastating flying kick. With cold precision, he begins to systematically dismantle the shocked gangsters. A thug yells, "Who are you?" However, his leader shouts at him to just get the man and not ask silly questions. Sang-an effortlessly dodges encounters, taking down his attackers one by one. Again, he dodges a punch and prepares for the counter. Warning that it's going to be a bit loud, he reveals his strategy, to draw the enemies out into the narrow hallway. At this, the gangster has a horrifying epiphany that their opponent have lured them into the staircase, an environment perfectly designed for handling multiple opponents alone. But he realizes too late that our guy has masterfully engineered the battlefield to his advantage. The sounds of battle finally reach the rest of the gang upstairs, who arm themselves to deal with the intruder. The upstairs crew, armed with axes and bats, rushes down to clean up the mess before their executives arrive. But looking down, the reinforcements are horrified to see that he has already taken out all of their comrades. Enraged and with no other option, the remaining thugs scream for the death of the man who single-handedly destroyed their forces. Back in the present, standing over the carnage, Sang-an calmly says, "I'll say it once more." He purposefully walks over the bodies of the fallen gangsters, repeating his demand, "Bring me," and confronts Gahaye-rem, finishing a sentence, "Kim Ian's blood money." With the bodies of 35 men piled below him, he snaps his fingers and demands payment, now. She is frozen in terror as he reminds her that he is here to collect. Panicked, she protests that it's a scam, arguing that he destroyed her operations, making it impossible to prepare the money. He repeats her excuse, if things were as they should be. She desperately argues that if things had been normal, she could have paid, declaring the deal invalid. But he coldly reminds her that if things were as they should be, his sister wouldn't be dead. He then throws her own words back at her, twisting the phrase, "If things were as they should be, his sister would still be teaching." Lifting her off the ground by her throat, he tells her that in a just world he would have had no reason to come looking for her. As she gasps for air, he leans in and tells her to listen closely. He delivers his chilling verdict. "Right now, you owe me 1,000,000,000." Terrified for her life, she weakly begs him to save her. With a terrifyingly calm expression, he tells her not to worry about dying. As she loses consciousness, he declares that when it comes to his debtors, he does not grant permission to die. After some time, she awakens, completely disoriented, to the sound of casino chips being thrown at her. Now in a clean suit, Kim Song-an coolly orders his terrified debtor to get up. Flanked by his subordinates, he informs the bewildered young woman that she has a debt to pay. She panics, believing she's been kidnapped and screaming that this is a crime. Looking around frantically, she tries to figure out where on earth he has taken her. Her eyes land on rows of blinking slot machines, adding to her confusion. Then she sees stacks of chips at a card table, and the pieces slowly start to come together. Finally, the sight of a spinning roulette wheel makes the horrifying reality click. She realizes with dawning horror that she's been brought to a casino. A wide shot reveals they are in a massive, opulent, and likely illegal gambling den. Sung-un explains that since she made a fortune through games, he's giving her a chance to pay her debt using those same skills. He gives her 10 million won in chips as starting capital, mockingly suggesting this should be a good thing for a game lover like her. He then delivers the crushing deadline. She has exactly 1 day to repay the entire sum. And clarifies the stakes, a principal of 1.01 billion won plus 30 interest for a grand total of 1.313 billion won. Holding a high-value chip, he issues his final challenge. Now, Gahaye Rim, it's time to win it back to pay it back. She panics at the ridiculousness of the task, questioning how she could possibly earn that much in a single day through gambling. Sang-an cruelly reminds her that since playing games is the only thing she's good at, she has no other options. He then grabs her face, mockingly offering the method with the highest chance of success. To terrorize her, he shoves the chip into her mouth, asking if she really hates the idea that much, and follows up with a chilling threat, mentioning that girls like her are in high demand in China these days. With the chip still in her mouth, he offers to provide career counseling for studying abroad in China, a thinly veiled threat of human trafficking. Sobbing and utterly terrified by the implication, her resistance crumbles. Having broken her will, he coldly orders her to stop whining and go place a bet. Following his orders, she changes out of her school uniform and into a conspicuous red tracksuit. Now wearing an outfit that stands out even more, she walks through the casino floor feeling utterly embarrassed. Shin Jung-woo, the subordinate who gave her the clothes, complains about Baek Sang-woo's terrible fashion sense, revealing the tracksuit is his personal victory suit. Forgetting her embarrassment, she focuses on her desperate mission to find any game to play and win money. She scans the crowded casino floor, noting the packed tables and her own ignorance of the games being played. Moving on to the roulette wheel, she sees it looks easy enough, but there are still no seats available. She anxiously searches the packed room for an empty seat, feeling the immense pressure to win money quickly. Meanwhile, from a nearby bar, Shin Jung-woo asks his boss if it's really okay to let her wander the casino alone, and calmly notes that 3 hours have passed, but our guy is unconcerned by his subordinate's worry that she might hit a jackpot. He dismisses the concern entirely, stating that a jackpot would only be possible if she could find a seat to begin with. To illustrate the point, he quizzes his subordinate on the casino's average daily visitors, to which the man guesses 1,000. Sung-an corrects him, revealing the number is 7,000 on weekdays and easily surpasses 10,000 on weekends. His subordinate realizes the shocking implication: the vast majority of those visitors are not new. Sang-an confirms his suspicion, explaining that most of the patrons are, in fact, gambling addicts. Meanwhile, on the casino floor, she is overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, and watches in dawning horror, realizing that not a single person is getting up from their seat. As if on cue, Sang-an calmly explains that gambling addicts are relentless and will not give up their seats until they've lost every last penny. Desperate and unsure of what to do, she overhears the frustrations of other gamblers who can't get a seat either. A nearby gambler has a meltdown over his terrible cards, while a dealer emotionlessly suggests he go buy more chips. Seeing a gambler declare he's done for the day, she thinks she's finally found an empty seat. However, just as she rushes over, the man vows to return tomorrow, but her hopes are still high as a spot has finally opened up. Believing her chance has finally come, she steels herself, ready to win back her freedom. Back at the bar, Sang-an's subordinate remarks that seats do eventually open, as even gamblers don't have unlimited money. While pouring a drink, our guy philosophizes that everything has an order, like water flowing downwards. But just as she lunges for the newly vacated seat, she is violently shoved to the ground by other waiting patrons. An aggressive man looms over her, angrily demanding to know why she's cutting in line. He yells that he has been waiting for that exact seat for 2 hours, and tells her to stop being stupid and wait her turn, leaving her terrified on the floor as she apologizes. She's shocked by the grim reality of the casino. Unlike in the movies, waiting 2 hours for one seat is the norm. After 4 hours of failing to get a single turn, she sits dejected, apologizing after another failed attempt. On the verge of giving up, she grits her teeth, desperately trying to think of another way to play a game. Back at the bar, Sung-in explains to his subordinate that the long waits are due to there being only one casino in the country that locals can use. He elaborates that with so few tables and such low betting limits, it takes a long time for thousands of addicts to lose all their money and leave. He then reveals the casino's hidden economy, where people sell their seats for chips, a trick a newbie like her hasn't figured out. Shin Jong-woo is in awe of his boss's cruel and intricate plan. He admits he never imagined the scheme was to trap her by making her waste all her time, rather than just lose her money gambling. But Sang-in clarifies that simply making her waste time isn't his primary goal, as he can't account for the casino's actual operations. He turns to his subordinate to reveal the true, psychological aim of his plan, and calmly states that the intense desperation she is feeling because of the situation is precisely the emotional state he wanted to inflict on her as she panics over the day slipping away. After wasting half the day wandering uselessly, she finally realizes she should have just put her name on a waiting list from the start. Now waiting properly, she watches a man with few chips left, praying that he'll go bankrupt soon so she can finally play. Just as her hope builds, the slot machine lights up, and Hiram looks on in disbelief. The machine announces a mini jackpot of 2 million won, crushing her hopes. The man she was waiting for erupts in celebration over his prize, exclaiming that his 5 hours of waiting finally paid off. Hiram's spirit breaks as the man declares he'll now play for another 5 hours, right after she waited an hour for his spot. Utterly defeated, she walks away, knowing that finding another line means starting the agonizing wait all over again. Just as she despairs, a mysterious man in a vest calls out to her. The well-dressed man, who looks like a concierge, politely asks for a moment of her time. The man introduces himself as Lee Tae-young, an exclusive concierge for the casino's VVIP guests. He smoothly invites the confused Hiram to participate in a special VVIP game. When he mentions that the host wanted to include a high schooler for entertainment, she instinctively tries to deny it. But he calmly exposes her lie, revealing they not only found her school uniform, but also saw her change on CCTV. He adds that her clueless wandering made it obvious she was a kid, leaving her unable to argue, and explains that the VVIP host, a dopamine chaser, overheard security discussing a high schooler who had snuck in. In a flashback, the silhouetted VVIP host is shown being delighted by the news, finding it highly entertaining. The host eagerly demands they bring the student to him for a game, even offering to cover the expensive VVIP zone entry pass. Wary of dealing with another psycho, she tries to politely decline the strange offer. Tae-young stops her by casually mentioning that the VVIP entry pass alone costs a staggering 100 million won per quarter. The exorbitant price shocks her, and she wonders just what kind of place the VVIP zone is. Tae-young explains the VVIP zone is an exclusive playground for the nation's elite, including judges, prosecutors, politicians, and celebrities. He emphasizes that it is a space reserved for the highest echelons of the social and economic elite. The concierge continues his pitch, pointing out that unlike the main floor's low betting limit, there are no betting limits whatsoever in the VVIP zone, a prospect that leaves her stunned. He adds that this special VVIP game offers winnings that can't even be compared to ordinary games like baccarat or slots. Suspicious but desperate, she can't help but ask how much she could potentially win. Leaning in conspiratorially, he reveals the minimum prize for a single game is 2 billion won. He clarifies that 2 billion is merely the starting amount, and the final prize will vary depending on the player's bets. Hiram is floored by the astronomical sum, realizing it's more than enough to pay off her debt and still have money left over. Tae-young pressures her for an answer, stating that the only way to know if it's worth the risk is to play. As she hesitates, he cuts her off, insisting the game needs to start soon and that she doesn't have time to think. As the pressure mounts, she vividly recalls Sung-in's chilling threat to sell her off to China. With her options dwindling, she convinces herself that she has nothing left to lose and must win something before her day is over. Driven by desperation, she resolves to play just one game, win the 2 billion won, and escape her nightmare. However, upon entering the VVIP room, her confidence evaporates when she lays eyes on a gun sitting on the table. As she stares in horror, the game's host mockingly asks what a cute little high school girl is doing in a place like this. The host calmly tells her it's her turn, and she realizes with pure terror that the VVIP game is Russian roulette. The sadistic VVIP host, grinning from ear to ear, commands her to put the gun to her head and pull the trigger. Frozen in fear, she finally grasps the terrifying reality of her situation. If she loses this game, she dies. Observing the other players' intense excitement, a terrified Ga-Hai-Rim wonders if they are all completely insane. As the VVIP Russian roulette game begins, the host, Chea Taegyeol, calmly loads a single bullet into the revolver while singing a haunting folk song. He continues to sing about peach and apricot blossoms as he clicks the cylinder shut, sealing the player's fate. With a flick of his wrist, he spins the cylinder, randomizing the position of the lone, deadly bullet. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he muses about which player's head is going to blossom today. She is horrified as she realizes the other participants, a politician and a gangster, are not actors but genuine, thrill-seeking lunatics. Following the rules of the game, the host announces that he will take the first turn. She watches in disbelief as he actually puts the massive revolver to his own head. At this, she panics internally, unable to comprehend why someone would risk death on the very first shot. The hammer falls with a harmless click, and Taegyeol's face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin. He then erupts in manic laughter, boasting that he wasn't meant to die today. As he claims his late father doesn't want to see him yet, she can only stare, thinking he's completely insane. The politician cheers the host's luck, while the host congratulates him on his fourth time playing and expresses hope for many more games to come. Next, the politician takes his turn without hesitation, remarking that the thrill is far more exciting than politics. After surviving his turn, he laughs, confident that his good luck will carry him through the next election. After that, he taunts the third player, a gangster, calling him an entertainer whose fans would be devastated by his death, though the gangster scoffs that his haters would be happy. He pulls the trigger, his face twisting in pure ecstasy as he also survives his turn, and screams in delight, declaring that the adrenaline rush from the game is more potent than any drug. The host now turns his attention to the last player, announcing that it's finally her turn. The revolver is placed before Hai-Rim as she faces the most terrifying moment of her life. The reality of the situation sinks in as she stares at the gun, horrified at the thought of shooting herself. The host explains that because they aren't spinning the cylinder between turns, her odds are no longer 1 in 6. Her blood runs cold as she realizes her chance of dying has now skyrocketed to a terrifying 1 in 3. Growing impatient, the gangster urges her to hurry up and shoot so they can move on. Just as panic sets in, a crucial memory of her homeroom teacher, Kim Sang-an, flashes in her mind. She vividly recalls his words to her after he dispatched a rival gang. His chilling promise, "My debtors aren't allowed to die," echoes in her head, giving her a bizarre sense of security. Believing he needs her alive for his investigation, she concludes he would never actually let her be killed here. A confident smirk forms on her face as she apologizes to the group for making them wait. With newfound arrogance, she declares, "Let's get this over with." Now utterly convinced the game is a bluff, she smugly holds the gun, believing it's all just an elaborate act. She rationalizes that this is just one of Sang-an's cheap tricks, designed to scare her into begging for her life, and even dismisses the other participants as actors he hired, prompting one to yell at her to just pull the trigger already. The host laughs at her sudden bravado, which only solidifies her belief that everyone in the room is a paid lunatic. Tapping into her gamer mentality, she decides the winning strategy is simply to not be scared, figuring a teenager dead inside might as well be dead outside too. She casually puts the gun to her own head, closes her eyes, and declares the task too easy. Meanwhile, miles away, Shin Jung-woo checks the GPS tracker on Hai-Rim's phone, puzzled by her lack of movement. He mutters to himself, wondering why she's staying in one spot. When Sang-an asks what's wrong, he reports that she has been stationary for a while and wonders if she's calmed down. Sang-an, however, immediately recognizes the location as the casino's exclusive VVIP area and demands to know how long she's been there. Jung-woo estimates it's been about an hour, questioning how she could have possibly gotten in with no money. Sang-an tells him that entry requires not just money but high social standing. At this, his subordinate states that she couldn't have sneaked in either. Then, the chilling realization dawns on him: somebody has poached his debtor. Back in the VVIP room, she pulls the trigger, and the harmless click convinces her that the gun isn't loaded. The host applauds her gusto, impressed that she shot without hesitation, and tells her to hand back the gun so they can spin the cylinder and begin the next round. But drunk on false confidence, she tells him to cut the act, stating she already knows the gun won't go off. She then mockingly dismisses the death game as a lame prank, leaving the other players utterly bewildered by her behavior. Chea Taegyeol's smile vanishes as he asks if she's accusing him of faking a game just to hear her scream. She smugly insists it's a fake gun, claiming no one in Korea would use a real one for a game. The host's expression hardens as he warns her that he doesn't mess around when it comes to games. He then commands her to give him the gun and suggests they forget this ever happened, but she pivots with a dangerous idea, asking, "What if I do this?" In a stunning breach of etiquette, she aims the gun directly at the host, taunting that if she pulls the trigger twice, it will definitely go off. With a deranged grin, she points out that he doesn't seem scared at all, and tells him to cut the act, which sends the other players into a genuine panic. The host's voice drops to a deadly whisper, reminding her of the game's primary rule: the barrel is only pointed at one's own head. He icily informs her that aiming at another person is strictly against the rules. As Sung-eun and Jung-woo rush toward the VVIP area, Sung-eun senses that something has gone terribly wrong, and explains to a confused Jung-woo that the key question is not how she's playing, but who invited her. His eyes narrow as he declares that only one specific man is depraved enough to invite a worthless high school girl to such a game. He then reveals the identity of the host, Chae Tae-gil, leader of the Tail Sharks, a name that shocks Jung-woo, who recalls that the Tail Sharks are notorious loan sharks specializing in gambling, always found at the tail end of any money trail, and the man these Tail Sharks call their leader is Chae Tae-gil. When he questions Tae-gil's interest in high rim, Sung-eun explains that the man is known for enjoying twisted games. He correctly deduces that Tae-gil, a gambling addict himself, brought the girl in simply for his own sick amusement. Sung-eun recalls a stark warning from his boss, Chairman Hwang, who once told him to never get involved with Chae Tae-gil. The chairman had confessed his own failure to recruit the man, warning him that he was not yet ready to face someone like him. Now racing against time, Sung-eun plans to retrieve her with minimal conflict, but they are blocked by the VVIP concierge. While Jung-woo tries to talk their way past him, Sung-eun's stony silence indicates he has other plans. Suddenly, the sharp report of a gunshot echoes from inside the VVIP room, startling everyone. Without a second thought, Jung-woo shoves the concierge aside, and he and Sung-eun charge into the room. The two burst in, bracing themselves for the chaos inside. Jung-woo freezes, his eyes wide with shock at the scene unfolding before him. Just then, the host explains to her that an amateur without proper technique would only succeed in blowing out their own shoulder. Our guy is stunned to see Ga Rim lying on the floor. Lying on the floor, she is in shock, questioning if the gun is actually real. But Chae Tae-gil, revealing a fresh scratch on his cheek, grins and admits that the experience was quite a thrill. The horrifying truth crashes down on her as she realizes with sheer terror that she had just played Russian roulette with a real, loaded gun. Bleeding from the graze wound, Tae-gil looms over her and coldly declares that for breaking the rules of the game, she will now pay with her life. Just as he is about to deliver his punishment, his eyes shift, noticing the uninvited guests who have just entered his domain. Kim Sung-eun stands coolly in the doorway as Chae Tae-gil questions who they think they are to barge in uninvited. The sadistic game host then glares at the intruders, darkly promising them that they will not leave his VVIP room unscathed, furious that their secret game has been interrupted and their identities are at risk of being exposed. Meanwhile, the wealthy VVIP guests begin to panic. At this, Chae Tae-gil warns them that now that they have witnessed the gun and the illegal game, things are about to get very complicated. He then coldly tells them, "I don't know why you came here without permission, unless you are Old Man Dangun himself. Dangun is the legendary founding king of the Korean kingdom," and declares that he will simply have to kill them to ensure their silence. Beside our guy, Shin Jung-woo grows nervous, recognizing that tail sharks like Tae-gil are infamous in the loan shark world for their nasty tempers. He quietly suggests to his boss that revealing their affiliation with Chunhong Capital might be their only way to negotiate a peaceful exit. However, he immediately dismisses the thought, knowing Sung-eun's personal code means he would never use the company's name for his own revenge. But to Jung-woo's utter shock, Kim Sung-eun does the unthinkable and announces that he is from Chunhong Capital. The mere mention of Chunhong is enough to stop the menacing Chae Tae-gil in his tracks. Our guy formally introduces himself as the team leader of Chunhong Capital's Debt Collections Team 1, stunning both his subordinate and his rival. He states his purpose clearly: Ga Rim owes a massive debt and he has come to collect it. He then corrects him, asserting that he didn't come without permission, rather, Tae-gil stole his debtor without permission. A bewildered Shin Jung-woo questions his boss's strategy, wondering why he's revealing their powerful affiliation. Chae Tae-gil recognizes the name, acknowledging Sung-eun's fearsome reputation as the loan shark with a perfect 100 collection rate. Yet he scoffs at the attempt to intimidate him, accusing Sung-eun of trying to use the Chunhong name for leverage. As the VVIP players scramble to flee the scene, chaos erupts in the exclusive gambling den. Taegyeol taunts Sung-an, claiming that while the Chunhong name certainly carries weight in the loan business, in a casino, it means absolutely nothing, as his army of men surrounds the two intruders. His men close in as he informs Sung-an that, regardless of his status, he must follow the rules of their establishment. Stepping forward, his demeanor shifts, revealing a deep, personal animosity towards Sung-an's company. A flashback reveals a younger, bloodied Che Taegyeol kneeling in defeat before Chairman Huang and his entourage. The memory of his past humiliation at the hands of Chunhong's chairman clearly still haunts him. Back in the present, he snarls that he absolutely despises that old fossil Chairman Huang. He then menacingly asks if killing Sang-an and his subordinate would be enough to finally upset the old chairman. Sang-an coolly replies that the chairman wouldn't get upset over mere employees, but he would consider it the loss of a valuable asset. He warns Taegyeol that if that were to happen, Chunhong would hold him accountable and saddle him with a significant new debt, and scoffs, questioning whether it is wise to make a mountain out of a molehill for a single, insignificant girl. Changing tactics, he concedes that he has indeed caused damage to Taegyeol's establishment. However, he clarifies that he does not intend to use Chunhong's name to get what he wants by force, like some common thug. Instead, Sung-an proposes an offer which successfully piques the gambling lord's interest. He plays to Taegyeol's reputation, asking if it's true that tail sharks, who specialize in gambling loans, enjoy making bets. In a bid to avoid an all-out war, he proposes a high-stakes bet where they each wager something the other desires. Taegyeol is amused that a mere debt collector would dare to challenge him, a man who lives and breathes gambling. Finding the situation entertaining, Taegyeol agrees to the bet, while a horrified Shin Jong-woo looks on. Sang-an states his terms for victory. If he wins, Taegyeol must simply hand over the debtor, Gahae Rim. He then asks the crucial question, "What about you?" With a wicked grin, Taegyeol implies that Sang-an has asked for something far too small in this high-stakes world. So, he sinisterly decides that since the stakes are so low, he will also ask for something small in return. The unspoken, ominous terms of the bet leave Jung-woo reeling in shock, while his boss remains completely unfazed. Later, safely in the car, a panicked Shin Jung-woo asks his boss if he's sure about what he has just done. He frantically points out that his boss broke the rules by using the company name for a personal matter and has now provoked a dangerous tail shark. He reminds Sang-an that Chairman Huang explicitly warned him not to mix personal matters with business. Sang-an calmly explains his reasoning. Using the Chunhong name was the only logical choice to de-escalate the situation without a bloodbath. To deflect from the real issue, he simply tells his subordinate to inform the chairman that they were together, implying shared responsibility. Jung-woo still wonders aloud if they couldn't have just fought their way through the casino's security. Sang-an agrees that force would have worked against the unskilled guards. But then he reveals the true danger, Che Taegyeol himself, who has a violent history with Chunhong Capital. He recounts the legendary clash, clarifying that although Taegyeol ultimately lost to Chairman Huang, in the process, Chunhong Capital suffered unbelievable losses at his hands. He then reveals the shocking details. With his strength alone, Taegyeol paralyzed at least 60 men, including 3 of Chunhong's own team leaders. Shin Jung-woo is horrified to learn that Taegyeol defeated fighters on Sang-an's level, realizing their new adversary is far crazier than he could have imagined. Losing his composure, he yells in disbelief, questioning the sanity of making a bet with such a monster. He begins to spiral, terrified of the chairman's wrath should they lose the high-stakes wager. Completely unfazed, Sang-an declares he has no intention of hiding anything and instructs his subordinate to drive to Myeongdong. With chilling confidence, he announces he's going to personally report the situation to the chairman. In his office, Chairman Huang calmly confirms that his top collector has indeed run afoul of the infamous Che Taegyeol. Sang-an admits that he made a bet, and the chairman immediately demands to know the stakes. The chairman's expression darkens as he waits to hear the details of his subordinate's reckless wager. With unwavering calm, Kim Sang-an reveals the monumental wager, all the debts belonging to his entire team. Upon hearing the stakes, an enraged Chairman Huang crushes the very plant leaf he had been so carefully tending. Our guy clarifies the staggering sum at risk, confirming that Team 1's debts amount to at least 30 billion won. The chairman furiously confronts him for wagering 30 billion won of his money, but acknowledges the confidence his subordinate is projecting. Sang-an affirms his confidence, prompting the chairman to ask for the exact nature of this high-stakes bet. Our guy replies, "It's a game." The showdown is scheduled for 10 p.m. the following day, at a desolate junkyard in Jongson. The name of the mysterious and deadly game is revealed to be One Touch. Back at the junkyard, Taegyeol casually asks his opponent how they should decide who goes first. Our guy recalls when the chairman pressed further, asking what would happen if Sung-an lost and how he would take responsibility. Sung-an acknowledges that by involving the company in his personal revenge, he is potentially causing it a great loss. Back in the present, Sung-an, oozing confidence, tells Taegol that he can go first as the outcome is already decided in his mind. A flashback reveals Kim Sang-an, with ice in his veins, staring down his boss and declaring, "I'm going to win anyway." He then makes a solemn vow to the chairman, promising to bear any and all losses from the bet as his own personal debt, even if it takes a lifetime to repay. Chae Tae-gil laughs maniacally, amused that his opponent not only chose the brutal game of one touch, but also gave him the first move. He confidently asks Sung-an if he hasn't heard the story of how many Chunhong members he's pulverized in the past. Unimpressed by the posturing, Sung-an coldly tells him that he talks too much. Adjusting his glasses, he states that he doesn't like to waste time, especially after the delays caused by Gahi Rim. Taking off his glasses, he tells his opponent to cut the chatter and prepare to begin. With an intense stare, he declares it's time for their high-stakes game to get started. Taegyeol grins, relishing the start of the violent confrontation he's been waiting for. In the deserted lot, the rules of the brutal game, one touch, are about to be laid out. Taegyeol explains the simple rules. They will take turns exchanging blows, with the entire upper body being a valid target, and clarifies that the fight will only end when one of them is knocked out, gives up, or dies. He then points out his two witnesses, who will stand by to ensure a fair game. Across from them, Sung-an's team, Park Man-jae and Shin Jung-woo, stand ready as Chun-hong's witnesses, knowing that if any of the four interfere, their side will automatically lose. Taegol smugly outlines his prize. If he wins, he'll gain the rights to all of Debt Collection Team 1's debts. In turn, Sung-an confirms that if he wins, he takes Gahia Rim. But first, he needs to confirm she's still alive. Taegyeol reassures them that he never pulls tricks when it comes to a bet, claiming he brought her back safe and sound as a crane lifts her into view. Seeing her state, Shin Jong-woo angrily questions Taegyeol's business ethics. With a flourish, Taegyeol reveals a terrified Gahe Rim tied up and suspended from the crane, mockingly saying he tied her up nice and pretty. Dangling from the crane, the traumatized young woman recounts the horrific treatment she endured at the hands of his men. Overwhelmed with terror, she desperately begs for someone to save her, believing she is about to die. Sung-an stares back with a cold, unreadable expression as his debtor pleads for her life. Taegyeol scoffs at her for asking Sung-an for help, sarcastically claiming she would have died if he hadn't spared her, and warns her that there's no point in asking his opponent for help. Confident in his victory, he predicts that Sung-an will be kissing the ground soon enough. He then mocks his opponent for picking a game of one touch after sending so many of Chunhong's men to their graves. Stretching his arms, he prepares for his first strike, smugly remarking that Sung-an has guts. Sung-an, however, coolly removes his jacket and taunts him back, asking if that past fight with Chunhong is his only noteworthy achievement. He continues his psychological assault, reminding Taegyeol that instead of winning, he ran off to the mountains to hide from Chairman Huang. Enraged, Taegyeol insults the Myeongdong loan sharks, particularly the lackeys of the top four lenders like Sung-an. Having been granted the first move, he leaps forward to deliver a powerful, unguarded blow. As he attacks, he screams that he wasn't hiding from Chairman Huang back then. He tells him that his loss to Chunhong had happened a decade ago, and now, 10 years later, they all call him the King of the Tail Sharks. Just then, he lands the first brutal punch, vowing to one day tear Chairman Huang apart. Sung-an's subordinates watch in shock, realizing the sound was from the unguarded blow and fearing the danger their boss is in. Though he stumbles, Sung-an remains on his feet, impressing Taegyeol, who remarks that he's already looking worn out, and condescendingly asks if he believes the fight will end with the next hit. Sung-an calmly agrees that it will, catching Taegyeol completely off guard. Then, with blinding speed, he unleashes a devastating punch of his own. He declares to the stunned Taegyeol that the fight-ending next hit will be his. In a flashback, Kim Sang-an is seen asking Chairman Huang a question about Chae Taegyeol. He recalls the chairman once telling him he wouldn't be a match for Taegyeol and asks if that still holds true now. Chairman Huang just chuckles at the memory, calling it a pointless question. He smiles, admitting that, unfortunately, his past assessment is no longer accurate. As Sung-an lands a crushing blow on Taegyeol, the chairman's voiceover confirms that his past words no longer hold true. His rival is knocked unconscious before he even hits the ground. The chairman's flashback continues, recalling the time he made that assessment. Sung-an was just a high school student. Standing over his defeated opponent, Sung-an declares that as promised, he will be taking Gahe Rim. Taegyeol's men are in disbelief, shocked that their boss was beaten in a single blow and lost to Chunhong yet again. One of the enraged men rallies the others, refusing to let Sung-An's team walk away after they defeated his leader. At his command, his men appear, armed with clubs, and within no time, they surround our guy and his subordinates. At this, our guy's tracksuit subordinate states, "Never trust a gambling addict, rookie." One of Taegyeol's subordinates argues that he can't stand to see his boss lose again, proposing they kill the three of them to erase the bet. But regaining consciousness, Taegyeol furiously screams at his men, ordering them not to dare interfere. He forces himself up, admitting through gritted teeth that no matter how much he hates it, he lost clear as fucking day. Sang-in internally notes the extreme damage one takes in one touch, since the game's rules forbid blocking, and he is amazed that after taking his punch, Taegyeol only briefly lost consciousness. Taegyeol gets to his feet and vows to kill anyone who refuses to respect the outcome of the bet. His right-hand man shamefully apologizes for his insubordination. After that, he turns to Sung-an and formally apologizes on behalf of his men. Honoring the bet, he agrees to hand over Gahe Rim, to which Sung-an simply replies, "Thanks." Bloodied but unbowed, Taegyeol grins and suggests they have another bet sometime. Sung-an coldly refuses, stating that he doesn't particularly enjoy betting. Taegyeol calls him gutsy but not much fun, telling him to hurry up and take the kid before his own men start whining again. As they depart, he vows to remember Sung-an's name, prompting Shin Jung-woo to mock the tough act, especially coming from a man with a broken nose. Walking away, Sung-an internally muses on his opponent. He concludes that if they had a proper fight instead of a childish game like One Touch, Taegyeol might have been a far more dangerous foe. Meanwhile, the crane begins to lower its terrified cargo back to the ground. Gahe Rim is unceremoniously dropped onto the pavement at Sung-an's feet. Dazed and terrified, she stammers out a thank you, unsure of what just transpired. Sung-an, however, presents her with two options: either continue paying back her debt as she has been, or answer his questions truthfully, punctuating his point by placing his foot on her head. Looming over her, he presents the second, more ominous option. She lets out a pained gasp under the pressure of his foot, realizing her ordeal is far from over. As she lies defeated and crying, he strongly suggests she choose the second option. He looks down at her with a cold, piercing gaze, adding that her cooperation is what he would prefer. In a sauna, Chunhong Capital's head of security, Oh Hyung-gon, questions Chairman Hwang, asking why he's letting Kim Sung-an off the hook for his recent reckless behavior. He points out that Sung-an broke company rules by betting all of Team 1's assets on a personal matter. Chairman Hwang acknowledges it was the wrong move, but coolly states that since no harm was done, there's nothing to punish. Challenging his subordinate, the chairman asks if he actually wants Sung-an punished, forcing Hwang to backtrack and claim he was simply concerned. He then voices his primary concern, that Sung-an's personal vendetta might end up causing financial losses for Chunhong Capital. But Chairman Hwang scoffs at the very idea, finding it laughable that his top enforcer could ever cause him a loss, and reaffirms his absolute faith in Sung-an, stating that the man never takes unnecessary actions and must have had a reason for his gamble. Dismissing the potential risk, he shows just how much he trusts his team leader's judgment and capabilities. Hyung-gong falls silent, taken aback by the chairman's unshakable and seemingly absolute trust in Sung-an. The chairman concludes that even if a loss did occur, it would simply become another debt that Sung-an would be obligated to repay. Meanwhile, Kim Sang-an begins his interrogation, commanding Gahe Rim to start answering his questions now that she's in his custody. He starts by confirming that she used debtors to run her illegal gaming workshop, which she timidly affirms. He then lays out the key facts as he understands them. His sister, Ai-an, took on debt specifically to absolve a boy named Yu Jian. Internally, she panics, trying to appear calm while bracing for the questions she knows are coming. Though she agrees to talk, she secretly plans to feed him a series of lies, confident that he won't be able to disprove them. She smirks to herself, smugly recalling how she and Ye-jun prepared for this exact scenario. In a flashback, the manipulative class president, Ye-jun, is seen coaching her on what to say if she were ever caught and interrogated. She suggests that they coordinate their stories in advance to ensure their lies hold up under scrutiny. He instructed her to fabricate a story about how teacher Ai-an took on the debt to save Yu Jian. When she frets that the lie is too obvious, Ye-jun confidently asks how anyone could possibly find out the truth. A grim realization dawns on her as she processes his chilling logic. He coldly reminds her that the only witness who can contradict their story, Kim Ai-an, is already dead. The plan is clear: no matter what they say, Sung-an has no way to verify whether they are telling the truth or lying. And she notes that proving they are lying is a long and difficult process, making their deception effectively impenetrable. Back in the present, Hyrim holds on to those words, believing that Sung-an has no way to tell if she's lying. Sung-an probes for any weakness, asking if the class president, Ye-jun, was also connected to his sister's death. Sticking to the script, she feigns ignorance, claiming Ye-jun had no involvement as far as she knows. Sung-an gives a simple, unreadable reply, "I see," keeping his thoughts hidden. For several hours during the long drive back to Seoul, he continues his questioning. However, it's clear that almost nothing she told him during the interrogation was the truth. As their car travels through the night, she only spins her web of lies deeper and deeper. After hours of this, Kim Sung-an begins to summarize the story she has fed him. He recites her lies, that and took the loan for Yoo-jeon, that Hiram never directly harmed her, and that she knows of no other culprits besides the two already dealt with, and concludes her false testimony with her claim that she built the operation alone, which she nervously confirms. Then, with an unnerving stare, he pierces through her facade with one simple question, "Was all of that true?" Terrified, she stammers that she was honest and desperately asks what he's going to do to her now. He reminds her of the ultimatum, stating that since she chose to answer his questions, that's the end of it. When a shocked Hiram asks if he's really letting her go, he coldly replies, "I'm a man of my word." She then asks if her debt is also gone, and an impatient Sung-an tells her to leave before he changes his mind. Thinking she successfully fooled him, an overjoyed she silently celebrates how easy her escape was. She yells out that she's free, telling him not to take it back as she bolts from the car. She sprints away, convinced she is finally in the clear. As his subordinate notes that her story didn't add up, Sung-an confirms that he knew she was lying. He reveals that he believes almost everything, if not all of what she said, was a complete fabrication, and correctly deduces her strategy. She lied because the only witness is dead, believing he had no way to expose her deception. When asked why he let her go, he explains his plan, reminding his subordinate of her large-scale gaming operation. He elaborates that for a high schooler to be earning that much money, she must be addicted to the income. He predicts that her greed won't let her give up, and she will definitely try to restart her illegal business. He then explains that with no capital and empty game accounts, she can't possibly restart her operation on her own. And that's the trap. Her only option is to seek outside help. Sung-an waits, confident in his prediction. And just as he predicted, a desperate Hiram decides she has to get her business back and will seek help from a third party. Driven by greed, she tells herself all she needs is money to buy more accounts and get back on top. She runs towards her secret backer, certain that he will lend her the funds she needs. With a deranged expression, she races to reclaim what she calls her sweet cash farming life. She sprints desperately across the school campus towards her destination. Shin Jong-woo checks the tracker Sung-an planted on her, sees she's heading to the school, and is dismissed by his boss. Sung-an follows, noting that she's even more foolish than he expected, running straight to the school right after being released. He knows that by simply following her, he will finally confirm the identity of the hidden accomplice. The final act of the trap is set at Seolbit High School. Hiram runs frantically onto the school grounds, out of breath but determined. Watching her from the shadows, Sung-an finds it strange she would return to school right after being freed. He watches as she heads directly for the school gym, a suspicious destination indeed. He deduces her accomplice must be someone at the school, and feels his gut instinct is about to be proven correct. Our guy anticipates coming face to face with the true mastermind, picturing the manipulative class president, Ye-jun. Sung-an strides purposefully towards the gym, ready for the confrontation, and vows that if the mastermind is inside, he'll have to pay the price for his deception. Inside, she confronts a silhouetted man, who coldly tells her that he can't lend her any money. Desperate, she begs for just 10 million won, explaining that her entire operation was raided and she needs to restart. But he scolds her, stating that after her failure, she is in no position to be asking for money. He then menacingly tells her to look behind her and see the trouble she's brought with her. She turns in horror to find Kim Sang-an standing in the doorway, as silhouetted man berates her for being followed. As a stun she freezes, Sung-an calmly tells her to act naturally, as if he isn't there. With his target finally cornered, Sung-an's suspicions are confirmed as he thinks to himself, "So it was you." Now face to face with Sung-an, the true mastermind ominously decides he'll have to beat him up a bit. But he knows that this is going to be troublesome.
Hey everyone! If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and lets me bring you more great content.